closer than you think. It's not a tournament. It's what you don't see on TV. The cash is real. The stakes are high. They bet big. They win big. They lose big. High stakes live action poker. Live at the bike. Watch it live on the web or play it if you dare at the Bicycle Casino right here in Los Angeles.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to Live at the Bike, brought to you by the Bicycle Casino in Los Angeles, California, the first and only webcast of real action cash game poker. My name is Bart Hansen, and I'm joined, of course, tonight by the Tuckster, David Tuckman, sporting the, not the Chelsea shirt.
Actually,
it is a different
another
version
Chelsea
of the Chelsea
football
shirt. Okay,
club.
for all you fans out there in England.
Yeah.
Dave, we have a very special night tonight. We're going to be doing 10-20 no limit, and the blinds may go up at 7 or 8 o'clock Pacific time to 20-40. We already have a bunch of names on the table. We're going to have a combination of pros that people recognize at home, as well as live at the bike players that people recognize at home, and it's going to be a great night.
Well, yeah, pretty much, anybody and everybody that's in poker is at the Bicycle Casino right now.
Yeah, because, of course, it's during Legends right now.
Legends of Poker.
$1,500 no-limit tournament that started at 4:15 today.
Yeah.
So without further ado, let's go around and introduce the table.
Let's do that. In seat 1, we've got the ever-lovable Jesus. And there he is wearing the Jesus Love Tuckman hat.
300.
There he is. In seat 2, we've got John Huang. And we've seen him recently. He's becoming kind of a fan of this format. He really likes to play here. I think he likes to go home and actually check out the archives. Seat 3, we've got Ross. And he's a regular. There we go. Seat 4, kind of an old face, and you guys will bring it back. It's the Baldy. It's Amos, and he's back here. But and he's got some chips here, so we'll see how he's doing.
Yep.
Seat 5 is Jason. There he is. Seat 6 is Barry Woods.
Less the man bag.
Yeah, there he is, Barry. And seat 7, we got Kenna James. And I would say it's good to see him at the table, but that only means that he's already been knocked out of today's Legends tournament.
Right.
So
Right.
not good for him, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
Seat 8, we've got the ever-explosive and volatile Stefan. And he's from France, and he can get rather explosive if things don't go his way. There he is.
Yep.
And seat 9, we have Ofer. And
Another
there he
Frenchman.
is. Another Frenchman.
Okay.
And
So France is well represented out there.
exactly. We got Vietnam, France. Kenna is what? Is he a Texas boy?
Well, I think he likes to think he is from Texas, but I think he's actually from, like, Michigan or something.
Okay.
It makes a lot of sense.
Well, if he wants to be from Texas, we'll let him think that.
So 10-20 blind save. The yellow chips are actually there are no yellow chips. The brown chips are $10 chips. The purple chips are $25 chips. The whites are 100s, and the greens are 1,000s. Cash game. This is a no-limit cash game. You can go back into your pocket at any time as we get into the first hand here. Looks like the turn paired up at 10, so we're looking at a chop pot right now until the 9 comes on the river. And that actually gives Ross the best hand.
And that was really oddly played by Jason there. He's got ace-king.
Isn't that Russ over there in seat 3? He's been on the show before. I think it's Russ.
Is that Russ?
I think it's Russ in seat 3.
Okay, well, Russ.
Yeah.
We're not picky.
Well, he's going to take it down. And we're going to have a chip con at some point coming up, and we'll fill you in on how, there's a lot of chips on the table, David.
Yes, there's definitely a lot of chips at the table. 9 players, probably somewhere at least 30 grand or so on the table right now.
Well, if you want to follow a live internet forum, make comments, questions, suggestions, go to 2plus2.com spelled out. Click on click on Tournament Poker, World Poker Tour, and other televised tournaments. Click on the Live at the Bike thread for 819, and we are right there. And I have a feeling this is going to be a memorable show tonight, Dave.
Yeah, it should be great.
Yeah.
Well, I hope it is. I mean, I was so jealous. I saw the lineup you guys had last night.
Oh, yeah.
With, Paul Darden and Ron Rose and
John
Fan. And I'm sitting there going, why is it Shirley's night? I don't want to do it.
Looks like Kenna James is going to come in for a raise here.
He's got a couple of black 9s.
Yep. It's a $95 raise. Again, the blinds are 10-20.
Jesus has got ace-king, though.
It looks like he made a smooth call there. And John Wong is in there in seat 2 with 7-9 suited. So here we go, Dave. About a $300 pot. Look at this. Ace, King, 10. Jesus flops top 2 pair. Wong's got a flush draw. That's not a good flop for Kenna. And Jesus is going to bet right in. And we know that John likes to semi-bluff from what we saw yesterday.
It doesn't look like Jesus has quite enough money, though, to go,
Looks like a $150 bet there. So the pot's now laying 450, 150 to call.
Right.
Wong's going to make the smooth call, and you've got to think that Kenna is going to release this hand.
No, that's a pretty ugly flop with two
Yeah.
black nines.
Yep. And he does fold. And here we go with the turn. The turn is an 8 of clubs.
And John Wong's going to like that. Now he's got the open-ended straight
And
draw,
Jesus
so.
moves all in, and John quickly calls. Looks like for about 200 more, Dave. So the pot's right around $900. We're going to see a river. And the river's a king, and Jesus fills up. There's one for the Jesus. He's going to take it down there. John Wong had a pretty big draw there, obviously, on the turn.
Yeah, he had 6 outs to the straight and another 9 outs to the flush. So 15 outs to go.
Yep. And when Jesus only bets 200 and the pot is laying 700, John's only going to call 200. He's getting 3.5 to 1.
Definitely.
It's the right call.
Without a doubt.
Yep.
Like, what about this?
So last night's memorable show, I heard that was really a great show, obviously. And I'm sitting there watching it from the floor as I was playing. I was playing 30-60 Hold'em last night. And I'm sitting there looking at the lineup, and I'm just, licking my chops, wishing I was in the booths watching it.
Well, I think you would have wished that you were playing in the game, Dave.
It was a good
John
game.
Fan did not put an impressive performance for it at all, I got to tell you. Well, we've been harsh on tournament players, but it was ridiculous. Now, he told me at the end of the show when he came in for an interview that it was just a small game and he was just having fun, which, you know what? I mean, that could be true. It's just like any other big-time businessman come into a game that's small and just kind of gambling it up.
Yeah, most professional players, real successful ones, will say they play the same game, whether they're playing 3-6 Hold'em or 300-600. But in practice, it doesn't always work that way.
Looks like the pot was limped around, so that means $80 pot here. Jack 6-6. No, we haven't seen Amos that much recently, but he's been on the show a lot.
He's back in the show.
And he got checked around. The turn is a 5.
Amos still has the best hand here with ace high.
And it's going to get checked around once again. And the river's a 10, and now Jesus has picked up the best hand. Oh, he's going to bet. It's like a $75 bet, about the size of the pot, little value bet in there. And he's going to take it down. Well, kind of you just love the hat there. Jesus loves Tuckman hat there. But, Jesus, he's kind of fallen into a pattern the last 3 or 4 times he's played in the show. He's almost, you want to say, a little tight in the beginning, and then once he starts drinking the Coronas and winning or losing pots, he really tends to loosen up.
Oh, yeah, without a doubt.
Yep.
Jalisco. Somebody told me, I actually asked one of the porters here, I said, is it Jalisco? And he goes, no, Jalisco. I go, Jalisco. I go, okay. I'm probably still killing the pronunciation, I'm sure.
What? Online?
So it's Jalisco.
My option? Raise them.
Or Jalisco. Either way, it's in central Mexico, and it's supposedly a really nice place.
It's like Kenneth James is going to make a $100 raise here out of the big blind. He's got pocket 3. He's probably just trying to pick up the pot.
I would imagine so. I can't imagine him actually wanting a call.
Well,
and he's going to take it down, isn't he?
Actually, I think he got called by a couple of spots. Seat
Did he?
1
Wow.
and seat 5, yeah. And we're going to see a flop here, 10-7-4. And it looks like he still has the best hand.
Yeah, both players have a gut shot here.
And he's going to bet. He's going to bet 250, about the size of the pot, a little under it, and he's going to take it down there.
It's not a bad flop, pocket 3.
No.
Now, the one thing with John Fan last night, I'm sure, I was checking out his tournament wins for the year, and I know he's up over $1 million for the year in tournament wins.
Well, he's number 1 in the card player standings.
Right, exactly, and with over $1 million in winnings this year. So losing, 8 or 9 grand in a little limit game for him.
I was
is not
really
a big deal.
trying to get, and he kind of let me in a little bit, but I was really trying to get more detail as to, obviously you win some cash when you win the card player points, but it's almost like when you win the card player points, I would assume that you would almost never have to pay your entry for a tournament again.
We got this whole corner here. We're like
And
you mean people would be backing you?
Yeah, people would be backing you all the time. And then if people are backing you, obviously all the money that you've won is not yours, so you wonder how rich big-time tournament players really are, and that's usually the question. Because a lot of times they go broke.
From
you
what
know?
from what I've heard, most players, seat 3 here raises it up with ace-jack offsuit.
Well, Jesus is going to make the call here with 8-10 offsuit, so we're heads up. Looks like about $180 pot. It was a $75 pre-flop raise. Deuce 4-5, rainbow flop.
Let's see if Russ bets it. And Russ doesn't bet it.
Ooh, the turn is a jack. Now he's picked up top pair against ace-jack against 8-10 offsuit.
Yeah, Jesus is actually drawing dead.
And Russ bets here. And
Takes down.
it's a clever way to spell Russ there in seat 3. I think it's R-U-S-S. Yeah.
I don't mind that, actually. It's kind of a French thing, Raus.
Yeah.
Representing another part of France. But actually, back to the tournament thing. From when I talk to a lot of the professional poker players in this area and at the casino that I've befriended, most of them have told me that a lot of tournament players, the ones that seem successful, most of them have gone broke.
Now we're going to see a chip count here, and right off the bat, John Wong actually has an extra $1,000 chip there in seat 2, so he's got $2,500. Kenna looks like he's covering the table, and Barry likes to cover the table. He's got about as much as Kenna. So Dave, we're looking at 7, 10, 30, over 20,000, 20
Right.
to 25,000 here on the table.
And like you said, it's actually starting out a little slow. I'm sure it'll
Yeah.
pick up even in
Jesus
terms
is
of money.
He's going to raise here. Looks like under the gun he's got pocket 10s. He made it 100 to go, and Kenna James is going to cold call there with king queen offsuit in position, and we're heads up. But a $225 pot to the flop.
Nice flop for Jesus here.
8-7-3, a couple of clubs.
Now, is Kenna familiar with Jesus?
Well, I don't think they've ever played together before, so. Well, he's going to bet 250, and if Kenna thinks he's going to get tricky and raise, obviously Jesus, all his money's going in.
Kenna looks pregnant. Look at it.
Lead up there.
And Kenna throws it away. Now, back to the tournament thing, I was just saying, if you look at somebody who wins $1 million, and obviously, hey, I'd love to win $1 million, but you got to figure, like you said, he's probably been backed in a lot of these tournaments.
Right.
Then it also costs a lot of money to be in these tournaments.
Right. To
then-
travel the circuit.
To travel the circuit, to go around. Plus, you know,
I mean,
a
someone
lot
was
of these
telling
guys
me-
have, like TJ Cloutier has a big craps
Right, that
habit.
problem, right. And someone was telling me also that to play in all the tournaments for the World Series would have cost somewhere in the realm of between $100,000 and $150,000.
Oh, yeah, depending with the rebuys, depending on how many
Yeah,
rebuys you
yeah.
made, without a doubt.
And obviously to travel the WPT circuit, it's got to be well over $200,000 to play in the great majority of events.
And I mean, in this day and age, where there's a $10,000 tournament every other week, it's
Yeah.
like if you're not cashing in big, you're losing money.
Kenna has raised here from seat 7. He's made it 70. He's got ace-7 offsuit. Well, we're going to hear from one of the Frenchmen for the first time tonight. He's going to call with a suited connector. And Jesus is in there with king 8.
Okay.
And it looks like seat 5 is also in there. He's got to call the raise with jack 9.
I gotta say, I like this red chip better than the yellow chip.
Oh, yeah. So the pot's about $280 now to the flop, 6-10-7. A couple people have straight draws. Ophir's got top pair there, or Ofois.
Au foie. I like that.
I think it's Ophi if it's spelled that way.
Au fie?
Yeah, ER is an E sound in French. And he's going to bet 100 into, again, about a $280 pot. Looks like Jason's going to smooth call. Kenna's got ace-7, so he's got a pair here, too.
Wow, Jason's gonna smooth call with a gut shot and and just overcards.
And Kenna is going to raise it. He's going to make it 500 straight here, Dave, with ace-7.
Wow.
So we're now looking at a $1,000 pot, another 400 to call. And look at this, Ophi's going to make the call. $1,400 pot,
You can't put them.
400
You
to
can't
call.
push those Frenchmen around.
No? I guess just except in certain situations. Maybe not in poker. And we're going to see a turn. The turn's a 6. Ophi is still in the lead here.
Yeah.
$1,400 pot.
Ophi's in.
And
Really?
he's
Yeah.
checked. Ophi has checked. And Kenna looks like he's going to bet. Again, it's a $1,400 pot.
Wow.
He's betting big. Looks like 1,200, Dave. A little under the size of the pot.
stark contrast in Kenna's style between this game and the 30-60
Yeah.
game the other night, where he was kind of messing around, having a good time, drinking.
Yep.
in this game.
Total pot is now
Wow.
$2,600, and he makes the call, so now it's a $3,800 pot.
He must. What does he put? He must put Ken on a draw here.
$3,800 pot to the river. The river's a 4.
And if Ophi does not lay the hand down, he's got the winner here.
He's going to check. And boy, Kenna would have to really bet big. You got to figure the guy's got at least a 10, right? $3,800 pot.
I almost put him on. You almost put him on. I have to put the guy on a 6 at this point. You called $1,400 on the turn.
$1,200 on the turn. Yeah.
$1,200 on the turn.
And then Kenna's going to check behind him, and Ophi's going to take down a massive pot. $3,800 there with 9-10 suited.
Wow.
There's the first pot of the night.
That's an amazing call there, because you got to look at it and go, this guy bet $500 on the flop, okay, and then $1,200 on the turn. You know, there aren't that many draws out there that haven't gotten there, because 8-9's already there.
Right.
You know, there's no flush draw out there. Wow.
What a great pot to start off the show.
There you go.
And that's going to be pretty indicative of the pot sizes probably tonight, Dave. This is a huge game.
And to think, I've been making fun of the French for the last 4 years. But look at that.
4 years or 60 years?
Well, I'm not quite 60 years old, but yeah. I tell you, Donna brought her niece in the other day, yesterday.
Yesterday, yeah.
What a babe.
Right.
Wow. Smoking.
Certain perks that come to the poker commentary industry.
Woo. We were actually talking about possibly having a strip poker contest.
You didn't come to the after party last night?
You were there?
Yeah.
And Kenna's got the best hand here. He raised it up, right?
Yep. Ace-Jack raised there. Bob has a 10-8-5. Jason's got top pair here with Jack-10. And looks like he's going to bet. He's going to bet 175, which is about the size of the pot, Dave.
And what do you recommend here? I mean, okay, let's look at Ken for the first 20 minutes here. Things just aren't going his way. He has King-Queen versus 10s. You know, flops 8 high. Here he's got the best hand with Ace-Jack, and a guy with Jack-10 outflops him. Yep. You know, he tries to bluff a guy with second pair.
Well, Jesus is going to make the call here with second pair.
You know, do you tell a guy like Kenna to get up and take a break?
No. And now the pot's about 550. The turn is a 7. It's a 7 of spades. Jesus is going to check. And Jason bets. He's going to bet about 300. So the pot's now 800, 850, 300 to call for Jesus. Oh, and Jesus is going to lay it down. That's a big lay down for Jesus.
That's
second
huge.
Pair.
A pair?
Yeah.
Any pair. You know, sometimes if my image takes a hit, like in that case where Kenna was, you know, obviously he was bluffing and he got caught. You know, he raised there, and the guy bets right into his raise. You know, didn't even no respect whatsoever.
Right.
Sometimes I like to take a little bit of a break, take a walk, you know, splash some water in my face, give myself a little pep talk, and then come back to the table. I'd like to see how Kenna reacts to this. Obviously not running well the first 10, 15 minutes of this webcast.
Looks like somebody limped there from up front. I believe it was seat 8. Going to figure out what he's got. Stefan, he's got 9-10 offsuit. And we're going to see four-way action. $80 pot. 8-5-3, a couple of clubs. John in seat T looks to have the best hand. I believe he was in one of the blinds. He was in the small blind.
What's that? I don't see it.
And Jesus, he's going to bet in position here with a wheel draw.
Hey, nice bet there. You know, he's got it's kind of a semi-bluff.
He's overbet the pot $170, and he's going to take it down.
Takes it down. Probably didn't need to bet quite that much to take the pot down, but nonetheless, it is a nice bet. Take it down.
John Wong there, he's missing his other half, seat 2. I'm already less happy, Dave.
That's very odd.
Less smiling.
Yeah, it's very odd.
Yeah.
It's like his little smiling shadow. So today's tournament, the Legends of Poker tournament, was a $1,500 no-limit hold'em tournament. Started at $415. We had 260 entries. So we're looking at a $390,000 prize pool. Quick, I figured that out.
Pretty quick. Kenna raised here for $75 with ace-king offsuit. Got a smooth call from seat 9 with ace-deuce suited. And Jesus, he's got 8-4 suited.
And
Jack 4-10.
And it continues.
Yeah.
It doesn't flop for him.
Well, he's got overcards and a gut shot.
Yep.
He's going to check it. Ophi checks it. And look at this. Jesus is going to move all in here. And look at this. Kenna's asking how much is it?
Well, Ken has got, he figures he's got...
Overcards and a gut shot.
Figures he's probably... If the guy only has a jack, he's got a lot of outs.
Let's figure out how much it is here. Dealer's counting it out.
If Ken is beat right now, he figures he has 10 outs.
Pot was 225 before that, Dave. Or 240, actually, before that.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 50.
And it's a $650 all-in, it looks like.
Wow, that's a big, big bet.
650. Oh, look at this. Kenna makes an instant call. Dave, the pot was 800, 650 to call, and he makes the call. The
You
turn
wonder
is
if
a
you put him maybe on
6.
King Queen.
Yeah. And the river's a 6, and 4-8 is going to take it down.
And that's a huge table limit hit.
Yeah.
Now the table has just watched Kenna call off $650.
Yeah.
With no pair.
Yeah. I mean, even if Jesus, we talk about the fundamental theory of poker, even if Jesus were to turn his hand over there, Dave, Kenna's got 9, pretty much he's got
10 outs.
10 outs times 2. He's about a 38 to 39%.
And what was the pot before?
And the pot, Dave, it was $850 in there, $600 for him to call.
So you're looking at $600 to win $1,500.
Yeah.
So he's getting like 2.5 to 1. Not.
Well, actually, the pot, Dave, was $850, and he had to call $600 to win $850. It was only about $240 before the flop. So.
Oh, well, then it's a no-brainer.
It was a no-brainer. Yeah.
And the only reason you can do that is if you're putting Jesus on like King Queen, and you think he's open-ended.
Yeah.
And you go, okay, well, if he's King Queen, then his outs are really killed. Because I got the ace and so forth.
Yeah.
But you wonder if maybe Ken is tilting a little bit. And everybody knows we love Kenna here, but I think I'd rather have Jesus have the chips than Kenna.
Right
we know
now.
Kenna can rebuy.
Yeah. That's true. You definitely want Jesus with the chips on this table.
Without a doubt.
We won't.
70.
Seat number 2 there, John Wong. First we've heard of him. He's going to make it 70 with 4-3 suited. And Russ is going to call with an ace-9 offsuit from the button.
And I think John was kind of hoping that he'd buy the button there.
And Jesus is in there too.
3 plays.
Queen, Jack 5, couple of spades. No one picked up anything. Well, Jesus actually has got bottom pair. And it got checked around. The turn is a 9. Let's see if no, Jesus is going to check again.
Russ has picked up a 9.
Yep, Russ has got second pair now. Or third pair. And he's going to bet.
125.
He's going to bet 125 there.
That's a nice bet there by him.
And he's going to take it down.
Interesting play by John there. Once Russ called and John didn't have position on the table, he kind of just shut down.
Yeah, he kind of
saw
shut
it.
down.
He
Right.
said, forget it, I'm not even going to try this pot.
You are born lucky? I don't know you enough to tell you that. To agree with that statement. Time will tell if you...
There's Amos in seat 4 there, sporting the no hair look. He's kind of, he doesn't play tournaments really, but he's kind of like the traveling no limit circuit player. I've seen him. He's either here at the Bellagio,
Yeah.
at Wynn. I mean, I see him every other place. Every time I'm in Vegas, he's there, and every time I'm back here, he's here.
He plays a pretty solid form of poker, Dave.
Yeah, in a full ring game, he's okay.
Yeah.
If the game
he's
starts
almost
getting
a little
short,
weak tight, right?
exactly.
Yeah.
If the game starts getting short, if
Yeah.
it's 6-handed or so, and he's faced with players like John Huang,
Right.
he'll get eaten alive.
Yeah.
But with guys like Jesus at the table, he'll do okay.
And word is that Corporation Mike gets off right around 7:30, Dave. So maybe you get him in the game here too.
He has been tearing up the
Yeah.
freeze outs.
Yeah. Looks like there was a raise there. $100 raise.
That's a $100 raise from seat 9.
Seat 9. And Barry's got ace king in the blind, and he's going to make the call. And someone has ace queen. I think it's John Wong. Nope. Oh, it's Ophi.
The original raise with ace
He's
queen.
got ace queen.
There we
Okay.
go.
So we're looking at a $400 pot here. 10 jack jack.
Nobody's
on the
picked up
flop.
anything. Amazing.
Ophi was the original raiser.
And sure enough, Kenna has taken a break.
And look at this. John Wong's going to bet here. He's going to bet $300. And betting $300 to win $400, Dave, here. And he might pick this one up. Wow, Barry's going to make the smooth call with ace king.
And that's tough now, John. What does John got to do there? Is he going to fire again? Barry obviously does not put John on a jack.
Ophi's going to muck.
2 play.
Let's see the turn. The turn's a king.
Oh,
That's
that would have
good
gave
for
Opie the
Barry.
straight.
Yep. Be giving Ophi the nut straight. And Barry is going to act here, it looks like.
And we're getting word that Kenna obviously likes the game.
And it went check, check there on the turn, Dave. And the river's the 3 of clubs.
And Barry's going to win this one down. There's no way John's going to get him off that hand.
And Barry's going to bet 500 here, and I'm sure Wong is going to quickly fold, and he does.
And Barry takes it down. Give credit Barry for reading John correctly there.
Honestly, dead honest, because we got money.
I ace queen. I make straight. Ace queen.
And like I was saying, I think Ken obviously likes the game. He took a little bit of a break. Maybe splashed some water on his face. But he's actually buying in for $2,500 more. So we'll get the new and improved and reinvigorated Kenna there. Once again, we are live at the bike. I'm David Tuckman here at Bart Hansen. We're playing No Limit Hold'em, 10-20 blinds. It's one of our big games here during the Legends of Poker. Spread this regularly now every Friday night here. And we are in beautiful downtown Bell Gardens.
What was that little snort there, Dave?
Nothing.
70.
Looks like there's a $70 raise there by the button. Jason, he's got king, queen offsuit. Barry's got a suited ace over there. Looks like he made the call from the blind. No, he's going to make the call. Jesus, boy. Any 2 cards, right, David? 7-10 offsuit.
Yeah, why
Yeah,
not?
he's going
Hey.
to throw it in there. Look at this.
Well, especially when he starts winning a couple of hands. You just forget it.
So we got about a $220 pot brewing here. 6-7 queen, and if Jesus sticks around here with second pair, he's in trouble because Jason's picked up top pair, the original raiser.
Yeah. It's a nice flop for Jason. Jason also has the king of clubs.
Look at this. Barry's going to lead here for 150 with absolutely nothing from up front.
He's taking the shot.
See how Jason plays it.
400.
Jason is going to raise here to 400. And Barry probably got the information he was looking for, Dave.
Yeah. And some people can look at that play and go, what is he doing? Why would he make that play? Well, there's a chance that flop might have missed Jason, obviously.
The guy had a red ace king. You know, what is he going to do?
Yeah, exactly. And now, Barry picks the pot up.
Or Jason picks the pot up.
Right, I'm saying if
Oh,
Barry
right,
had done
right,
that,
right.
Barry picks the pot up.
Right, if Jason missed the flop. Yeah.
Exactly. Sometimes it's a matter of playing the player. And there's Mo in the background there. Mo is playing in the $1,500 tournament today. Hopefully we'll get word. Hopefully he's on break and not out of the tournament.
The other thing for all the viewers out there is that we're going to be shuttling in, hopefully, big-name players into this game as well, Dave, if they get knocked out.
Oh, yeah, I mean, like we already saw, Ron Rose, John Fan.
Right.
They're all here.
Yeah.
Over the next few days, the people that'll be arriving in town, Phil Ivey, Howard Lederer, Annie Duke, they'll all be here.
80.
John is raised here to 80 with ace-queen.
Just get word that Mo is still in the tournament.
And look
They're
at
on
this.
break.
Jesus is going to call with 3-6 offsuit, and Jason's in there with pocket fours. Jason hits a set of fours. Jesus has got a gut shot.
See if Jason slow plays it in a 5 hertz.
Well, Jason
I like
has
the bet.
John Wong checked. Well, And he bet 245, and he shows the set of fours.
Yeah, that's a nice bet there because you got to just hope somebody's hit the king.
Yeah.
And with John Huang and Jesus in the game,
I mean, if John Wong had ace king there, I mean, I gotta say that John Wong's probably a little smarter in terms of poker sense than Jesus, from at least what we've seen.
Oh, definitely.
So I don't necessarily know if he would have gone broke on the hand. But if Jesus had a king, he easily could have gone broke on the hand.
but if John had ace queen of clubs there and
Yeah.
had a club draw,
Yeah.
he might have moved all in. You know, he's that kind of aggressive player.
We saw him make an incredible check raise semi bluff last night against Ron Rose and cracked Ron Rose's aces.
I heard that with like 3-6 of spades, right?
Yeah, he had a gut shot and I think it was
flush draw?
4-6 of spades actually.
4-6, okay.
Gut shot and a flush draw. I mean, and he makes that move, to play against people like someone who might muck pocket aces.
Right.
And like I said, I didn't necessarily say it was a bad call, but it was a call that Ron Rose made immediately.
It's funny. I'll get to it in a second. I talked to Ron last night.
Yeah.
I sat down with him and we talked for about a half hour. And
Look at this flop, Queen 4 deuce, all diamonds, and it got checked around.
I wished him luck in the tournament today, but I said if he didn't turn out to do well, maybe he could come in here for a little interview or
Yeah,
something.
absolutely.
But I did ask him about those aces.
115.
The turn was a 9 of spades, and now Jesus is bet here with the Jack of diamonds. And someone had the King of diamonds, Dave, and mucked it quickly. I believe it was seat 9.
And look at that. Jesus takes it down.
Yep. There you go.
And he shows the 5 of hearts. But I asked Ron about that hand, and he just, sort of the same way when Shirley had explained the hand to me, he said that he thought the same thing. He just said he didn't think John didn't play it like he had a set, and he thought it was just as likely for him to have king queen or ace king, and or actually have a draw.
Well, obviously it was the right call. I mean, he was ahead.
And then he made the call, and then he said when John offered him to run it more than once,
Right.
he said he knew he was way ahead then,
Right,
and he
right.
decided no, there's no point in me running it. Because Ron has a big bankroll, he doesn't want to hedge his bets.
Right, right.
But he did confide in me. He said that he regretted that. He wished he'd run it 3 times.
Funny thing is that the board went running spades, and Walter actually got the main pot when he had pocket queens with the queen of spades.
Yeah, I'm not sure what. I mean, I saw the hand actually.
Yeah.
I was watching the archives, and I wasn't sure what Walter was doing with queens in there. But
Yeah.
it was funny the way it played out, huh?
Looks like John Wong raised out of the blinds, and he's going to take it down.
It's one of those things. I think when the first spade came, Ron didn't like his hand.
Yeah.
When the second spade came, Ron almost threw up.
There's the Corona. And here's John Wong. Again, you got to wonder, his wife not being here, if that's going to affect his game a little bit.
Yeah, that could. Are you 100% sure that's his wife?
Yes.
Okay. I wasn't sure if maybe it was girlfriend or mistress or, you know. You never know.
85.
Amos is playing a real tight brand of poker. We haven't seen him play a hand really yet.
Looks like John Wong raised here out of seat 2 to 85 with pocket 5s, and Jesus is going to call with 6-8 suited. Here we go, heads up. King 9-9. Jesus checks, John bets, and he's going to take it down.
Right, and you see the difference in this play. Here, John has the button. And since he's last to act, he takes advantage of that position.
Right.
And the hand prior to that, when Russ had called him, he shut down.
Speaking of wives, apparently Barry over there in seat 6 has my non-existent wife's phone number. But he doesn't have his man bag today, so it doesn't quite work. He took it off. Of course, Barry took the time to post some of his comments on 2+2 over the last few days. And you can do the same by going to 2plus2.com. Click on Tournament Poker, World Poker Tour, and other televised tournaments. Click on the official Live at the Bike thread for 8/19.
I got to tell you, Barry's play has really impressed me over the last few weeks. And it's funny, he doesn't look like much of a, he looks like a surfer. You know, it's like some guy that's like, smoke a little and, surf a little. Smoke and surf and not play poker. But his play has really impressed me.
We got 6-way action here, Dave. It's a $120 pot. And actually, the small blind is going to come and raise to 165. It's Jason. He's got 10 jack of hearts, it looks like.
I think he's trying to pick it up here. He figures, hey, $80 pot. I'm going to see if I can just take it down.
Yeah.
He's in pretty bad shape here, though. Barry's got the hearts also and a higher one, but he's going to throw it away.
Oh, if he's going to muck. And he is going to take it down.
Take it down. Nice play by Jason there. It's about an $80 profit or $70 profit.
Thank you.
I just wanted to let you know I had a good time playing golf the other day. For all you viewers at home, we had a golf tournament, a Bicycle Casino golf charity event, and Bart and myself and a couple of our friends played, and a little best ball scramble. We shot 6 under, which was good for like, I don't know, what, 9th place or something like that?
Something like that.
Something pathetic. But
Barry's got pocket aces in the small blind in seat 2.
that's it? Just aces?
And Jason in seat 5 has got pocket 9s, and he's probably going to raise here from the button, and he is.
John Huang's got 6s.
And Jason raised to 70. Let's see how Barry plays the aces. You would think that, obviously a re-raise with all the people behind is in order here, Dave.
Yeah, I would imagine.
I mean, he's got 3 people behind him.
Well, every time you get aces, there's kind of like a half excitement in your, you know,
Oh,
you
he's
feel the
just going to
excitement.
smooth call here, Dave.
Wow.
Boy, he's going to have to be. I mean, this is almost running if everyone calls like an unraised pot, right? He's going to take it against 3 people.
Yeah, Amos is the only hand I really hate.
And
Taking
Barry
back off.
checks blind here on the flop. Oh, and he flops top set. Ace, queen, 7.
Wow.
Pot's about $300. And it gets checked around.
Wow.
That's a free card. And look at this. The 10 comes,
Uh-oh.
and Amos has made the straight. Barry slow played the aces, and he's going to get killed here big time. And he's going to lead.
500.
He's bet 500, and Amos is looking down at the nut straight here.
And didn't I just say that the only hand I don't like is Amos?
Yeah.
King Jack offsuit and a raised pot.
And let's see what Amos does.
Wow.
And how does Barry get away from it now? The only thing really can beat him here is King Jack.
Yeah, this is a tough hand to get away from here.
And Amos raises to 1,500.
And
And obviously Jason is going to leave. And Barry, boy, he's kind of slow played himself into the ground on this one.
yeah, he's got 10 outs here, going into the river.
It's a $2,200 pot, $1,000 to call for Barry.
1,000 more.
And I got to tell you, if you're going to play aces this way,
Yep.
man, problem is there's a lot of hands that Amos might play this way at this point,
Yeah.
because there's no way you put Barry on the trip aces here.
And he's trying to figure out what to do here, Dave.
Well, you got to think. I mean, what kind of hand would Amos?
And he calls, Dave.
What kind of hand?
Oh,
would
wait a
Amos-
minute. I think he's raising. He's raising.
Oh my!
He's going to come over the top for 1,500 more. And Amos moves all in, and I think Barry called, and we're going to have to see the fact, if the board pairs here, Barry has them, but Amos has got the nuts right now. This is going to be a giant pot.
huge.
want to do? It's up to you.
And let's see if they're going to run it multiple times.
And they're talking deal right now.
Dave, we're talking about an $8,000 pot here, I think.
Did Amos actually have that much?
Well, it was $4,000 before the all-in. Amos pushes in another
Yeah.
1,500, and Barry calls the other 1,500, so...
You got 10 outs, bro.
He's got 10 outs. That's what he's figuring out. How many times they want to run it.
I'll run it
No, you
once
want
or
to
three
give
times.
him, you want to give him some money, you mean?
No, I mean, how do you want to do? What do you want to do?
All in.
Oh.
Hold on, let them make it there.
Bro, man, you don't know how bad I've been running, bro. This guy's seen me. I begin.
Let them do it. It's fair money. Let them.
Make it there, make whatever you want.
Yeah, let's run it 3 times.
And they're going to run it 3 times, Dave. This is an $8,000 pot, so each pot's going to be about $2,500. Look at this.
That's one.
The river, that's 1. It's a jack. Amos wins that one.
He's going to burn and turn again.
Burn and turn again. It's a 6. He's won 2/3 of the whole pot now.
So that means you win 2 out of 3.
Yeah, but we've got one more time.
One more time.
And this is it.
And here we go to the river. And the river's an 8, and Amos takes it all.
Oh, wow.
$8,000 right off the bat. And I said, David, I didn't like the fact that Barry smooth called there. He's got 3 people behind him. Pre-flop.
Yeah,
I mean,
the
I think
smooth
that's really where he went wrong.
Well, the problem is you've got to, on the turn there, you've got to look at the kind of hands. The flop is ace, queen, 7, 2 clubs out there.
2 out of
and you're
3,
playing
then
against
it's gone.
Amos, okay? So you got to
Yeah.
think of who am I playing
And
against?
he's very, very tight on
And you got to go, okay, what kind of hand would Amos check on the flop, yet raise me on the turn?
Yep.
You know, if he had a queen, would he check that?
Yep.
Okay, maybe. You know, and then if he picked up the second pair, so he had queen 10. I mean, I'm trying to think of the hands that maybe he had. You know, maybe queen 10,
50,
maybe king jack. If he had an ace, I would imagine Amos would have bet it.
Okay, 70.
I've been playing in Vegas for 2 months, so you can't even make deals out there, you know? It's cool in LA, you can be making deals out there.
What are you saying?
Yeah, and that pot was actually at least, I'd say at least $7,000 total.
I think it was 8 because, Dave, at the time,
25, 50 something.
It was a
Barry
$500 bet.
he re-raised to 1,500, and then Amos went all in over the top, and Amos had another.
Good hand, Amos.
I think he had another 2,300 on top of that.
On top of that, so
yeah.
it's- we're looking, probably about $8,000.
$8,000 pot.
Wow.
Incredible pot. And, and obviously Barry's going to go in there, and what a giant pot there for Amos. I mean, that plays right into a tight player's hand, right? Pedal for the nuts and get there
Well,
and get paid off.
that's Amos' style. I mean,
Yeah.
he got in there with a pretty, king jack offsuit is a pretty bad hand.
Obviously,
multi-way.
he's not going to go in there if Barry re-raises out of the blind.
Oh,
Amos
no.
is not going to call with
No
king
way.
jack.
And
Yeah.
and even if Amos is the kind of player, he's not looking to flop a king. He's not looking
Yeah.
to flop a jack. He's looking to see something cheap, get the nuts like he did, and then get paid off huge.
And the way the order of that hand went, absolutely probably the absolute worst that Barry could have done, because he put himself in a position
blind.
where he checked blind on the flop, and he flopped top set, and everyone took a card. Nobody bet.
Yeah, it was amazing that Well, I got to give Jason some credit in seat 5 for not betting. He figured when he raised $70,
Right.
and he gets 3 callers,
Yep.
and an ace and a queen on the flop, he goes, okay, this has got to hit somebody.
Yeah.
Yeah, I went at least 2. And, I mean, he's a nice guy.
Wow.
I did it yesterday. I wouldn't do it with some fool.
We're getting word that Barry's going to buy 5,000 more. I don't know if we've seen him lose a big hand like that since he's been really coming on the show. On a
No,
regular basis.
he's been a consistent winner the last
Yeah.
month and a half, isn't he? Whether it be 2,000, 3,000. Last week, I think he won $6,000.
Well, the issue coming back to you then, Dave, is we probably both agree that wasn't the best way to play aces. But if you're in that situation on the turn, does your money go in there? I mean,
It's tough.
really a tough
It's
laydown.
tough to get away from it.
Yeah.
You got to think of what hands would Amos call $70 with pre-flop,
Yeah.
and what hands would he make this move with? Would he make this move with a smaller set?
But just I want to let you know,
And what if Amos had a set of 10s? He might do the same thing. So it's tough to get away from that hand.
because I know from
3 players. Yeah,
And like you said, you got to give a percentage of
3,
what percentage of the time will he have this hand?
you know what I mean?
Right.
Set of
you
10s
got
or
like best
king
out-
jack or queen 10.
Yeah.
No, we've always done 1/3 to 1/3.
Oh, you did?
Wow.
Because I know in the
I went for counsel.
Pocket 8s, pocket 7s, and 5-8, ace jack deuce here.
I went counseling.
And Ken and James is coming back.
175.
And looks like Stefan there. He's going to bet
No, you're leaving?
175.
That's right. I think I'm like the kiss of death. I think, 30 seconds before that big hand, I just said, Barry's been impressing me.
And look at
Playing
this,
so
Barry's
good.
going to lay down the best hand here. He didn't have a heart.
Offer me like 2,000 in this next spot.
And that's Stefan in seat 8,
You just miss a big pot, a bigger pot than us.
our other Frenchman. And Ken is back. Took a nice break after getting a little beating early on, but he's
He
back,
went to the bathroom, threw some water on his face.
possibly.
It's not a bad deed. He flopped the nuts.
Always nice to talk to us. What do you want
And
from
again, when we talk about,
color?
in order to figure that out, you have to put the player on a range of hands.
Right, exactly.
If Barry knew that Amos has king jack, 100%, then he lays the hand down because he only has 10 outs.
Exactly.
He's not getting the odds. But there is a 10, 20, 30% chance that he might have something else.
Oh, you could
as
definitely
well.
put an Amos on pocket 10s.
Right.
Because pocket 10s is a hand that Amos would have called $70 with.
Right.
Yet check the flop when it comes out ace queen blank,
Right.
and then make that kind of move on the because there's no way you put Barry on pocket aces.
Yeah.
No chance. Look at that. Just like that, Amos wins about $4,500, $4,000.
Exactly. Exactly my point, exactly.
5 twices now, and I lose it.
Now I was going to say maybe a play for Barry to make, and I guess we're maybe not that deep in terms of chip stable is to maybe re-raise the minimum, and he did. But at that point when he re-raised Amos 1,500, there was so much money in there, and they weren't that deep that he has to make the call.
Yeah. Then he looked at it and he said, well, this guy's got a king jack,
Yeah.
then I got 10 outs.
Would you play your button at least so it doesn't screw up the whole deal? You don't even have to look at the hand. Just
Oh, just play the
Just
button.
don't look at the hand.
But it's going to cost me again money?
No.
Oh, okay.
It's free.
Okay.
It's like we have a raise here.
It looks like O'Fair is getting out of here.
Because I chips shake.
I don't believe
He shakes his fellow Frenchman's hand.
Exactly.
Worth a shot.
Looks like
So
they're-
that's how they do it in France.
Yeah, it looks like they're touching each other. I'm not sure what's going on.
Got any of that?
You might.
Oh, yeah.
8-4 deuce on the flop. Barry's got a flush draw with top pair.
Yeah, that's a big flop. Maybe you can get a little money back here.
I don't know. Depends on how much you bet.
And looks like Barry's going to bet.
20?
I find that it's always pretty interesting to see how a player reacts to a bad beat or to a tough hand like that.
I would have called 270. So.
Oh, wow. And Barry throws a bet in. I think it was 70. And Kenna makes the call, Dave.
I picked up a flush draw now.
And the turn is a 7. What is Kenna calling for? Barry's going to continue to bet, and Kenna mucks now.
Killing me.
I'm not sure. Just a couple of overcards.
Have I
Yeah.
won a hand yet?
And that's, I think that, did I win a hand yet, he asked.
You did when you weren't here.
No, Kenna, you haven't won a hand yet.
I was doing
It's coming, though. Don't worry.
My problem is to get involved in.
And it's funny, when he got pocket aces, I was just about to say, I said, every time I get pocket aces, there's kind of a twinge in my stomach of excitement,
Yeah.
yet fear also of knowing I could win a huge pot here or lose a huge pot here.
Yeah.
might be my only out.
And, when you smooth call with aces,
But you probably
You set
almost, you
yourself
would
up.
never have smooth call with 3 people behind you, right? To a raise like that. I mean, unless you're really going to almost move into the mode where you're going to just hit a set or release.
Yeah.
Or try to figure out your options after that, It's,
yeah, I don't like the smooth call there with 3 people behind now.
yeah.
Hey, nice playing with you, buddy. Take care.
2 players.
We're heads up here. Seat 5, I believe, brought this one in for a little raise with ace jack. Jesus called with deuce 8 suited. 3 king 4. Look at this. Jason's going to check. He's always checked the hands that he's missed here so far, Dave.
Yeah, when he had ace king earlier
Yeah.
on the first hand of the night, he checked it.
Hey, how is that?
And a 9
fried
comes on the
chicken?
turn.
Is that healthy for you?
And now he bets and he takes it down.
Oh, I'll have the broiled half chicken because that's probably better. What? You're on the Muscle?
And we're losing. We lost Ophi.
Stefan. Oh, Ophi.
We lost Ophi. He won I'd say about $2,000 tonight.
Yeah.
Won
On
that big pot.
Yeah, against Kenna James, that one hand with 9-10 suited.
Called him down with just one pair.
Seat open here.
Make sure that that's.
Why you always want my seat? Mark, you bet.
Oh, and we're going to say hi to Mark there. And
Look at this comment on 2+2, Dave, here. CCW Glock 27 says, I think if Barry did have his man bag, he'd be throwing up in it right now. Well, I have to agree with you there.
well, you got to know when you slow play aces, there's a good chance you're going to trap an opponent,
Yeah.
but at the same time, you might get trapped.
Oh, sorry.
Kenna's got pocket jacks, and he's brought this one in for 75.
4 players.
Going to get called in 3 spots here, Dave. Oh, king,
Yes.
10 deuce, and Jesus outflops him.
I don't. So
Let's see how Kenna plays it.
I'll take care of you.
150.
And see, 3 is betting here. Russ is
Wow.
betting.
Russ is going to bet. And Kenna looks like Kenna just called there, Dave.
And what's Jesus going to do now?
Well, Russ just came out betting with a gut shot, it looked like, and Jesus moves all in. Jesus moves all in here.
Oh,
What top pair there, Dave? It's as good as gold.
he's got a decent kicker there. Come on. He's got a 5.
Let's muck that hand right.
Backdoor spade draw, too.
Maybe it'll.
And it looks like Russ is obviously going to get away here.
And
Times am I going to W up tonight?
Jesus just,
One more time.
It's $9.75 more, and Kenna's asking how much it is.
I guarantee you I'll have a good opportunity to double you up.
This time I have worse than that.
And Kenna's saying with the 8-4 hand,
God, I
still
love that.
irritated about
What's
that.
your name? JLT?
Jesus.
Jesus? Wow, that's a great. How can you beat that name? Religious.
and there's Kenna. Kenna smiling.
Show me the deuce.
And he shows a 5 here, Dave.
Nice hand. Nice hand.
And Kenna immediately mocks after he shows the 5.
This is poker star, huh?
Now, is that like sacrilegious if somebody called you the other name that?
We always call him Diablo.
Oh, you do call him Jesus?
No, Jesus.
Well, there's good.
I know, but
Kenna looks like he's got his swagger back.
Yep, he does.
It would.
He definitely plays better when he's got his swagger going.
I mean, it's bad because nobody will.
Now, Mark in seat 9, we're familiar with his play. He plays similar. He's pretty tight, pretty solid. Plays similar to Amos.
Jesus also, right? Yeah. It's the same
Um,
thing. Yeah. We just mispronounce it over here.
So it'll be interesting.
It's me again. It's not me. What are you talking about? Chicago, actually.
Chicago,
so
Texas.
it's close.
So it's a great area.
Very close. So I got that going for me, which is good.
Kenna just said he's from Chicago, I guess.
Yeah, I knew he was from the Midwest.
There you go. Michigan, Chicago. What's the difference? Come on.
Well, they're actually pretty close, aren't they?
Yeah. Somewhere in the middle. Who cares?
Son of a gun. I just
It's like 50
started
miles away from the Michigan border, isn't
You know
it?
what? Honestly, if you're not from New York or California or England, I mean, be serious. What's the difference? Somewhere in the middle.
King 4-8. Look at this. Jesus has flopped top and bottom pair. Now he's playing any two cards. And he's going to bet.
Oh, he's on fire.
I got you for a little bit.
Kenna is like Jesus' whipping boy here.
Jesus bets 100 here. Doesn't look like anyone can call, though, Dave.
Come on, guys. You guys don't give me a break. You got it. Yeah, I knew you had a.
And Jesus is on a roll.
You only bet bottom.
En fuego.
He's probably made at least 1,000 or 1,500 over
Oh,
the
yeah,
last
without a
hour,
doubt.
right? 45 minutes.
He only bought in for that. I think he only bought in for 1,000 here, so he bought in a minimum. He's definitely up tonight.
He is nice.
Yes, now, Amos.
He's so nice.
It's kind of one of those math problems. Jesus plus chips equals good game.
Back everything I won on Friday. All right, man. I don't mind giving it back. What'd you start with? Oh, dude. Well, I'm in the game like over 6,000.
So anyway, we got that going for us, which is
Of course, we saw Mark get busted by Mo. What was that, a couple weeks ago with the
Yep.
straight against the flush?
You're the only French guy I like, I gotta tell you. Of course, I don't know any other French guys, so...
Haven't heard much from John Huang here, huh?
You know what?
Nope.
Been pretty quiet.
Jesus is raised here with ace-10 offsuit, and Wong has called him in position with jack-9 suited. King 3-7.
Well, John loves his spot here.
Jesus bets.
I couldn't tell you what John Hong is. I know he's
John Hong's going to call, maybe to set up a play or pick up a draw, and he picks up a draw on the turn. It's a 3 of hearts.
250.
And Jesus continues to bet here. 250.
You see what I'm saying?
Now, John's going to realize, though, now in this case, Jesus doesn't have a pair, that even if he made this move, Jesus would call him with King Deuce.
Oh, with a
Yeah,
king, yeah,
yeah.
definitely. But if Jesus has no pair, maybe he can win the hand.
$250 bet here on the
I
turn.
mean, you got to love being the Jesus left.
Well, I mean, that's exactly what I think the card that John called for in the flop. He wanted to pick up a draw so he could raise on the turn. But the board's now paired, though, too, Dave.
And he's just calling.
Wow, he makes a smooth call.
Maybe he just figures there's a lot of implied odds.
It's about an $800 pot, and a jack comes on the river, and now he backs into the best hand.
Wow.
And now what is Jesus going to do? Jesus is going to check. John probably going to check right behind him. Oh, maybe he puts a value bet in there, thinking that Jesus wouldn't have. That's Jesus is doing the fake out.
Yeah, he's saying, don't try to bluff me.
And that is a great tell. Everybody at home, anybody that does that to you, that just means they don't want you to bet. That's all it means.
And Wong backs into the best hand.
He's so lucky. Look at this flop. Look at the flop. You think, look at how John Hong just... No wonder he wins all these tournaments, man. He wins all the tournaments just like that. You saw that, right?
Couldn't say it better myself, Kenna.
Somebody's gonna
Well, hey, I mean, let's be honest. John he's a great tournament player, and his record speaks for itself. But let's be honest, he called it the worst hands. He called it the worst hands, and then he got the best hand and he checked.
Yep. Well, Kenna's always got a smile on his face, but I don't think he's too happy right now.
Well, he's a professional poker player, so he knows the swings that happen in these games.
75.
Yeah, seats 6 and 7 here. Barry and Kenna are definitely the two losers for the night so far. But it's a long night still.
Kenna has raised here 75. He's got 8 pocket 8s.
Cocktails? Yeah, we need more cocktails. You know what? There's no
Wow, look at that. Seat 8, Muck's Jack 10 suited right to
Stefan.
his left. Jesus is going to call with a suited ace, ace 4 of diamonds.
I'm really curious here. Now, I played with Stefan. I'm actually good friends with the guy. I'm wondering if he's not comfortable playing at these levels.
Look at this. John Huang calls with deuce 9 suited over there. And Russ is in with Jack 10 offsuit.
You gotta like pocket 8s here, because we've seen Jack 10 and we've seen hearts.
John Huang over there, boy, he almost calls with any 2 suited cards, doesn't he?
Yeah, he's trying to hit something big.
Right here. Oh, wait. What, just in case I don't flop anything.
Kenneth's going to bet blind here, Dave. The pot is about $300. And that's a great flop for pocket 8s. 7, 5, 6.
This guy,
It's a monster flop.
Got an overpair and an open-ended straight draw.
underrated, no limit.
Now, Jesus might get stuck here. He's got the bottom end of an open-ended straight draw.
Yep.
What happened? Whose turn is it? I bet 2 1/4.
Ken bet 2 1/4 here blind, and he couldn't ask for a better flop unless he had flopped a set. But next to that, great flop.
Don't do it.
Jesus has got a few outs here. Jesus needs a 3, an 8, or an ace.
Well, he's made the call.
Oh my goodness.
2 players.
So the pot is now about $850 to the turn. The turn's a jack.
You know what I'm going to have to do here? Like in a train station, right? They say the next stop is Middleville.
Look at this. He's going to
Out there
bet, looks like 2,000 there.
and have a nice
He's going to put Jesus all in.
just in case.
Let's see if Jesus can get away from this. You know, sometimes those open-ended straight draws,
You know,
they're tantalizing.
maybe he's got like Jack 9 or something.
Kind of
like
stare
that.
at you and tease you. You know,
I don't know, Jesus. I can't beat you, so I got to try and bluff you.
kind of like a sexy girl in schoolgirl clothes. You know.
What
Did I
happened?
just say that out loud?
Don't forget, we still got one more card to come. Any card can come. You know? Might be a...
I have up and down and straight.
You do?
That's the only thing. See? I go for a 3 or 8.
Ken is praying he calls now.
That's strong.
Look at him.
Please call. Please call.
The guys owe you
He's drawing live, I know that. He is absolutely drawing live.
The guys owe you 1 card. This you
I mean, Dave, the pot was only
I'll tell you what,
800.
I'll take this back and bet 500.
Jesus is
Yeah.
in a muck.
After he sees the 4 there, Ken definitely wants to call.
turn the other card over, please. He was on the draw. Turn the other card over.
No. What's going on? Hey, they're giving money. It's like,
You know, it's funny, Dave.
I got a chip.
okay.
Really? You don't say?
That the rabbit cam was an 8.
Wow. Oh.
Isn't that crazy?
Oh.
The rabbit cam showed an 8.
That would have been a truly bad beat.
My goodness.
Hit your set and lose. Wow.
Yeah.
Well,
Okay, big blind.
it's funny. I'm sure Kenna wanted to call, but in that case, it was a good thing that he didn't get it.
That is incredible.
Okay. You missed blind.
Kenna has gotten up here again. Pocket 10s over there for seat 4,
Yeah.
Amos.
And one thing I want to say about Stefan again, I play 30 with him sometimes. I play the 20 game with him sometimes, and he really mixes it up in these limit games. But in a no limit game, where I think you should actually mix it up more.
Yeah, you would think you would call with Jack 10 of hearts.
Well, there's
Yeah.
just, it's kind of funny. He plays a different brand of poker here. It's really odd.
Players.
So Amos raises here, and John Wong's going to make the call with pocket 4s. King,
Wow.
queen, queen. Let's see if Amos fires here on the flop. Look at this. It goes check, check, Dave.
Check.
And the turn is a deuce, and you wonder if Wong bets here. And he is going to bet.
The problem is John likes to
150.
check raise, so you might put him on, and shoot, he could have a king here. Or even a queen.
He's bet 150. That's what I was saying, Shirley. John's the type of player, Dave, that he almost prefers to play out of position sometimes from up front. And look at that. Amos lays it down. That's what we're talking about, him being a little bit tight weak.
Yeah.
I mean, pocket 10s, you see a flop, king, queen, queen. Gets checked you in position, you check, and now you've got to let the guy just bet, and you fold.
Well, you're just giving the pot away,
Yeah.
basically. He just
Never
completely
mind,
gives it
don't
away.
answer that. Don't
Yeah,
answer that.
Amos is the
That
kind of
sounds
player who really
bad.
wants to flop the
That
nuts.
sounded bad.
That's when he's comfortable putting the money in the pot.
come on,
Or if he
who-
flops
who
two
didn't try
pair.
that with
Yeah, he's got to flop a
like
monster.
sixth grade?
One thing I want to get into real quick. We saw earlier Barry and Amos when Barry had trip aces, a a set of aces, and Amos obviously had the nut straight. They ran it 3 times. And just for those of you at home wondering what that is, it's a way for them to hedge the bet. If the pot is very, very big, instead of just running it once where anybody can get lucky, you run it 3 times, and usually the odds will even out. The favorite will win 2 out of 3. In that case, actually, Amos won all 3, so didn't help Barry at all.
Raise 80 more.
And there's a raise here.
How much?
80 more.
80?
80.
And it looks like a raise from Jason here. He's in the cutoff seat, and he raises it up with ace-10 diamonds.
80 more.
Just 80?
Yeah.
Oh, just 80.
80 more. Yeah.
And Ken is going to think about it for a
How
second,
much money you make, man.
and he throws it in
Just
there.
80. $80.
And he's got 5-7.
He makes so much, it's just 80.
I'm not sure. I think Kenna is from Chicago, but made in China. God. The Chinese, they are prolific. They make everything over there.
Hey, put 2s and 3s out there, see what he does.
3s and 6.
Very close.
Wow, that's not a... Oh, my God. Amos has flopped a straight with a straight flush draw. Wow.
No.
And he checks it.
Jack.
Well, now he's got the flush. And John has got a 10 of hearts, so he's got to be somewhat careful. But Amos has a straight flush draw still.
Bet 100.
And that's probably the worst card you want to see if you have 4 or 5 of hearts there. You don't want to see the queen of hearts. You don't need it. It might kill your action. And at the same time, now you could be beat theoretically. Before you had the nuts.
$100? Is that what the bet is? You got it. I'm with you. I probably should raise. You know what? Wait. Oh, I already said call, didn't I? I was going to roll the dice.
No, you don't raise, I don't call.
And Kenna is calling. Kenna is drawing dead.
So, okay. I probably should have bet.
Let's see if John does not call 10 of hearts in his hands.
2 players.
And Amos still has the flush here. Ken has only got a pair of 7s with a 5 kicker. What do you bet here if you're Amos?
Bet 300.
That's a nice bet there. Nice value bet.
300.
Got to be paying attention, though.
All right, take it.
There you
Take
go.
it. Take it. I had a draw.
And I don't know what kind of draw he's talking about
Nice
there,
draw.
Dave.
Well,
I guess he
thinks
could
had
have had a
straight draw,
4. Yeah.
but it was no good.
Drawing dead. That's what I
Yeah,
call
what a
it.
flop for 4 or 5 of hearts, huh?
Yeah.
He flops the straight with the straight flush draw. And Amos takes down another one there. Now, back in the 80s, actually, when they started playing No Limit Hold'em, actually, they've even played it further back then, but in the 80s, when the game was popular, before it kind of died down, the reason they started running the turn in the river more than once was because if somebody went broke, like in that case, let's say Barry didn't have any more money in his pocket, the games would break because a player would have to go home. So what they started doing it was, let's run it 3 times, so that way nobody would go broke and the game would continue.
Big 4?
And it just is a way to reduce the overall variance.
Right, exactly. I mean, hey, for a guy like Amos, $4,000, $5,000 is a lot of money.
Yeah.
Last night, Ron Rose, he doesn't mind,
Right.
because his bankrolls obviously can take a $4,000 or $5,000 swing.
Talking, I said what I had.
Queen 5-4 here, rainbow flop. Look at this. Russ has flopped a set of 5s, and Jesus has got top pair. And we know how he loves top pair there, Dave.
Well, look at the kicker. How can you get away from it?
And Russ just smooth calls there with the set.
Uh-oh. He's setting him up. He's got the trap. One of the few people I don't mind trapping.
$100 bet and a call there by Russ. The turn is a 6.
Jesus has picked up a draw here.
If a 3 comes, he'll have a straight.
Bet
He's going
300.
to bet 300.
And now I think it's a good time to raise. And sure enough.
And look at this. And Jesus moves immediately all in.
Uh-oh.
And he's going to have to catch a 3 here, Dave. Let's see the river. The river's a 9, and Ross has got him.
3 5s? Oh, sure. We're all trying to.
And that's the problem with Jesus' game, obviously. It's just
Well,
one of those
he's
things.
married to top pair. I mean,
Well, it's like-
hold him as a kicker game, Dave.
Well, you look at that queen deuce.
Yeah.
Russ, who's not really an action player, what kind of hand can you beat?
Right.
What do you think, Russ is making the move with a pair of fives? Just one
It's
five?
all my money anyway, so don't.
Sure, please.
And look at Kenna. Kenna says, what was all my money? You just won anyway, right? There you go.
1,000.
Tomorrow's tournament is actually limit hold'em at 4:15. It's a $1,000 buy-in event. And we also have day 2 of today's event starting at 12 o'clock. So once again, that's 4:15 limit hold'em, $1,000 buy-in.
1,000 behind.
Looks like Jesus is going to buy 1,000 behind.
Raise 75.
Barry's going to make it 75 to go here. He's got King 10 of hearts. And a limper to his right. Jason there. Jack 8 of clubs. Well, Mark's in the small blind with ace jack off suit here, Dave. These are the types of hands that sometimes you want to stay away from out of position. But he makes the call. Jesus makes the call with 4-7 of clubs.
I like his hand here. Look at all those big cards.
Well, if the clubs come, they're no good, though, for him.
No, I don't.
But a $300 pot. Ace,
Yeah.
king, queen.
What do I know?
Look at this. Barry has flopped a second pair. Mark has got top pair. And Mark is checked from up front.
Well, for ace jack, it's not a it's not a great flop.
And it gets checked to Barry, and Barry's going to bet 500. Yeah, because, if Barry has queens, kings, ace, queen, or ace, king, you're in big trouble.
Or king, queen.
Yeah, or king, queen.
I mean, what
Yeah.
can you beat here? If you have ace jack, I can beat ace 10.
Yeah.
I'm trying to think of what else I can beat. Obviously, I can beat pocket nines, pocket eights, and so forth. But this is the...
This is the problem with ace jack offsuit out of position.
Yeah.
But look at this. I think he's going to commit, Dave.
Well, that's the way. If you're going to play it,
Yeah, he's going to move all in here. And I would assume that
There you go.
he knows that if he gets called, he's probably beat.
Perfect. Mark brought his brass balls tonight. He's ready to play.
I don't know what Jesus is thinking about over there.
Are you even trying to get into his mind?
No.
Listen as Bart tries to get into Jesus' mind.
And the action is back on Barry. Well, Barry's got a straight draw, too, but so does Mark.
You can't call if you're Barry here. Come on, it's Mark making the move. You put Mark on 2 pair already.
450.
Yeah, I mean, Barry's got king 10. Well, he's trying to figure out the pot odds. I don't know how much more it is, but maybe it's not that much more.
Call.
And look at this, he calls. He makes the call, and I don't even think that was a pot odd equation there, Dave.
He's got a 3
How
outer
does
here.
he call that? The turn is a 10, and the river's a queen, and it looks like aces.
Mark's got a straight.
Yeah, and Mark made the straight there with the jack.
Right.
But when the 10 came there, Mark made the straight, and Barry had kings up.
Right. That's why I was
Yeah.
saying he only has 3 outs.
Yeah.
He has to hit one of Mark's jacks.
Yep.
And you got to think, it's Mark here. You're playing the player, and this is.
Yeah.
And I got to
And
tell
even
you,
if Mark didn't have the straight, the river counterfeits the hand anyways.
I was just telling Barry how good a player he was. He was playing
Yeah, why
so
did you do
well.
that, Dave?
I know he was playing so well for the last 6 weeks.
Yeah.
And tonight, the only problem he's had is he's mixed it up with the 2 tightest people at the table. At No Limit is all about playing the player, and he's playing against. He got into a $8,000 pot with Amos, and he just got into a $1,500 pot with Mark there. And those are the 2 guys I don't want to give them action. If you lose a big pot to Jesus, hey, he could be bluffing. You never know.
Understandable, right?
John Huang, okay.
Yeah.
Anybody gives me something, I'm just going to raise it.
And Barry's going to take a break here.
Try to give it to me about the hand.
Maybe splash some water on his
me?
face.
We're playing a poker game here? All right, you know what? I'm not even going to look. I'm going to raise it.
And I don't think Kenna has looked.
I raised it 50 bucks.
70.
Just for slowing up the game.
Has he really?
Huh? Of course I look.
And he's raised to 70.
And I guess we don't really care if he looks or not, but we'd like to see his cards.
Jesus is going to call with Jack 7 offsuit.
Are you sure he hasn't looked? He's got ace 10.
Oh, he's got ace 10
that I
offsuit.
haven't looked yet.
4
Okay?
players.
And here we go, 4-way action. Got a $300 pot. Wow, look at this,
Well, I
ace
raised,
4
so I
9.
have some of that, right?
Russ has got a flush draw over there in seat 3.
Yeah.
And if you really think that Kenna hasn't looked, maybe you bet out into this pot here with the flush draw.
I've got to have that. I've got to have it.
Last week, I watched the entire session.
No, I could be lying.
Watch it at home.
$100
Bet
bucks.
100.
Do you buy this he hasn't looked thing?
I don't know. He's bet 100. into the flop there, and Russ is going to call with the flush draw.
And we're getting a report that he really didn't look. Just happened to have ace 10 and happened to flop top pair.
The pot is $500 now, and look at this. The turn is the 6 of spades.
All right, I'm going to check. I'm going to look at one, and then I'll...
And Russ has made the flush, and Kenna is drawing totally dead.
And I think he goes check, check.
I'm going to bet.
Nope, Kenna's going to bet.
I've got a hand I can bet. I'm going to bet 400.
He's going to bet 400 here.
Oh,
Pot's now 900, 400 for Russ to call, and Russ has got the flush.
Ken is drawn dead.
Yep.
People at home. You people. They hate it when they call you.
And you would think that Russ is going to check raise here.
Well, it's interesting here.
People, they don't like it.
You almost have to check raise here because otherwise you're going to just lead out on the river.
Yeah.
If Russ is, no limit's all about winning 1 or 2 or 3 big pots.
Oh, he's going to
all night.
smooth call here. He smooth calls. The pot's $1,300, and that's why. Ooh, look at the river. It's a 4th spade.
Yeah, but even if it's not, it's just, you still have to bet it. It doesn't make a difference. I just don't understand the play.
I got unlucky.
What's going on, man? You have that put it in the
You probably still like your hand because of the jack of spades, but still.
And he had this flush on the turn.
Unbelievable.
I don't understand, Dave, why you would
how
check
bad am I
call
running,
the
right?
turn there with Jack
Don't
5
look
of
at my
spades.
hand
It
that
doesn't
I
make
have
any
to-
sense.
Yeah, if you're in position,
Yeah.
I can understand that play a little bit. Hope a spade doesn't come on the river and
Right.
the guy bluffs into you one more time.
Right.
But if you're out of position, it's like you're going to check call, and then on the river you're going to bet into him.
Right.
Yeah, I agree with you. I don't understand the play.
You got a flash and you don't break? You can.
And Kenna loses another one.
Another spade and come on the end and look at it again. Derek can violate it.
Wow.
Big blessing.
That's incredible.
And Russ over there, he's won quite a bit tonight, too.
Oh,
Seat 3.
turns a flush, flops a set, and gets paid off both times.
Shit isn't working.
Kenna's got a couple of black 9s over here in Seat 7.
I should have known
That's a shocker, though. It usually works well. It's all play blind.
The interesting thing is that had Kenna looked, I'm not sure if he plays it any different than he
No,
did.
no.
95 total.
He's raised here to 95.
Right.
Pocket 9.
Right.
And Jesus, he's going to re-raise with Queen 5 suited. He re-raises to 300. And now what does Kenna do? If Kenna doesn't have, if Jesus doesn't have that much money, I mean, this hand might be good enough to push, Dave.
I don't care.
Yeah, and that's what he's going to do. He's going to push.
Look at that, I don't care.
I mean, sooner or later, I'm gonna win a hand. Just by sheer luck.
And Kenna would be about 71, 72% favorite here.
I love the theory there. Sooner or later, I'm going to win a hand.
So he's pushed, and Jesus is going to have to call. He's got 500. And is he going to want to gamble
Before
here?
you get lucky and make something.
Well, it's about 500 to win
I mean, it's a joke.
6, 11. So he's getting 2 to 1. He almost has to
I
call.
might just quit.
If he figures one of his cards is live, he's almost got to call.
Oh, he was
Wow.
bluffing me.
No, it was actually 500 to win 700. I think, right?
No. It was Jesus re-raised to 300, so
Right.
300 and 300. We're talking 600 in there.
Right.
And then
now
Jesus
you
had another
bet-
500.
you bet 500.
So it's 5 to win 11.
1100, right.
So he's getting more than 2 to 1. If basically, as long as Kenna doesn't have aces or kings,
Right.
you should call, pretty much.
Well, because you put yourself in that spot. That's interesting.
Well, yeah. I mean,
Yeah.
I obviously I wouldn't be the one to re-raising with Queen 5, but if you're going to reason,
Right.
if you're up against Ace King, okay. As long as
Yeah.
you just don't want to be up against Ace Queen, Pocket Kings or Pocket Aces or Pocket Queens, obviously.
Speaking of pocket aces, Russ has got pocket aces in the small blind over there in seat 3.
Let's see how he plays this. Stark contrast to Barry here.
KJ don't have a shot.
Barry raised it up.
Again, you expose your hand. It's incredible.
He's got ace 10 off suit.
Yeah, every time.
Ace 10 offsuit versus Pocket Aces usually doesn't play very well, huh?
Yeah.
He's always blaming people. First he was blaming the Americans, now he's blaming the dealers.
And Mark is going to call with Queen Jack off suit. And now you've got 4 callers in between, Dave. Boy, you've got to raise here, right?
It's no brainer.
You have to raise.
Unless you want a bad beat.
Right. And he's going to raise. He's going to make it 300.
Okay, that's fine. That'll limit the field to maybe one
Yep.
person. You don't have to move all in. You don't have to go crazy, but
Right.
I don't mind if somebody with Pocket Kings or Pocket Queens or Ace King call me.
Right.
I just don't want John in there with 5-7 of spades. That's the guy. That's
You know,
like
the funny thing is John might call here anyways if Russ is deep enough.
well, that's the ace cracker. You know,
Yeah.
5-7 of spades. It's a hand you can't really see.
Now, what about Jesus? He's got King 3 suited. He's going to muck it.
guarantee I hit the flop.
And I don't know if John has enough money in front of him to make the call, Dave.
No, sir.
Because he only has maybe 1,500 in front of him.
John almost needed one more caller in there, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
I watch the flop, I guarantee I throw it.
You know Russ here. Russ has probably got aces, kings, or queens, you know?
It actually looks like the raise was only 225. Only 225. Oh, actually, it was 225 more.
225 more.
Yeah.
But even if Barry before or now, even if you just raise the minimum, where you raise, make it 200,
Yeah.
it's going to limit the field a little bit.
I can donate to
Which is what you need and usually want to do with pocket aces.
That's what you get for calling my raise.
In limit hold'em, you pick up pocket aces in the small blind, and it's a multi-way pot. You just you call the raise or you re-raise yourself, and you just kind of hold on and pray.
Right.
that they-
Right. You re-raise for value, pretty much. You're not going to drive anybody out of the hand.
Right, no, of
It's
course.
a limit. Yeah.
And you get 7 callers, you just kind of go, oh, maybe I'll hold on. Maybe
Right.
they'll they'll stand up. That is.
five players.
5-way action here to the flop. It was limped around. King 5-10, couple of diamonds. Looks like Russ has got the best hand there with the ace 5.
$60.
And he's going to bet from the button here, Dave, with a pair. $60 bet. A little undersized in the pot. I like the bet.
Yeah, I'm absolutely shocked Stefan's playing seat 8. I mean, I've never seen him play this tight and this passive, ever.
Bet with your 10.
Maybe he's just trying to get a good read of the table.
Thank you.
5 or 10.
5 Anderson.
Remember Mel Gibson's character in Maverick kind of sat there for an hour, learned everybody's tells. Maybe Stefan's doing the same thing.
More and 2 big blind, please. Thank you.
I got it.
Does anybody like peas? I don't like these peas. Anybody like peas?
Big blind for me?
Want some peas?
No.
I don't want no peas. They're good for you. There. Peas are supposed to be good for you.
So you wonder when that Mexican poker game is going to start. Hopefully not soon,
Remind me
Dave.
of rabbit.
Yeah, hopefully.
Mark has, he's raised to 100. He's got ace queen offsuit.
$100 is the bet.
100 total. I was going to make it 200, but I
I would call you, but you don't have enough.
And he's going to take it down there.
Take down Mr. Brown.
What's wrong?
Both.
They're the same card.
One of these times I'm actually going to have a hand
Okay, 2 small blind.
Now, I am going to bust somebody, and they're not going to be happy. But see, I'm stuck 3,000. I'm happy. So it's all in the attitude. I'm going to bust you.
John Huang's going to raise here. He's got ace jack offsuit.
Another player we haven't heard much from today.
Nope.
Mr. Wong.
He actually was the one player that was a little reserved about moving the limits up right before the show to 1020.
I'm surprised.
Yeah.
I think it's because he likes to see a lot of flops, and he
Yeah.
figures it'll be a little more expensive to see a lot.
85?
85.
80 I call. 85 I
Just lowered it to 80.
And he's going to take it down there without the flop. What do you think about Jesus' strategy of he probably has 5,000 or 10,000 in his pocket, but he seems to only buy in for the minimum each time, and then we've seen him ride that up to 8,000 or 9,000 before.
All right.
You know,
And then he really starts playing loose when he's up
in
there.
Jesus' case, I like it, to be honest with
Yeah.
you.
Because he's just going to force himself all in with top pair anyways.
Well, he's just as likely to take $1,000 and turn it into 6.
Yeah,
You
yeah.
know? And I think it makes him a little more comfortable in the sense of gambling. Like, he's like, oh, I can only lose $800-900 in one hand.
Ma'am? It's to me. Oh, Hong is in. I can't. No, I got to. He always likes to limp and then raise again. He does. He likes it. right,
And there's
but I am gonna
the
Or look at this. Kenna's got ace jack offsuit from the
I
button.
want to play with. 40, no, 75. Raise 75.
And he's going to make it
75 more.
What happened? What did you do?
75 more days. He's
Wow.
making it 85 total.
and finally we hear something from Stefan
Or
here,
95 total.
and he's got looks like pocket nines. I want to say, right?
Yep, Stefan there in seed 8, I believe, has got pocket 9. No? Is it 8 9? Oh, 8 9.
Wow.
He's
We
gonna
haven't heard
call.
from him all night, and he calls a. He calls a.
Actually, he did muck there, Dave.
Okay.
Yeah, he did muck. We thought that he was still in.
I thought you called.
Right, heads up here. Jesus against Kenna James. 10 9 6, couple of diamonds on board.
Oh, you folded 200. You checked to me, Jesus? 125.
And Kenna's going to bet. And yeah, that kind of confused both of us, Dave. Well, we thought it was pocket 9s because we thought he called. And then we were like 8 9.
Right. It was just odd because it was, that's the hand he chooses to play out of position.
Diamonds, huh? 5, 6 of diamonds over here.
Barry looks like he's going to order some food there.
Slap his hand now.
Bear's got the bike.com jacket, Dave, and if you want to play for free, you can play in 3 weekly free rolls at thebike.com. And, of course, if you want to watch this show and all of the saved shows, you can sign up for the archives. And I have heard, and I don't know if people in the booth can confirm this, but people have been talking that they had watched last night's show in the archives. And maybe usually it's about a 36 to 48 hour turnover time, but maybe our powers that be that control that in Vegas are flipping those things over faster. So
A lot of technical staff here. It's really amazing what they can do.
But $14.95 gets you all the saved action, Dave, over 1,000 hours
It's amazing.
of live poker.
Yeah.
$14.95 a month. There's our beautiful cocktail waitress in the foreground there, Amy. Kinda looks like he's buying a drink.
It's okay. Jason.
Looks like he wants to buy more than that.
It's Jason.
Did you say that out loud? I'm sorry.
Okay.
C3's going to raise. Ross has got ace-queen offsuit.
$1,000 I left on.
Makes it 75 to go.
I thought we were on chance with other
I think the blues are mine too, but you can keep them for let me change seats. You keep those.
Now, Stefan's got 9-8 of hearts here on the button. Let's see if he plays this.
He does call. Well, there you go.
On the button, that's not a bad hand to play.
Yeah. But look at Jesus. He's going to push all in. King Jack.
Now, if you're Russ here with ace-queen, do you call this?
Well, let's see how much it is. Sierra's going to take the 75
It
in.
looks like another $400.
Didn't I? First time.
No, it's actually only another $390.
Put the 75 aside.
290, Dave. I think.
290, okay.
290 more. And Russ is still in the hand. He has ace-queen.
Now, this is one of those, I hate calling anything with ace-queen, but against Jesus, you might figure you're ahead here.
And he is ahead. And he is going to make the call.
You might think at worst I'm 50-50.
Now, if you're Steven now, a round from up back, I guess it depends on how much money do you want to play this hand heads up against Russ for a side pot.
Right, exactly. You're not playing it to get, obviously, versus Jesus, but you're thinking, okay, for $200 more, do I want to play hand?
Well, the fact that Russ didn't re-raise Jesus here, is that indicative that he doesn't have that strong of a hand?
I think so.
Yeah.
I think if he's got aces or... Well, he could be trapping, theoretically, but if he's got aces or kings...
Stefan looks like he's got maybe 2,500 there.
I think in Russ's case, yes, it does. But a trickier player could theoretically be trapping by just smooth calling, thinking, okay, well, even if I lose to Jesus, I can win a big side pot if I trap somebody with my aces or my kings.
So it's, again, another...
I like my hand. I have a really good feeling.
It's about a 290 for Steven to call here.
Stefan says he has a really good feeling. So it's either that or he's got gas. One of the two. We'll see.
No,
Well, the other
no, there's other people
The other interesting thing here, too, Dave, is that a player like Russ, And we talk about he's not really that crafty a player, and he's going to make the call. He might give me free cards on the side pot, too, where if he doesn't hit a flop, he's just going to check it down with me.
The problem is
So-
that the bluffing is kind of, there's not much bluffing here because Jesus is already in there.
Right.
So you can't, to bluff somebody out with 9 high, there's no real equity in that.
So here we go. It's about a $900 pot. Deuce 410.
And this is exactly what you said. Yeah, Russ will probably give
Just
Steven,
check it down. He's going
he'll
to give
probably
free
give
cards.
Stefan a free card,
Yeah.
but there's no value in Stefan,
Really
bluffing
betting.
him out.
Right. Yeah, then it goes check, check here, and the turn's a 4. But again, there's really no value in Stefan bluffing Russ out either, right?
No, that's the opposite. Except there is no value in Stefan betting and bluffing out because he knows his 9 high is not best hand.
Now, Russ is going to bet 300, and I actually like this bet, though, Dave, because he is actually protecting his hand. But look at this, Stefan's going to call. What? He's called? Or is he...
He must be raising.
He's got to be raising, okay.
Well, now there's a little value in this because he can win the 300. At least he can win his
Right.
the
And that's
original
exactly
bet
what he's
back.
going to do. He's going to raise.
And look at this. He's going to win the pot for Jesus, I think.
And that is absolutely amazing, Dave. You're right. He's going to win that main pot. He's protecting Jesus' hand.
Yeah.
I was going to say, I actually like the bet by Russ because he's got to figure he had the best hand at this point.
Oh, definitely.
With
Well, he's
ace-queen.
not. He figured ace queen might very well might be the best hand. Jesus could be making this play with any king.
Or, Stefan, by checking behind me on the flop, doesn't have a pair.
Exactly.
And it looked like Russ Russ muck the hand? Yeah, Russ mucked the hand.
Give me an 8 on
Well, Russ has got to throw his hand away here.
And look at this, the river's a king, and Jesus would have won it anyways.
King, really?
But Stefan picks up, 300 there on the side, right?
Yeah, he ended up breaking about even.
Right. I don't necessarily know about the play.
290. Yeah, he ended up. I think he lost about $60 in the pot.
Yeah.
But Jesus won about 700.
Russ, what you have?
Well, 600 actually.
I did lose money on that hand. You know what, Russ? I promise you, I'm little bit psychic, and I was wrong this time. You saw me calling 290 flats. I thought the hand was coming, and I.
And sometimes I'll make a
Does
play
anyone
like
understand
that.
what Stefan's saying?
That's why he's a world champion.
Ace king.
I called the flop.
There's Pepe Le Pew there. Huh?
Either on steel, you got the slaughter. And I've either got no outs or I'm ahead.
I know. I'm
And sometimes you
It puts you on
you
flush
can look
draw.
at Stefan's play and go, what the heck's he doing? Why would he bluff somebody out of the pot?
Or he's ahead.
And of course he's not going to bluff when there's no side pot. But once
That's true.
He's not my partner.
once there is a side pot,
I
it
just
makes
thought the
sense
hand was
to go,
coming.
okay,
You saw me,
well,
haven't
I probably
played a
can't beat the guy to my left,
Oh, no,
but
and a half,
maybe I can
for
get
290
some of my
flat
money
with
back.
8-9 apart. I am weird, you know. You like that?
That was the most brilliant move ever made by a Frenchman.
Thank you.
Looks like this pot's going to get limped around here. I think Jesus is small blind on the button, Dave. Looked like that.
Very strange player here.
Small, big, big.
Russ, we're still going to have smokes together?
Oh, no, I don't think personal. You know,
Hey, the money is going in the right place. It's like
And here we
a
go
loan
to the
setting.
flop, $80
It comes back
pot.
with a collateral. The money is in the right place, right?
Deuce 5-9. Looks like Barry has the best hand here with pocket sixes.
John, I have to use my table image once.
You hear what Stefan's saying also. He goes, not only was he thinks the money's in the right place now. Maybe he was protecting Jesus' hand for a reason. Rather Jesus have the money than
I
Russ.
know already that I'm going to get my money back. That's what I was. Well, I'm going to get my money back no matter what.
And that's what he's saying. I'm going to get my money back no
I
matter
just
what.
wish it was not Russ. We just had a smoke out.
You're still 4
And Barry looks like he's going to take it down there with pocket sixes.
And that's Stefan's. That's his best thing there. Look at. I mean, he's insulting Jesus right to his face. I mean, the guy's sitting to his left, and he has no qualm about insulting the guy. And I'm just wondering if Jesus realizes that he's being insulted.
I thought the hand was coming. My wife always tells me, follow your feelings. I'm going to go home and scream.
Jesus says cocktails.
Give me another Corona, please.
you made money on that hand.
No, I did not make money on that hand. I lost $65, sir. I did not make money on that hand.
I lose
I did
$65.
not make money.
No, I bet 400.
It's about 300
Okay,
francs.
listen,
I don't even think they use the franc anymore.
No, it's euro,
Yeah.
right?
There, let me hit that. Let me get.
70 is the rate.
Here, I got it.
Kenneth's going to raise here to 70. He's got King Queen offsuit.
I've never paid $14 for a glass of wine.
Well, you just did it. You didn't know either.
You still haven't.
It was like 25 though.
I think they're ordering glasses of Raymond over there, Dave.
Oh.
Which runs about $14 a glass.
That's a nice wine. It's a nice cab, right?
Kenna bought it for him, yeah.
I'm like,
Is it cab or Merlot?
ATM.
I don't know. It's red.
Anytime I come in, he's in. 10 more.
Kenneth figures, hey, I can pay. I'll buy a couple of bottles of that. Try to win back my 2,000 I've already lost.
No, yeah, they're skiing. I promise you. Yeah, they're skiing. I believe him 100%. I know the guy. You don't tell me.
Here we go.
Yeah, they skiing.
$275 pot to the flop.
You can't call them.
8-3-4.
Next time, check. Don't
Amos has got the best hand, it looks like, with pocket sixes.
Now, this is the Amos's kind of thing. You'll see this. A lot of other players with pocket sixes here would really push.
Yeah,
Figuring, I probably got the best hand.
You'd want to bet here, but he checks it, obviously.
He looks for. He wants the nuts.
Yeah.
As close
I
to.
don't blame you. I'd bet too if I had your hand.
as he
Hey,
can
look
get.
at this. Jesus is going to throw a bet in here with Queen 9.
Oh, he's got a backdoor queen draw.
I thought the 8 or 9 was coming.
And, well,
And this is the play. Like, if I got to be honest with you, if I'm Amos here, make it 1,500. You know what I mean? Raise it.
he's going to call. He's going to check call.
See, if you raise it, you get rid of Kenna. Well, Kenna's going to fold anyway.
Yeah.
And you isolate Jesus, who could have anything here. Could have a pair of fours.
Pot's now about 575. The turn is an 8.
And that just makes your sixes even stronger.
You got to think, yeah. Amos has got to think he's got the best hand here.
Yeah, you might check one more time and deuce the bluff, see if maybe Jesus will bet it.
Oh, check.
Look at that.
In Paris.
And the river is an
This is why
8.
we play at the bike.
Amos
You get
has a
free
full house.
water. Look, he's
Do
coming
you check
around
one more
with
time
3
here,
bottles
Dave?
of water.
Nah, we've seen Jesus' style.
Yeah, he doesn't
really,
like to bluff on the river.
Doesn't
Right?
seem like he does.
Yeah.
John, you're in my camera, man.
And Amos is going to take down about an $875 pot.
Nice play there by Amos. I would have liked to see a raise the flop there to isolate Jesus.
I would have liked to seen a bet out on the flop.
Yeah, either way.
Yeah. Now, Kenna especially, I mean, he's a professional poker player. Pretty astute. He's probably not going to get tricky with Amos. We've really only seen him pedal for the nuts, right?
Right.
The whole time that he's been on the show.
You should tip the dinner.
And, you know, I'm not sure if I didn't notice it or it just... I feel bad. Did Mark just come and go without him even seeing him? Oh, Mark actually moved to seat 1. I guess Mark and Jesus kind of swapped places there.
Okay.
You know, we live in L.A. here,
$20?
home of the
Again?
swingers.
Again,
They're
20?
just swapping. No problem.
What is that, 60? 60. Did you notice he's coming after me every hand?
Jesus is raised here.
Yeah, I'm like this person.
Made it 60 to go. He's got ace-7 offsuit.
John, what invite?
I don't think he's going to get called here by anybody. We'll see. Oh, Kenna calls.
And Jason calls with Jack-10. Kenna's got, we can see one king. He's got the king of spades. That's all we see here. Jack-4-7. Jesus has got second pair, but Jason has top pair.
Wow.
Jack-4-7, 2 hearts.
Kenna called with king-6 of spades. Wow.
Well, Jesus is going to fire. He has ace-7, second pair with an overcard.
Yeah, it's not a terrible flop for ace-7.
He bets 100. Let's see if Jason throws a check raise in here.
I'm betting Tijuana.
And he is.
Yep.
Looks like he makes it either 300 or 400. 300.
Jason's pretty straightforward here. Top pair, he bets it.
Or check raises it.
Right, exactly.
Can you beat sevens?
We haven't seen him really get tricky here.
Don't ask me.
And I got to give props to our producer, Evelyn, here. She goes to the door, gets us water, okay? Tips the server, comes back and still gets the cards in on time. Amazing.
I just want to know so I don't feel bad.
Well, wait a minute. You flop top pair and you check?
Check raise.
Is that, you check raise, right?
John Hong. John Hong is my hero. I like your game. I like your game so much. I do. I really do.
I'm saying you didn't bet your
Indiana,
hand.
John, Indiana, man, the best.
Do you derive 100% of your income from poker?
I didn't touch it.
Oh, that's secret.
Yeah, you like that?
No.
Secret, yeah, mother call they call that.
Jason's in the big blind there in seat 5.
Jason's got an interesting growth on his chin there. What is that?
All right.
Well, for people that can grow facial hair, I think it's a goatee, Dave.
There you go.
Your skin's pretty fair, I know that.
You're saying I can't grow facial hair? I don't think that's a problem.
Oh! Shoot, man, I thought
My wife would wish I can't grow facial hair.
You know what? I thought I had the two brown, I had the two purple. Hold on. That's the
Kenna Ray's here to 50. He's got king queen offsuit again. Seems like he's got that hand a bunch of times here tonight.
Yeah, and unfortunately, it doesn't really play that well in No Limit Hold'em, does it?
John Wong's going to make the call with Jack 4 of hearts. And looks like Barry's in there with king 8. So we're going to see three-way action here. $150 pot. Queen 6-7. Well, Kenna picks up top pair. And he wondered. Oh, look at this. Kenna's going to check it. He's going to play it tricky. And now Wong checks right behind him. Turn is a 9.
Barry's picked up a straight draw. Open-ended now.
125 I'm betting now. 125.
So Kenna played that one a little tricky, Dave. And he bets 125 now. Kenna.
Straight draw no good?
Straight draw is no good?
No good. Straight draw is no good.
Well, it's good if it gets there.
There's no care, there's no flush.
But look at what you get, look what you can buy for $125. Give this one to KJ. No, don't do it. Don't do it.
Show me one card, I won't do it.
I'm not showing you any card.
I got outs. I got out.
Barry makes the call, and the river's a 3, and he misses.
I got 3, tons of stuff.
I understand, Stan.
I'm just curious of the strategy of Barry. He tells the guy he has a straight draw, then he calls. If a 10 or a 5 comes out, and it's a one-card straight out there, do you think there's any implied odds after you tell your opponent that you're on a straight draw? I mean, there's only one straight draw out there.
You're going to raise me. That's the problem. And I can't stand
Really?
the raise.
Actually, no, somebody could have Jack 10 also, I suppose.
Give me the pot. I check. What do you
He
got?
kind of checks behind him. He says, I didn't want to get check raised, so I'm going to check it.
And there's King Queen offsuit. Wins small pot.
This is why I lose every night.
I gave you 125.
Okay?
Plus the original
I lose
130.
every night because I make nothing on the hands I win, and then the hands I have 8 high, I pay like $1,600. Not
Well,
a winning formula.
You're right. It's not a winning formula.
You know what I mean, Jesus? You know what I'm talking about.
Oh,
Oh, wait, straddle. I'm straddling.
Oh, a straddle.
there we go.
And now
Straddle here is $40. It's a live bet. It's a live blind bet. And basically, the player, after the big blind, is putting in double the size of the big blind. So in this case, it's $40.
Exactly. That's
And for that, he gets to act last.
And Kenna is in the straddle spot.
Yeah, kind of an action
He called
maker.
40. It's $40. $40.
Usually you'd want to be a little looser with your raises in the straddle pot, Dave. Pick up
without a
the
doubt. Well, here Jason's got Ace Jack in a small blind. Let's see if he puts a raise in.
No, he's just gonna call.
That would have been a good spot to really put a nice raise in there. Take the whole thing down.
John Wong's got Jack 10 suited over there in seat 2. Kenna's got Jack 10 offsuit. So look at that. 3 jacks are dead.
Okay.
I'm going to raise
Oh, Kenna's gonna raise out of the straddle spot.
2 1/4.
He's gonna make it 2 1/4. Dave, this is a very, very common play that we see.
Oh, without a doubt.
If it gets limped around to the straddler, he comes and he raises.
How much?
You look at the pot already. I mean, it's 40, 40, 40. I mean, you're talking about a $200 pot.
$160 pot, yeah.
But look at Mark.
Oh, Mark's gonna call. Oh, he's gonna re-raise. He's gonna
600.
re-raise to 600. He's pulled
Wow.
the limp
We'll take it in and
re-raise.
And that's not a play that Mark usually does.
He's pulled the limp re-raise with ace 3 suited.
225, 35, 40, 265.
It's kind of like Mark was playing a video game and he found a new weapon to use, you know?
Here's 2 yellow
Added it
chips.
to his
Here's
arsenal.
2 yellow chips.
Looks like he made it 600.
Look at this. This
So
is
it's-
not a play that I would normally expect out of Mark.
About, I want to say 350 more.
There you go.
Well, you know, Mark's got the best hand.
There you go.
But obviously it's a play.
350, 375,
375 more.
Wow.
375. I'm with you. 375.
Wow, and Kenna's gonna make the call.
I mean, the flop bring 2 3
And
for you.
Dave, the pot's about $1,000 right
Yeah.
now.
Well, that, you know what?
King 3-7.
Mark picks up a pair here. That's what the straddle does. A straddle is it's like an action maker. You know, need action, straddle.
It's $1,000 pot. And Kenna checks. Well, if you're Mark, if you want to bet, I mean, do you push all in here?
Without a doubt.
I mean,
what does he have?
he only. I mean, that's 400 right there.
No, it's not that. It's
Oh, and he's betting like $600.
$600 or $700 here. Looks like 700.
He's not quite all in. And actually, you know, it's actually a really good bet because it almost looks like I want to call. He didn't put all his money in there.
Why can't I have a pair?
He probably has maybe 300 or 400 left.
Nice play by Mark here. You know, his image, his table image is like squeaky tight, you know? And he took
Kenna's saying
advantage
you're
of it.
bluffing with the best hand, and it's partly true.
He's bluffing with the best hand. Absolutely.
Hey, look, give Kenna credit.
I just said you had me.
He put him on like an ace high, you know?
Yep.
He kind of had an ace high. Just happened to hit his 3.
Is that like a Midas guarantee? I know I gave you.
And it's one of those things, even if you know the guy's bluffing and he's already put $700 in there,
He has to
you
call.
can't, you can't bluff him back with a jack high.
Nice hand.
It's one of those frustrating things when you go, I know you're bluffing, but I can't beat your bluff.
That was a good move, wasn't it? Yeah, it was.
Wow.
Put the money in the
Give
blind.
Mark some credit there.
It's worked out so well for you so far.
It is.
And the strangest play in that hand was Jason, actually, the small line just limping in, I thought.
60 total?
Looks like Mark has raised here to 60. He's got ace jack offsuit, seat 9.
He's raising an early position here.
Yep.
Actually, Mark's moved to seat 1 now.
John Huang, he's going to come in there.
So 60.
Actually, he's re-raised to 150. He has ace king there in seat 2.
I think he wants to isolate Mark, and I think he's going to get the chance.
Well, look at Jason. He's got pocket 7s. He's got enough money. He's going to muck him. Barry's got pocket 6s.
Oh, you saw it?
About 9:15,
Oh,
9:30.
Barry mucks.
Everyone needs to know.
Kenna's going to muck. Jesus has got 6-5 offsuit. He had limped under the gun.
He's not even sitting down anymore, so
Oh, heads up, and you got position on me. You want action?
I'm assuming he's out, and he is.
16.
You want me to call?
And it's back to Mark. 90 to call.
Look at
here.
Mark. Mark has got like a little swagger. Look, if you want me to call, I'll call. He's kind of talking crap.
Well,
you
he's
know?
in big trouble.
Talking smack today, though. Look at that.
John Wong is not the type of player that I want to play out of position. I want to play out of position against Amos, right?
Yeah, I don't want to, because John, basically the problem.
And Mark mucks.
Good fold.
Yeah.
The problem is if you don't hit your jack
Right.
or your ace, you're going to check to him probably.
Yeah.
And he's going to bet definitely.
Right.
And then what do you do? You're really a tough spot there.
Was he fair of anything?
Blind, please.
If there wasn't a pair of anything, I was ace king or higher, I was dominated.
And I hear we might be getting Kenna in the booth
Yep.
at the end of our webcast, so he can critique his own play.
So anyone that want to asks, and we were going to say this now in the 2+2 form, anyone that wants specific questions that they might have that I will deem interesting can write in right now, and maybe I will ask him the question.
You will deem interesting.
Yes.
I like that.
Yes.
Maybe we should send them to like our our little department of email department. Ace King here, Jason. He's going to take it down. I have an interesting quiz question for you, Bart, and for anybody in 2+2 listening, or anybody listening anywhere, if they want to email us in at liveatthebike.com. What is, and this is a Hold'em question, okay? If you have a 10 and a 5 offsuit in your hand, what is the only straight you cannot make in Hold'em?
John.
Do you expect me to be able to answer that while I'm doing commentary?
You're a Hold'em player. Well, I'm asking all the 2+2 people also. If you figure it out, don't say it yet, because I want everybody at home. Once again, it's if you have a 10 and a 5 in your hand and they are offsuit, what is the only straight in Hold'em you cannot make after all 5 cards are out? There's only one straight you can't make. What is it?
Russ is going to raise here with King Jack suited, and do that on the 2+2 for him, Dave.
Yeah, so
People
that
can respond.
+2.
And Russ is going to take it down there.
And if anybody on the 2+2 forum gets it right, and you decide to come to Los Angeles, or you live in Los Angeles, I will buy the first person who answers it correctly a 30-minute massage.
I haven't seen one
Really?
in
Yes,
That's a deal.
here at the Bicycle Casino.
Oh, that's mine.
Big blind, John.
That's what I asked you for.
There's Russ in seat 3 there. I want to call Russ like Rico Suave, you know?
I'm gonna buy the button, you guys.
Okay, give me back my cup.
Too late. You
I
gotta
got 2
tell him.
cards.
Give me back my cup.
You just gotta wait one hand. It's okay.
And once again, the quiz question is,
Yeah, I'm gonna
if
get
you have
Get
10-5
another
offsuit and hold
John,
them,
I'll get another loose.
what is the only straight you cannot make
Talk on the phone.
when all 5 cards are, after all 5 cards are dealt?
The cards in the mirror, John.
No, I didn't call yet. Only when I.
That's an interesting question because I always thought that you needed a 5 or a 10 to make a straight
This is not like a tournament.
in Hold'em.
Well, not in Hold'em, theoretically. Remember, in Hold'em, you don't need to use any of your hole cards.
But you're not talking about just playing the board, are you?
Could play the board. It's the only straight you cannot make.
Jack.
Give me the
Unlike Omaha, obviously in Omaha, you must use 2 of your cards. You can't use 3, you can't use 1, you must use 2. In Hold'em, you can use 2, 1, or none. But when you have a 10 and a 5 in your hand, there's one straight you cannot make. And up for grabs, a 30-minute massage. And I'll let you people pick the masseuse. It won't necessarily be Bart, don't worry. Or me. And Kenneth taking a little break from the action. Oh,
He's taking a break from the table because he's on the phone.
there you go.
Okay, let me take a look.
No, play blind.
Okay.
Kenneth's going to limp here.
Then put the cards in.
Okay, don't yell at me. I'm sensitive. Hey,
Got King
you told
5
me to
suited.
play, so I'm playing. So wouldn't that be ironic if I didn't?
And Mark, he's going to limp.
It's on the button here. It's
3-6 suited.
Yeah.
Cut raise.
And John Wong's going to raise. He's got King Queen offsuit. He makes it 200 to go. John likes to do this a lot too, Dave.
I
Picks
get-
up weak limpers.
One thing about John Wong's play, I'll tell you, he's one of the few players. He plays the cash game almost the same way as he plays in a real tournament.
Yeah.
You know, aggressive. He pushes all in on semi bluffs, and it seems to work for him on most occasions.
Well, I think because, you know, the reason why it works for him is because he's smart enough where he knows that a lot of times one pair isn't necessarily good. He's not going to commit all his chips like we saw Super Mario do a couple times.
Right,
He was on the
exactly.
show last week.
Well, the nice thing about John Wong, he definitely has 5 gears to his game. You know, he can go, you know, he can go in high gear, or he can slow it down if he has to. And we saw earlier, it's not like he, you know, like when Russ had pocket aces. You know, he knows, okay, I'm probably really, really badly behind here. Let me get away from this.
Every time I play a tournament, I get my ass just handed. No return on my investment. I don't know if I'm...
Jesus is going to limp here. Queen 8 offsuit. Mark going to limp. Yeah, it looks like John Wong's going to raise. And again, as the table tightens up, we've seen him do this before on the show. Also, Dave, he adjusts to the table, and now he's going to try to start to run over the table. The first hour, he was just kind of sitting back, not playing many hands.
Right.
Now the table, I mean, it is almost playing a little bit tight. It's kind of slowed
Yeah,
down.
it's definitely, yeah.
He raised with King 10 offsuit, and he's heads up with Jesus with Queen 8. Ace 7 4.
It's kind of the art of no limit poker. You've got to be able to change gears as the table changes.
Jesus checks. I'm sure John's going to bet, and Jesus is going to fold. He bets 150,
It was actually bigger. I was the lowest stack.
and he takes it down.
And that's John just playing his position.
And then
playing
he
the player.
just picks up, $400 or $500 off the last two hands with pretty much nothing. Yeah, doing nothing.
He calls it on the
And that's, I mean, if you watch him playing a tournament, that's how he accumulates chips in very low risk situations like that. And then, if he picks up a big hand when he's in there with 3-6 or 4-7, well, then he can try to double up. But he's looking to play a lot of small pots,
Yeah, but I mean, I had 7,000 in it.
which is what most really good poker players,
It was sick.
in terms of professional tournament players, they don't want to risk all their chips on one pot. They want to take advantage of the small little ones.
Well, the other thing, though, too,
build
is
their
that when
chips
they
like
have
that.
a huge chip stack, then they can gamble it up. You know?
Much more so, yeah, exactly. You've got 2,000 in chips, and they've got 20,000 in chips. They don't care if you go all in. You can't hurt them.
Jesus is limped. Mark is limped with ace rag offsuit. Russ is in there with king 9 offsuit. Amos completes. And Jason there, he's got queen 10 suited. He's going to check. So we've got a $100 pot.
Yeah, there's some hands I'm just not sure why you're limping in with. Jack 4.
Well, Amos is in the small blind. I understand, yeah.
Even for
yeah.
one chip, though, there's no
Yeah.
point in it.
King 6-3. Russ has got top pair.
The blinds are 10-20. I'm in for $10. I'll save $10. What am I calling for?
Look at this. Mark's going to throw a bet in here, though.
That is 80.
It's about 80.
It's not a bad bet. He's trying to pick it up. It just didn't, In this case, Russ happened to flop top pair.
Russ smooth calls. Turns a 4. Mark checks. And Russ is going to know his hand's good now.
150 is the bet.
Bets 150.
Carlos.
Now, maybe a crafty player could represent something like a straight here or a set, Dave, by check raising, but you got to really pick your spots, right?
Yeah, exactly. Russ is,
Yeah.
and that's a good play by Russ. Russ is obviously, he's feeling good about himself because he made that play with ace 3. And oftentimes a lot of players, sometimes myself, I'll feel really good. Oh, right, I've left out, I won a big pot and everything. And you start feeling like, ooh, maybe I can outplay my opponent every time. And you got to realize, obviously, you got to pick your spots.
Everybody straddle one time, okay? Once around.
Live straddle.
Just one time. Straddle once around. Might change your luck. Probably change your luck.
And Ken is going to live straddle here, Dave.
I hear word that Ken and James might bring his agent in here. I hope he's not represented by Drew Rosenhaus.
What's the matter, Andrew? What happened?
Waiting.
Straddle?
Now, this is the spot. This is the spot. It's your mark with King Queen in a straddled pot. You throw in a nice raise here. You might.
60 more.
Maybe not.
Oh, Mark is going to raise. King, queen, offsuit.
But he raised it to 100.
Wow, Russ is going to call it the Doyle Brunson hand. Deuce 10 of diamonds.
Yeah.
And Steven quickly mucks ace. Oh, excuse me. Stefan's got ace 8 of diamonds in seat 8. Look at this. Ken is coming in with 4-9 offsuit.
Yeah, he's got the 49ers.
Oh, boy.
He's got San Francisco here.
I mean, that reminds me of Corporation Mike hand there.
I mean, this is a $440 pot.
Yeah. Here we go to the flop. 6, 8, 10. Look at this. Russ has top pair with deuce 10.
Yeah, but how do you play it, though? With deuce 10. Well, he's got position. I mean,
Mark was the raiser. He's going to bet. He bets 400. He bets about the size of the pot there. And you're right. I mean, if you've got deuce 10 offsuit, Dave,
yeah,
how do
the
you
problem
know?
with Mark's play here, he only raised $100.
Yeah.
When the straddle's 40, that's like inviting calls.
Yeah.
Well, the flop misses you like that.
Yeah.
Get away from it. You know you're not going to be good. And he obviously tried to bluff at it. It's not going to work.
Look at that. Stefan gets out of the hand with ace-8. And Dave, we got a $1,200 pot brewing.
Exactly.
The turn's the king. He picks up top pair.
Oh, there you go.
$1,200 in the pot, and he checks it.
You think maybe he's trying to trap him, or is he scared of spades?
Look at that.
Oh,
Russ
wow.
checks right behind him.
If another spade comes out, he's going to be scared.
And the river is a fourth spade. It's the 5 of spades.
Well, now what happens here? Is Russ going to take a shot at it?
No, he just checks it down, Dave. Oh, what a bad example of how to use your position.
Well, why limp in with 10 deuce?
Yeah, that's incredible.
So you can, think about the way he played it. He calls $100 with 10 deuce in position, flops top pair, doesn't know where he's at. Mark bets into him, he just smooth calls, and then check and check.
Yeah, that's...
And he gives the pot away.
Hey, you still got a house in...
I would
You've got a
imagine
$1,200 pot there, and I'm in his position. The guy checks with the 4th spade. You can throw in maybe 600 there on the river, something like that.
Why
600 or
not?
700.
I don't understand why he didn't raise the flop to start off
You're
with.
not even really from...
I mean, if you're going to play 10 deuce.
Fake the accent.
Oh, here we go.
Pocket kings here for seat 5, and Ken has got ace-queen suited, it looks like, and he's in the big blind, Dave. He could be in big trouble this hand.
Yeah.
The way that he's kind of overplayed some hands tonight.
Ken is wearing the cowboy hat, but he might be getting beaten by the Cowboys tonight. Let's see.
Away from the cameras, he's like, hey, did you see that day when I was... You know, on the camera, he's like...
Oh, and a lot of limpers here. Let's see what Jason does. Jason's going to raise it up.
You remember one time play the same table?
How much did he raise here, too?
250.
Not a bad raise.
Well, there's 6 limpers.
And Ken is going to call.
Wow. Calling with ace-queen of spades out of position.
Maybe he'd like a re-raise there, Dave, as opposed to a smooth call.
I don't know. Tough hand to play. Problem with re-raising with it, if you get pushed in, then what do you do? Then you got to muck it. So.
Well, here we go. We know one of the aces is dead. Ace-queen against pocket kings. 6-4-6. Well,
This is the problem with playing ace-queen out of position here. You're checking it. What are you just going to check and fold if you miss?
well, Jason's bet 500, and if Kenna gets tricky, he's in big trouble. Oh, he makes a check call. And Dave, we've got a $1,500 pot here.
I mean,
the
he's setting
turn
up-
is a 3. Jason's got the king of diamonds in his hand, too.
Ken is drawing real slim.
And it goes check, check, and the river's queen, and Kenna's got top pair now.
Oh, Ken is dead. Oh, he's in trouble.
And he bets 1,000. It's a $2,500 pot, and Jason instantly calls, and he's going to take it down with the overpair. And Kenna loses another one.
And you know what? It's not like Jason trapped Kenna. Kenna trapped himself. And you know what? When he comes in here, I want you to ask him about that play because he just trapped himself in the hand. I don't understand the call. The board's 6-4-3. What are you calling with?
Yeah.
And that's the problem when you call with ace, queen of spades out of position.
The board was it 6-4-3? 6-6-6-4, I think the board was.
6-6-4 with a 3 on the turn.
Yeah, three
and
diamonds.
three diamonds. And then the queen on the river.
Yep.
But the problem with ace, queen of spades is when you miss your flop, you're just going to check to the razor. He's going to bet. Okay, and then you're just going to check call with overcards.
I don't actually mind the check there too with Jason. He checked the turn just in case that Kenna had a 6 or something like that because you've got the diamond in your hand.
No, definitely.
Yeah.
He's got the king of diamonds and he induced a bluff.
Yep.
I mean, it turns out that Kenna hit the queen, so you might have thought he was good, but I wonder if Kenna might have bet it anyway. Wow. It's just not Kenna's night.
Nope.
Well, look at
Live
that.
straddle.
I didn't know that. I would have raised.
Those pocket kings just knocked off Kenna's hat.
Yep.
And you can read, if you can read Kenna's lips there, he just went, wow.
Here we go to the flop. Oh, Kenna's got trip kings.
And look at this. And like you said before, he just lost a $2,500 pot, right?
Yeah.
And now he's going to win about a $50 pot.
I think it's just three-way action.
Red and blind.
And Kenna bets blind on the turn. Turns 4. And he's not going to get the action. Oh, boy.
And he's shaking his head. You know, he's one of the funniest and nicest guys you'll ever meet. But losing a few $1,000s is going to wipe the smile off anybody's face.
Right.
Blind, please.
And there he is, yeah. That says it all right there, folks.
No.
And just want to thank Donna for letting us know that he took his hat off because we couldn't tell. We appreciate that. That's great. Wasn't sure if that was his hair or the hat.
Oh, boy, oh, boy.
And that's the story of Kenneth's night tonight. You know, win a couple. You know, win a $50 pot, win a $50 pot, lose a $2,000 pot. You know.
John Wong is raised here with ace jack offsuit.
He's got the best hand.
Russ is going to smooth call with queen jack offsuit.
Okay.
Dominated.
On you, Dave.
Ken is going to muck here.
One thing good about Kenny, you can always count on him to being honest. He'll be just as critical of his own play as anybody else's.
Yep.
And he'll probably come in here and tell you that he played some subpar poker tonight.
And we're going to see a flop here. $300 pot. Jesus calls with the king 5 suited. Here we go. 7 deuce deuce.
Who said 7 deuce was the worst hand in poker?
Check. John's going to bet it.
Bet is 150.
He has the best hand.
I know they made that.
150 into a $300 pot. And he's going to take it down.
And how much was that pot, actually? I'm trying to think.
$300.
No, the pot with
with
Jason and Ken out here. I know he bet 1,000 on the river and it got called.
Well,
it was 500 on the flop.
It was a $500 bet on the flop, so it was $1,500, and then he bet 1,000, and there was a call.
So it's
it's a
$3,500
pot.
$3,500 pot. So we're
bet.
looking at about $1,750 he lost on that one.
Or $1,700.
Wow.
Is that all you're playing out?
And he's lost 3 big hands now. He lost that big hand to Jesus when Jesus had Jack 4, and he had Ace King. He lost a big hand to the Frenchman Ophi in seat 9 when he got called down on the bluff, and then there obviously he lost that big hand. All in all, he's probably down about, I'd say, $4,000 tonight.
How does it raise by small one? By big one?
Looks like we.
75 more?
Well, one thing we know about Kenny, he's a heck of a poker player, so we know he'll land on his feet when it's all said and done.
Looks like we have an answer here to that question.
4%.
And we'll get to that at the end of the hand. 4-way action here. It looks like the small blind raised, Dave. Ace, queen, 8, couple of spades. Russ has got a flush draw there in seat 3. He's going to bet it.
Bet is 300.
$300. Mark had actually raised out of the blind with king jack. He has a gut shot.
Nice flop for Russ there, huh? Pair and a flush draw?
Yep. And he's going to take it down. So Russ Fox.
Russ Fox. You know what? Of all the people to answer it right, it has to be somebody who actually lives here. So I'm on the hook for a 30-minute massage for Russ Fox. And the answer is here. Russ says, easy. A 9 high straight cannot be made, because you have a 10 high straight. And you can figure it out in your head any way you want. There's no way if you have a 10 and a 5 in your hand in Hold'em, you can make a 9 high straight. It is impossible, and it's the only straight you can't make.
So you can't make a straight with 10-5 in your hand. You're always going to make a straight. So it's a trick question. I'm losing you here.
No.
Under the gun.
The only straight you can't make with a 10 and a 5 in your hand is a 9 high straight. You can make Broadway.
Because I knew
You
I
can
wasn't
make.
making you
I mean, you
guys
think of
win
any
half,
straight
so
you can make. You can make any straight in your hand.
Talking about?
Because the 5 cards are board to play.
5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
Right, you cannot make a 9 high straight because you have a 10 in your hand and it will be a 10 high straight.
I see.
Holy cow.
A little bit of a trick question there. Congratulations to Russ Fox. I've got more trivia questions. I'll come up with more later for you guys.
He says, I see a massage in my future.
Congratulations to Russ.
I've never seen Russ Fox get a massage before.
Well,
Amos is raised here
soon
with
you'll
ace
see
king.
him.
And he's raised with ace king here. And look at this. Kenna has called him with king 10 offsuit. One of the tightest players on the table, and Ken has called his early position raise with... Oh, excuse me, it's Barry. Barry's called with king 10 offsuit.
And Russ called it
And
10
Russ
deuce
called
again.
it 10 deuce again.
What, is he just married to 10 deuce? What is this? Well, everybody has their favorite hand. I guess that's his favorite hand. I don't know.
5-9-8. Oh, Amos is actually going to lead out, Dave.
I like the bet here by Amos. Nobody can call this. And what is that Russ uses to protect his cards? That little creature that's up there. What is that little critter there? Let's see it. Oh, it's a little Buddha.
Ah.
There we go. Little lucky Buddha.
Give me 2 yellows. I got yellows coming right now. Just give me 30 yellows.
I almost call you, Russ.
And Jive also answered it correctly, but only about, unfortunately, a couple of minutes after Russ answered it. So,
yep.
And these people are answering it on 2+2. It's a thread that you can follow our show on every night. How do you get the 2+2 again?
It's 2plus2.com, spelled out. Click on forums. Click on Tournament Poker, World Poker Tour, and other televised tournaments. Official live at the Bike Thread for 8/19. Is it August already? It's almost September.
Is it August already?
I mean, I remember we started this show in January, didn't we? Or was it early February? February.
Wow.
It's almost depressing coming back.
Time flies.
Come a long way.
It just seems so different. Everything's dirty and fucking, you know.
Can you imagine if you lived there, you'd be dead in 6 months. I know I would.
Limp, limp,
I
limp.
don't really drink that much.
Four-way action. $80 pot.
Yeah.
Jack 8-9, couple of hearts. Ooh, Mark's got an open-ended straight draw and a flush draw in seat 1. And he's on the button, Dave.
That's 100.
Jesus bets 100 with Queen 8. He's got a gut shot and a pair.
What is he?
Mark calls. Well, with that powerful a hand, though, Dave, I mean, you almost want people in there. I mean, if you raise on the turn, and look at this, Russ is going to call with Ace-9. So we've got a $400 pot. A queen comes on the turn, and that gives Mark a straight. But Jesus has got queens up, and you wonder if he can get away from the hand. He doesn't have many chips left, Dave.
No, he's got 2 pair here, and it's going to be tough for him.
And he's moved all in for 250. And now if you're Mark, I think this is almost a perfect opportunity, Dave, to move all in here.
Oh, definitely.
If Russ has a 10.
Push it,
Push
come
it,
on.
you're on a free roll, right?
Definitely, push.
You're on a free roll there, buddy. He's going to raise to 800 here.
Pot's big enough. You know.
And Jesus is going to have to catch a queen or an 8 here on the
You
river.
imagine Russ sees the 1 card straight out there. I can't imagine Russ calling with a jack or something.
Yeah, I'm not going to rebuys either.
And we're going to see the river. The river's a 5.
And like you said, if Russ had a 10, you get him to call a big bet, and you're free rolling.
Yeah, that's a perfect spot to move all in there on the turn, right?
Interesting. I was actually playing a tournament at another casino a while ago, and sure enough, on the turn, 3 players, including myself, me and 2 others, made a straight just similar to that one. But I happened to have the nut flush draw also.
Right.
Like I had ace-10, and that was the board, theoretically. And a guy raises, another guy moves all in. I move all in. I get 2 callers, and I'm just, come on. Sure enough, I didn't hit the flush, but, I mean, that's the kind of hand.
Right.
Oh, wow. The perfect free roll there.
Of course, you also have those hands, too, when you say sometimes when you make quads, and it's obviously rare. Quads on a double-paired board, and you have the bottom end of quads, and you've got a couple people in there, Dave. That's perfect time. And we actually saw that a couple weeks ago on the show. Because people are calling with the top end of the full house.
And it's almost impossible to get away from it.
Yeah.
El Banco de Mexico.
Why didn't she announce it at the table?
She did, sir.
She did?
We haven't seen an abundance of premium hands here. Like we've seen pocket aces like once or twice. We've seen kings once.
Whenever we tell you, we always get what you get. Since I'm not playing.
Queen Jack suited. It's good hand, John.
Looks like John Wong brought that one in for a raise with King 7 suited.
Once again, there's the pattern. He's doing it on the button. He's in position.
So usually on the button or in the cutoff, right?
What?
Yeah,
and it's
exactly.
going to come in with King 10. Jesus, I think he's got 1,000 behind. He's in there with ace-9.
John's one of those players who really has a grasp of the understanding of what the power position is.
Look at this. He picks up the nut flush draw, ace-deuce-3. Jesus has top pair here, and we could see all the money go in here again, Dave.
Yeah, I'd imagine it might.
Oh, Jesus has 5,000 behind Dave.
Wow. Well, maybe all the money won't go in then.
Is that what it is?
Looks like John doesn't have that much money there, does he? Or he does have a $1,000 chip underneath that, I think.
Looks like it's a $300 bet there.
He won. Matter of fact, he won.
And I think Jesus just smooth calls there. The turn's an 8. Now, and
but I don't like, you know, dude, I had it like the other
I don't
day,
know
like
what somebody went.
I think
all in.
actually Jesus bet.
That fool was freaking out, dude.
Yes, sir.
And I think Jesus moved all in.
Jesus moved all in for another 4,700.
Can you call for John here?
It would put John in a spot where.
And it's actually about 2,000 to John. That's all he has.
Yeah. Wow. It's a
One
bold
card.
move by Jesus. What if John had ace king or something?
Well, that's the reason I don't think. I mean, Jesus really shouldn't be buying in for 5,000. But hey,
Yeah.
it's not my money, so I don't mind.
Yep.
Oh, you know what? If Stefan hadn't laughed, I would have forgot he was at the table.
JP's kind of like a chubby guy, about 50.
Talk about being patient, huh?
I saw the ace under the 9. Don't bullshit. John, don't bullshit. I saw your ace when you did. You have ace 9.
And today's tournament actually was a $1,500 buy-in, no limit hold'em tournament. It started at $415, and some of the bigger names, if they get knocked out, we hear they might be joining us at this table. But they are hour-long rounds today, so it might be a little slower. Slower than the tournament.
Look at that. We already got a set of questions that our buddy who starts the thread, Kev Math, wrote into. Looks like a couple of those have been deemed insightful by me. And they may be read.
Yes. Oh my goodness. It tells me on my face I saw his hand.
And actually, in between hands, I want to ask one of the questions here that he posted because it's an interesting question.
Did you beat ace 9, John? Huh? Did you beat ace 9? Of course not. That's why he's sticking to himself right now.
Jesus has raised to 150 with ace-6 offsuit. John Wong's made the call with ace-10 offsuit. Amos has deuce-5 suit, early position. And against these two players, you might want to make this call, huh? Russ has got a king-jack offsuit. He's going to muck. Amos is going to make the call. Oh, no, he's not. I thought he was going to make the call. So we're heads up ace-6 against ace-10, and John's got position on Jesus, and you know who I like in the hand. Queen 10-9.
Oh, definitely now.
He was borrowing money from other people. You know? I mean, even like.
Yeah, Jesus is in real bad shape here. John's hit his kicker. And it's check.
Check. Wow, turns
Little
7.
trap, trying to trap him.
Jesus has a gut shot to the 8 now.
He was a good player, maybe I would.
I don't really know why you would trap Jesus, because it's like if you bet and he has top pair, he's just going to check raise you all in anyways, right?
Yeah,
on the flop.
And you never know if if he had a jack or an 8 in his hand and he gets lucky and hits it straight, then.
Like, you know, when some of those, you know, when all those fools bring out their money, they pull out a grip.
John's bet here on the turn, and Jesus mucks.
Yeah, well, once the 7 comes out, 2 clubs, 7, 9, 10, queen. The board is far too coordinated to let another card go off.
Kev Math, he asked an interesting question. He said, what do you think of a professional players union now in golf, obviously, with sponsorship and other kinds of roaming tournaments? The players don't put up the money for the prize pool like they do in poker.
Right.
But you think that poker's gotten big enough now where, you know, the prize pools can be at least partially put up by some of the sponsorship.
Oh, well,
but it's
already started.
100% players right now,
Right,
with
well,
the exception of the PPT. I know that.
The
That's a free
PPT and
roll
also
thing.
ESPN's, I think, $2 million free roll that Danny Duke won last year.
But I'm just talking. I mean, that was a handful of 10 players though that day, right?
Well, I think the PPT is a joke also because it doesn't necessarily.
Oh, it's not like the best player. It's not like getting your
No.
PGA card. It's a hand-selected combination of celebrities,
Exactly.
interesting people. You know how it is. I mean,
Well, it's some of the best tournament players with a lot of just people that have connections.
look at this 7-way action. I don't think anyone raised here. Pocket 10's and ace king, jack 7 deuce, couple of clubs.
Well,
Looks
Stefan's flop top
yeah,
pair. Yeah.
Stefan's got king jack over there in seat 8, and he's going to bet it.
$350.
$350.
350, huh?
And Jesus, he's going to make the call there with a couple of overcards. Ace king.
He's got the ace of clubs. So he's got the backdoor flush draw, but obviously he's in bad shape.
And
king
Jason
comes
doesn't look like his tens now. He mucks. And here we go. King Jack against Ace King. Yeah, Dave, if a king comes out, again, all the money's going in. We know how Jesus plays. Let's see the turn. The turn's a 4 of clubs.
Wow.
Jesus picks up his backdoor club draw. And
I'll tell you now-
Steven bets. It looks like 1,000, and
300.
Jesus called.
Oh, wait.
And the river is a 6. And King Jack is good here.
Yeah. Wow, and he's
And
getting called.
Steven bets 325, a little value bet, and Jesus makes the call all the way with Ace King. Unbelievable. And Dave, that's over a $1,500 pot there. Actually, if the bet on the turn was, I think the bet on the turn was 500, it's more than that. The pot's more like 2,000. Unbelievable stuff.
I'll tell you one thing, and Brian was a little quick on the river, so quick I couldn't even say it.
Right.
If a club had come on that river, I know Stefan in seat 8, but a club comes on the river, and Jesus gives Stefan a bad beat there, Stefan is going to explode. I mean,
Oh,
he
you
is
know
going
him that way?
Oh,
That
he
way?
is just going to explode. He has got a temper. You know, he might get up and literally kill Brian, the dealer.
He's one of those, one of
he
those
is
types.
Very explosive.
Yeah.
I was, kind of rooting for the club there just to see him explode. Unfortunately, it didn't come up.
No, Jesus calls all the way down there with Ace King.
Yeah.
Vive la France! One more for the Frenchman.
Well, it's like the first time we've seen Stefan
Yeah.
play, and he wins. Wins about let's say about $1,100 there, right?
I'm going to clone you. Okay.
Thank you.
I think Stefan said, "I'm going to clone you," to Jesus. I'm going to clone you.
Stefan just continues to insult.
I know,
insult
he's
Jesus.
insulting Jesus in
Right
front
next to
of
him.
Yeah.
But John, I have to tell you, I did not.
Well,
like
that's Stefan in a nutshell there.
Are you saying that he's a little bit classless, or he doesn't have the best poker etiquette?
He'll just shake your hand and smile and call you a moron all in the same breath.
And he's a Frenchman, too. What gall.
Yeah.
Here we go to the flop. Oh, Jesus has got the nut flush draw again. Ken has picked up top pair here. Oh, Jesus is going to need to get off the phone or his hand's going to be dead.
You out?
I don't know.
Yes.
It's a $100 bet here by Kenna. Jesus has got the ace of spades. He's not going anywhere. He calls. Kenna's got king 7. Turns a 9.
300. John.
Kenna bets 300. Jesus calls. And the river is the 10 of spades.
And so goes Kenna's knight.
And look at this. Kenna's, maybe he's going to throw in another bet here, a defensive bet.
Yeah, it's a kind of a defensive.
Yeah, he bets 100. And
Little
obviously,
stop bet.
Jesus is probably going to raise here.
That's a little. I hope he doesn't raise me bet.
Take another bite. Nut flush in my hand. Pot's about $1,000, 100 to call.
And we might need a new setup here. Let's get new cards here after Jesus touches these ones.
So the only thing he could lose here, too, Dave, would be Jack 9 of spades, right?
Yeah, exactly. That's
Yeah.
it.
And he's going to move all in, Dave. Maybe he could raise to 200, maybe.
Hey, you know what?
And Ken's going to muck the hand.
Kenna tried to put a little stop bet out there, hoping that he could just get a, kind of a free showdown, but it didn't work.
I was going to say, Jesus kind of, forget about the implied odds. He's just making the calls, getting 1-1, and then, of course, he over raises the river and gets absolutely no money to make those calls with implied odds. So,
if I had my choice, I would have rather that happened against Stefan than Kenna.
Because you want to see him blow up.
Well, and also Kenna's just been,
Yeah, Ken has been brutally.
Oh, he's getting killed tonight. He's probably down $4,500 tonight.
Yeah.
Plus, he entered the $1,500 tournament that obviously he did not do well in.
Yep.
So we're looking at a $6,000 night for Kenna. Forget about commentary. I might be his accountant here.
Look at the amount of money that Amos has, though. That King Jack against Barry's pocket aces from a few hours ago.
That's the nature of no limit. You can, you can win it all or lose it all in one hand.
John Wong looks like he brought this one in for a raise out of C2. He's got ace-8 offsuit. Oh, Barry's got a smooth call with 10-5. What's going on here, Dave?
So there you go. He's got 10-5 offsuit. What's the only straight he can't make?
A 9 high straight.
There you go.
Yeah. Three-way action. Queen 9-6.
You check, right? You have
No one has anything here. John's good with ace high.
no before the flop.
And actually, Ken is in the hand. We can't see what he has over there in seat 7.
I believe Ken is getting a massage here.
It gets checked around. Now an ace comes on the turn. So we know that John has at least top pair. Ken has got 3-7 offsuit, Dave. He called there out of the small blind with 3-7 offsuit.
3-7 offsuit. What are you hoping to flop there? You know, even if you flop 4-5-6, it's not the nuts.
And look, John's going to throw a bet in here, and he's going to take it down, I'm sure.
He said he raised.
I believe it. I'll just put them all in there.
Or hasn't been around? Hey, John.
No?
Who's that guy? I've never seen him before. Who's what?
It's Weddle. He's from the Mexican poker, no limit.
What? Oh, Jesus?
Yeah, they call him Weddle.
Bueno, what they call him?
Bueno. They call Jesus
You know what
Bueno.
bueno means in Mexican?
I love it.
Bueno.
What does that mean?
No,
Wedo?
it means stinky.
It means stinky?
It means stinky. So it's a nice nickname.
Well, he
It's nice
could.
to-
I mean, he could.
I get called Friar Tuck or Tuckman, and that's way too close for Stefan. Thank you. Let's back him up. Wow. No need to see him that close up.
70. Yeah, he loves 9 alone at the table.
Pocket queens there for Kenna. Here we go. Oh boy, let's pull for him this time. Dave.
He's such a nice guy, and he's a
Yeah.
great poker player. I am pulling for him.
He raised. Looked like it was probably maybe 60. Only 60. King, Jack, Queens, and 7-9.
Well, we know a 3's coming.
Oh, look at that, a king. All spades. Ace, King, 3. What a bad flop for a couple of red queens.
And so goes Kenna's
Oh,
night.
man, and Jason's going to bet. Well, at least Kenna can get away from it.
You live in LA?
You just want to like kind of tap on his shoulder and just go, Kenna, just
You used to live
forget
in
it. Not tonight, man.
Jason bets looks like 135. I don't know what Mark's thinking about here.
I think Mark's thinking, do I make a move here?
Well, this really wouldn't be the time. Jason's hand's pretty strong. I mean, he's got the second
Well,
nut flush draw.
He's got second nut
Second
flush draw
pair.
and second pair.
Yeah, he's going to muck it.
Yeah.
Everything went up over there. Well, everything
And Jason's played a pretty solid brand of poker all night, too.
Who's that guy? Dealer.
And you know what, Dave? We just took a look at the rabbit cam. A queen on the turn.
Was it Queen
And
of Spades?
I don't think it was the Queen of Spades.
So it's Queen of Clubs.
Yep.
Over there, I mean,
Well, that was
just
all.
brutal.
I mean, that was his only out.
Yeah,
So
yeah, exactly. He had one.
two red queens. You're not going to take one off.
Yeah.
He's got one out of 40 some odd cards.
John, let's learn Mexican poker. I'm thinking about it. Are you serious?
I swear to God, Kansas City.
Very good game, I heard.
It's insane.
I've never heard about it.
They said there's more action over there.
I'm not real quick, but I don't think he has the odds to go for that.
Yeah, what was that? About a 1 in 45,
Something along
1 in
those lines, yeah.
47.
I know, but there's got to be something different about
Xi
it.
Jinping!
They get a joker, they go crazy.
The bet was $100, so he would need to make $4,500 on the bet.
Yeah, exactly.
To make that call. I don't think so.
There are 4 players.
I was small one.
It's like 4-way action here.
And you forget, of course, the guy still has a redraw too, because you get another spade on the river.
Right.
I don't think you have King Jack.
9 Jack 6,
John's got top pair here.
and he checked it, and it looks like Stefan is bet with Ace 10. So John is check top pair. Let's see if he check raises.
Yep.
Look at that. Stefan says, F you, John. Is it a smooth call there?
It was.
It was a
wow.
smooth call. And Barry calls. He's open-ended.
My guess money.
The turn is a 6.
I gotta say, if an 8 comes out here, it gives John 2 pair. Well, that's
Check, check, check. And the river is an ace. And now Steven's got the best hand. And he checks it down. Ace 10's going to be good. Third diamond on the river.
the Frenchman gets there.
Raise me, bro. Raise me.
I'd play that by John. I really was expecting to check raise with Jack 8.
El poker mexicano. ¿Cómo se juega el poker mexicano?
What, you want in?
Oh, Stefan's speaking Spanish now.
Oh, God. Once again, we are
Nothing like
live.
nothing like a
bike.
Frenchman speaking Spanish.
Yeah. Once again, we're live at the bike. I'm David Tuckman, here with Bart Hansen.
And we are doing a 10-20 no-limit game. The yellow chips are $5 chips. The brown chips are $10 chips. The purples are $25 chips. those whites are 100s, and the big green ones are 1,000s. Players usually stack their chips in 20 chip denominations, so purple stack is 500, a white stack is 2,000, a stack of greens is 20,000,
right?
A stack of browns is 200.
Raise it. Make it 95. Gotta get the cards on 95.
Kenna James is raised here, 95. King Jack offsuit, seat 7.
Players, please just turn the hand English only. I'm sorry. I'm gonna keep getting reminded from John.
I think he's kind of hoping that everybody folds here, and he can buy himself a button. He does.
Well, Russ is going to come in, looks like. Russ has got 10 Jack offsuit. Jason has a little suited connector there. Is he not going to play? Well, he's out of position. Well, he's played it real tight tonight, Dave.
Yeah. Real ABC, you know?
Heads up, King Jack against Jack 10. Ace King 3. Both players flop a pair. Wow, check. Actually, Russ didn't flop anything. He's just got a straight draw. The turn is an ace.
Ken has got to like his hand now.
Yeah.
$75.
That's funny. I mean, do you think if Ken was running a little better that he definitely would have bet that flop? You can't tell me Russ is going to make this call with an ace paired here. Well, he's got to clean out.
This is pretty much a raise or fold situation, I would imagine. Well, sometimes when players are running bad, they start becoming a little more passive. They don't play it.
Yeah, Russ mucks to him.
They start playing a little less aggressive. They start, playing a little more passive, and as a result, suddenly they're not playing well. So now they're not playing well, and they're not running good.
Yeah.
And
in Eurotrash, actually, on 2+2, did pick up on the pun I said. What gall? Thanks for that little pickup. Talking about the Frenchman. Barry's got pocket aces over there. Seat 6.
50.
And Barry's raised here.
Well, you think he's gonna smooth call with his aces this time?
No.
He learned his lesson, about a $4,000 lesson.
I think it was only a $60 raise. Am I right with that? $50 raise. The blind is 10 and 20. He's under the gun. It's like he's limped around again. Like you said, you would think he'd learn his lesson.
Oh.
And he's going to take this
I
hand
bet
multi-way.
you he doesn't check blind, though.
Well, all the aces are dead. All the aces are dead.
So he's not going to flop a set again?
No.
Okay. That's what you're trying to tell me?
Russ is going to come in there. Russ has got deuce 4 offsuit. 7-way action. $350 pot. Queen 5-8. It looks like aces is good here.
And it is. Nobody else has really even got much of anything here. No draw.
Yeah, $350 pot. And he bets 400. Kenna's going to muck. Jesus is out. No one has a queen here either, Dave. A lot of low cards.
Well, you see here the big difference. He didn't check blind and give everybody a free turn.
Yeah.
A free chance to make 2 pair and so forth.
I mean, it brings up a point, Dave. I said before, a lot of times, even heads up, if someone checks blind in front of me, I might check blind right behind them. Now, I don't do that often. But if you're going to multi-way pot there, the fact that the guy checked in first position blind, and let's say you're on the button, it kind of takes a little bit of your position away, meaning him checking, you can't think that he's weak like you would normally check if you saw the flop, right? So in a lot of cases, you might take the free card there,
I'll throw a contrary opinion to you, though. Oftentimes, I've actually done this in limit hold'em a lot. I'll raise in middle position with like ace-king or ace-queen or something like that. The big blind, they'll call and go, I check blinds here. And I go, okay, I bet blind now.
Yeah.
Because there's no board that's going to come out. I'm not going to bet it. I'm not going to give him a free card.
Well, in limit hold'em, yeah.
But you might use that same theory in no limit as well.
Yeah.
Fine, I'll bet blinds.
Pocket kings for Mark. Kenna James is the straddler. He's got ace-jack offsuit. Jesus has ace-king suited, and I think Jesus has just limped. Dave, I can smell the limp re-raise coming from seat 9. He's got ace-king suited. I think all the money's going to go in here pre-flop. And if you're Mark, I call with kings against Jesus. I'm just predicting this is the action that's going to happen.
Oh, of course you're going to call.
Yeah. It's a $120 raise, I believe. Let's see what Jesus does here. Oh, he's just going to smooth call.
Oh, my.
So it's a $400 pot. 6-4-8. I thought Jesus was going to
Mark's
limp raise.
in great shape here. He's the only guy who has a club in his hand.
Yep. $400 pot.
There's only 2 aces left, and it's the only card that'll hurt him.
He's going to bet about the size of the pot.
We saw Jesus pay off Stefan before.
What is Kenna doing, Dave?
I don't
This isn't
know.
limit hold'em. And Jesus calls too.
Wow.
Oh,
Look at
man.
this.
The turn's a 10.
Well,
now
now-
Jesus has a flush draw. $1,600 pot.
Kenna's drawing dead.
Oh,
Actually, Kenna was almost drawing dead on the flop.
Yeah,
I mean,
he'd
he
have to-
wasn't, but he was in really bad shape.
Yep.
He would have needed runner, jack, or runner, ace, jack.
It looks like Jesus might bet here, Dave.
And if you're Mark, you go all in here. The pot is too big. The pot is about $1,300 pot.
1,600 actually.
16. Okay,
Yep.
well there you go. I mean, this is push it in there, Mark.
Trying to figure out where the action is.
And Jesus has picked up 11 outs now. He's got
Check here.
Jesus has 9 hearts and 2 aces that can give him the win. So he's got 11 outs.
$1,600 pot. I think you're right. I think you push here. Yeah, and he's going to push.
Well
he's
played
going
by
to push,
Mark.
Dave. Kenna's going to leave. And boy, Jesus, yeah, he's got a lot of outs.
He's got 11
If
outs,
he
one
doesn't,
card.
but he doesn't know the fact that his king is not an out, obviously.
Right, so he might be looking at it going, well, I got 3 kings, 3 aces, and all those hearts.
Yeah.
Okay, and I'm getting paid.
15 or 13 outs.
Trying to figure out how much money Mark had. How much
Actually,
money Mark
15
moved in.
outs. Yeah. Let's see how much money it is.
How much money more is it to Mark? With a $1,600 pot, well, Mark had a lot here.
Boy, he's bet like over 3,000. So it's probably somewhere around a $5,000 pot, 3,000 to call.
So not quite getting 2-1 here.
Yeah.
It's a
And you don't
correct
know
fold.
if your ace king is good anyways, Dave. I mean, if your ace or your king comes, so.
No, you could easily be against pocket aces here.
Right. Look at this. He's turned over the hand.
Well, I like the play in a cash game. It's obviously not allowed in tournament play, and I don't like that. I think it should be allowed everywhere.
Well, I think if I'm Mark, I'm jumping up in my seat, almost pissing my pants right now. I want him to call.
I don't want him to call here.
Really?
No, the pot's big enough, and he's got outs.
Yeah, but Dave, I mean, if he makes this call, you're going to make money long-term expectation-wise.
Yeah, good,
I guess
long-term.
it depends on your bankroll.
That's not what I want to see, though. I'd rather see ace 10, to be honest with you. You know what I mean?
yeah.
I want to see a pair. That's actually one of the few hands that can beat me.
Oh,
You know
because
what I
there's
mean?
more outs because it's a flush draw.
Right,
Yeah.
that's what I'm saying. If he's got ace, there are certain hands I don't want to see, and that's one of the few ones.
Bye, guys. Big hand.
It's about, like I said, it's about a $5,000 pot. About $3,000 to call. So if he made the call, it would be about an $8,000 pot. It would match our biggest pot of the night. And again, if Jesus is thinking all his outs are clean, he's got 9 hearts, 3 aces, and 3 kings. 15 outs. That's only 2-1, Dave. And he's not really getting the odds. And obviously we can tell that his king is no good.
And Jesus asked him if he's got it. You got it? And Mark shakes his head, yes, I do.
And in actuality, we know that one of the aces, at least one of the aces, is dead.
Right, so we know he only has 11 outs.
It doesn't look like actually any of the other hearts are dead.
Even if I have a pair, you can't beat.
I tell you one thing, if half comes, you win.
It's going to fold. Mark's going to take it down.
No.
And sometimes I like
he
the
shows
play. I like the play of showing your cards and getting a reaction from your opponent.
And let's see the rabbit cam. Let's see. Brian shows us the rap.
In the window?
And it was a 6. 6 of diamonds, Dave, so he wouldn't have
A
gotten
6
that.
of diamonds.
That's okay.
Yeah.
Move your hand.
Show the real card. I can't do a French accent well enough.
And it turns out Jesus wouldn't have gotten there.
No.
And obviously, hey, if your bankroll can withstand big swings, yes, you want that call every time,
Yeah.
obviously. But I know Mark and for myself, you look at a pot like that, it's a $1,600 pot. I don't mind winning that, taking it down. And there's Amos. One of the big winners tonight. He's up about $4,000 today.
I would have asked you to call. I would have said, let's run it.
No, if it was a live straw, then that very last hand.
And that's one of those cases, had Jesus called, they might have run it 2 or 3 times. Who knows?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Look at Amos. He started, Dave, I think, with under 3,000.
Yeah,
He won that huge pot from Barry. I mean, he won all of Barry's money. He won 4,000 from Barry alone. He started with 3,300, so he's up 4,700. And really, he's just pedaling for the nuts, really.
And Kenna is in for 10 tonight.
He's in for 10,000, so he's
in
down
for about 10. So
4,300.
It's happened worse. Listen to this.
And Barry, we know also, is probably in for about
9 or 10.
About 9, yeah.
10, I paused on the button 2 weeks ago. You're about 4,000.
Mark is only in for 1,000 though.
And how much was he at?
He's at 4.
Mo, you know Mo?
So he's up 3,000.
And this is how he played it about a couple of weeks ago. He was up about 3,000 or 4,000, and then he lost it all in one hand to Mo.
Stefan's got pocket 9s. He chose to limp in.
That's after last week.
4, 4, 10.
And he went home and he saw it.
I don't mind limping in with 9s as long as you can get away from it.
No, we're over here still.
And seat number 6 has got 5, 10. That must be one of those hands.
And Kenna calls here. We're trying to get his...
Kenna's got deuce. He's got 1 deuce. He's got deuce 4, Dave. He's got trips. He's got trips. So he's made the smooth call on that flop, and now you've got to really be worried that someone has a 4 if they call you.
Yeah.
In Kenna's spot, he does.
Well, I mean, it's not like Barry's got a 10 with a 5 kicker.
Yeah.
What can he beat?
Well,
here?
the turn's a 5, so now he's got top 2 pair.
Now he can beat a 10.
And he's going to bet it here again.
That's a big bet.
Looks like he bet 600. Oh, it's a $400 bet there, Dave.
And Kenna's just going to call
And Kenna's
again.
got a smooth call. If a 10 or a 5 comes, he's in trouble. And 8 hits the river. And Barry bets again. He bets 600.
I think maybe Barry puts him on. Maybe Barry thinks the guy has a 10, like Queen 10 or Ace 10.
Well, I think that Kenna might think he's beat, too. I mean, would he have waited this long to raise?
No, I think he knows he has the winner. He must. Well, we'll see.
Dave, the pot is now $2,000, 600 for Kenna to call.
Everybody is like Machiavelli. There is a
How much is the call?
angle on everything.
600.
6.
Did I just hear Stefan say everyone is like Machiavelli over there in seat 8? God, Frenchman.
And how about a nice little $1,200 raise here?
He's taking a long time.
He is really. Come on, Kenna.
Is my partner still in?
I really think he was slow playing this
Brother, is my partner still
because he's in position. I can't imagine he puts Barry on a 4.
You kidding?
Well, he knows if Barry does have a 4, he knows he's out kicked.
No, he would never say.
He just called there, Dave.
Wow,
so
okay.
I think he was worried. And Kenna's going to take down a $2,600 pot there. And Barry can't believe it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that Barry thought that he had maybe a higher 10. And that
Yeah,
he
like
had
Jack
2 pair.
10.
Right.
And obviously, take your best 5 cards. So if he had Jack 10, it would be a 2 pair 10s and 4s with a Jack kicker. But obviously, Barry had 10s and 5s.
And I think that maybe Kenna actually raised the hand pre-flop. We didn't really quite catch that, but like Barry said, he raised with deuce 4.
Well, there you
So
go.
that might have been another thing.
Well, it's just the way I remember, somebody else I might have respected him. Oh, feeling shot. No, I couldn't have got my head.
Well, he was in the big blind last hand, so I don't.
Well, I'm going to leave you here for 2 seconds. Go get an update on the tournament, see who's got a lot of chips, and I'll be right back.
Okay.
Go ahead.
I'll just mean you.
2 players.
Started at 4:15. It's 8:45. You're only around 4. That's right. You're playing 4 more rounds.
Show me anything. Dude, show me something.
We can get started with 3,000.
Wanna play with me, Emo?
I got the beat, man.
This one just gets folded around here.
Best hand.
I had the best hand.
I had the best hand.
Huh?
I had the best hand. Guaranteed.
I just showed you one card, man. I didn't show you the other one.
King 10 suited.
Maybe a pocket king.
Respect. I should respect. That's how you treat me. Huh?
No, I should. Bro, come on. It's a $30 pot.
Doesn't matter. It's my pot. You know, you're tidying up. You win a pot, you're tidying up. Don't make any sense to me. You play your rush.
I'm tightening up. You got 8-3.
Here we go. Pot is limped around.
Last players.
Ace, king, 4, couple of diamonds. 2 people have flush draws. Jesus has got top pair in seat 9. Barry's got a flush draw and a gut shot to the jack. Looks like Jesus has bet $100 here. Jason is going to call. He also has a gut shot wheel draw. And Barry calls. Pot's now about 450. The turn is a 3. Jason picks a pair up. Jesus checks. And it gets checked around. And the river is a 9. And Jesus escapes.
75.
He's going to bet $75 here.
Very greedy, man. If you throw him naked on a
And,
pool, he comes out on a tuxedo. That's how cheap.
Barry has missed everything.
That's how tight he plays.
And Jesus is going to take it down.
You threw him naked on a pool, he comes out on a tuxedo. That's right. That's how tight he plays.
You're talking about how tight he is? He played like 3 hands in 2 hours.
Float him naked in a pool.
I have not
I
seen
guarantee he played more hands.
He comes out in a tuxedo.
I have not seen him anymore.
Explain that again.
I saw pocket 9 and deuce 4-1.
Deuce 4 is a hand, man.
I play 8-9.
Now I'm trying to figure out the tuxedo reference. I don't get it.
So if you have, do I have to do something?
Just because you say it.
Just because you say.
John Juan's going to raise. We haven't heard it from him in a while. He's got 8-9 suited.
Just because you say.
John Hong, best tournament player.
Ever.
Best underrated tournament player.
Russ calls with 6-3 suited to the left. Barry's in there with ace-4. He's got John Huang spades. And we're going to see a flop. $320 pot.
There are 3 players.
Excuse me, $250 pot. Ooh, 6-7-7. Honk's picked up an open-ended straight draw. What a flop for 8-9. Backdoor spades.
150.
He bets 150 here. And man, Russ just smooth calls. I'd like to maybe see him raise in that spot. I'm sure Barry's going to get out.
2 players.
Pot's now about 550. The turn is a king. Now, if John continues to bet here, uses that king as a scare card, Russ is probably going to muck. And John does bet.
400.
Bets $400. If Russ raised here, he could probably take down the pot representing a 7. He's got a smooth call again. Wow. And the river is a king. And it's kings and 7s on the board. And John Huang, he's got the best hand with a 9 kicker. Russ's hand gets counterfeited on the river. He has absolutely nothing. He plays the board. What a horrific card on the end for Russ. And he can't make the call. And John moves all in here. Guess he sensed a lot of weakness. Probably put Russ on a 6. Or maybe some other pocket pair. But regardless, John has the best hand here with 9 high. And Russ is going to muck it. And I think he kind of played himself into the ground there. Very, very weak. And John Hong takes down another pot. There's a shot of Mark. There's a shot of Stefan.
Small fish, big line. Big line. You take big line.
I'm going to check it.
I don't have HQ.
They don't post it till Monday, but I'll see it then. Will you just go on the internet and watch it? Or? No, you have to go to, there's a banner on thebike.com. It says click on demand. You click there and you can sign up. It's $15 a month. And you can go back
It's like
to
a little
all the
self-promotion there from someone on the table regarding the archives.
games. Yeah, it's not that bad.
Limped pot? Here we go with the flop. 10, queen, 6. Stefan has got a flush draw. Seat number 8. Look at this. Barry's turn, 2 pairs, and Stefan has a flush. The 7 of hearts comes on the turn, and he just makes a smooth call in position. A $500 bet and a call on the turn. And the river is another heart, and that's got to be a horrible card for Stefan. But it's really bad for Barry, too, and it's probably going to get checked down. Can't believe that Stefan didn't raise there on the turn.
I played it bad. I played it very bad.
And Stefan said he played it bad. He played it very bad, and he's right. He didn't raise the turn with his flush, and a heart came on the river, and he could have had a lot of Barry's money there, a 2 pair probably. Slow played it, and I believe that Barry has checked, and Stefan checks right behind him, but the flush is good anyhow. Wow.
How about to pump it up on the turn, on the river?
Why didn't she?
What? The river? I tried. You might raise me back.
And I am back. Interesting there. Like you always say, you never want to slow play that flush on the turn.
You call it $500 and do an $80.
Not necessarily because you're worried that you might get beat, but also worried you might kill your action.
Yep.
And in that case, it
And,
did.
and you know, if he threw in a big raise there on the turn, might have gotten some of Barry's money there.
Oh, without a doubt, with 2 pair. A little update on the tournament. We had 260 entries tonight in today's $1,500 no-limit tournament. Prize pool was $390,000. Some notables out of the tournament already. John Fan is already out. Obviously, Kenna James is out. Mo is out.
Oh, Mo is out.
Mo is out. Some notables still in there. Joe Wynn, professional poker player, has a large stack. Joe,
Action Joe Wynn?
Action Joe, who
Really?
plays in the game here. He has a lot of chips, and he's pushing them around.
Actually, you know, his style might actually work well for no-limit tournaments.
That's what he's been playing, and he has a lot of chips in that tournament. And there's a few no-name players that have a lot of chips as well.
Seed 5 is raised here with Ace King. And John Wong is called.
Most notable pro that has a lot of chips I noticed was Tony Ma. Seemed to have a lot of chips.
Well, we've got a 3-way pot here, about a $250 pot to the flop. 7-6 deuce.
Of course, Jesus outflops them both.
If you bet 800, I call you. I just want you to. I had made my decision.
Do you have ace queen?
And Jesus is going to bet here. 250 it sounds like.
On the turn.
And Jason's one of those guys, if he has big cards and he doesn't hit his flop, he just checks it, doesn't he? He doesn't bet or check raise unless he's got it.
No. ABC, like you said.
But even after ABC, he's got to hit the hand, too.
Yeah.
Trap, I was being trapped.
My bet was basically the fact that he had a heart. I could have probably.
And there are a lot of... I didn't notice Ron Rose in the game either, so he's probably in the casino somewhere also. He's out of the tournament. And there were some notable pros that I think might be trying to get into this game, but the game is so good, nobody wants to get up.
Yeah.
My ass, a diamond would come out of my mouth.
That's better than the tuxedo. So,
No, the tuxedo is.
Maybe we can work our magic and
I'm going to leave the game.
buy Mark a massage or something and get him up.
Bracelet is.
Pocket queens there for Jason under the gun. We talk about him playing ace, ABC, and Ken has got ace king, and he's going to smooth call. Looks like there was a raise to about 90, and Ken has smooth calls here with ace king. Look at this. 3 of the kings are dead, Dave. King deuce and king 10.
Yeah, he's in bad shape here. He's
Yeah.
drawing to 4 outs, obviously. 1 king and 3 aces. That's it.
Yeah.
King of diamonds is a club exposed.
And king deuce actually got exposed.
I am your friend.
Ken is probably sitting there going, no.
I know you don't express a lot of love to anybody in casino, but I am your friend.
Oh, wow. Uh-oh.
Oh, ace 7 queen. Jason's got set, and he checks it, and Ken has got top pair. Here we go, folks. Ken is going to bet 200. See what Jason does here. He's going to check raise to 400 more, Dave. And Kenna calls.
Oh, no.
Dave, we've got about a $1,300 pot right now. The turn is a 6.
Ken is not dumb, though. He knows there are possibilities. I mean, because he can no longer beat ace-queen either.
$1,500 bet here on the turn, Dave. It's a $2,800 pot. $1,500 for Kenna to call.
Ken has got to think of the hands this guy could have. Ace-king, ace-king. He's drawn to a tie there.
Yep.
Ace-queen. He's losing to ace-queen here.
He knows one of the kings has been exposed already, so the chances of ace-king...
Right.
Yeah.
You know, the only hand he can really beat in this case is ace-jack.
Or someone
Or
getting
pocket
tricky
kings.
with pocket kings, but Jason hasn't been like that all night long.
It's clear that Jason's got to have...
I think that Kenna needs to really get away from this hand. Obviously, it's easy for us to say, but it makes sense, Dave, right?
Well, there's 3 hands that Jason could have here.
Yep.
And it's actually 4 hands, I'm sorry. He could have pocket aces,
Yep.
pocket queens,
Yep.
ace-king, or ace-queen. And out of those 4 hands, there's only 1, and I'm chopping it. I don't
And
think
look at that.
Jason's
Kenna's going to lay it down. It's a great lay down.
Great lay
down. There you go. And he shows it.
Show my hand. Can you show my hand?
I mark it over.
Show my hand.
And Kenna wants somebody to show his hand.
Great lay down there by Kenna.
Yep.
And obviously, people at home, sometimes, to a beginner, you're going, how do you get away from ace-king there?
Yeah.
And you got to start playing. You got to be able to play the player.
Yeah.
And in that case, you go, Jason, he's tight there. What could he have that I could beat? Would Jason make this kind of move with ace-jack? I don't think
Right.
so. It's the only hand I can beat is ace-jack. Nice lay down by Kenna.
Dave, I'm going to step out of the booth for a second, leave you
Okay.
in here, and I'll be back in a couple of minutes.
I know a lot of players that would have lost all their chips with that ace-king.
Especially
there.
tournament players, right?
Oh, without a doubt. Without a doubt. Nice lay down. And I'll give Kenna credit also. A lot of players, when they're running bad, they have a bad night like this. Obviously, Kenna's, had a tough night tonight. It does affect their play. And they might make a bad call or a bad... That was a nice play. And John Wong is going to raise it up with pocket nines. $125 here. He was in the cutoff seat. Got himself the button, and he might just take the pot down right now. And
There'll be no more singing.
he does, I think. I don't think Mark's going to call there with 9-6 of spades.
Oh, I got one out.
Oh.
Wow.
50 cent profit.
And John takes it down.
I knew the man wasn't coming.
And that's his style. Wins those small pots, keeps taking them down. Doesn't risk too many chips.
I'm in trouble. Big trouble.
And Kenna really showed a great example of how to get away from a big hand there in No Limit Hold'em. You got to remember, one pair is just one pair, and you can't go broke on one pair. And that was a case of playing the player. Had Jesus made that play, I think it obviously would have been a different case. A couple of ragged aces out there. Let's see how it's played.
Make it 75.
And apparently Russ likes his ragged ace. He's got ace 10 here off suit. He's going to make it $75. And look at this. We get, looks like 4 callers. That's a $375 pot now. Jack 8-6, couple of clubs. Jesus has flopped an open-ended straight draw here. And Russ has got nothing. And everybody folds except for Jesus here. Jesus is going to call. Oh, and he hits it. There it is. Boom. Jesus checks it, and a check right behind. Jesus tries to trap him. And Jesus checks it again. And Jesus has the nuts here. Well, until the two of clubs on the river. The two of clubs actually put a flush out there. But he had the nuts on the turn, and he checked it. And then he checks the river also, and he makes no money on the pot. Wow. I mean, it's not like Russ would have called him anyway. Now, obviously, he was trying to induce a bluff, but check. Wow. Come on, Jesus, raise it up there. Pay $300 for your draw, and then you don't even get any extra money out of it. And Jesus is kind of the catalyst for this game in the sense of I don't think anybody wants to get up, especially with him having $5,000 in front of him. It's one of the few times where I would actually buy into the game to make sure I cover Jesus.
Check it. Check.
And John Wong picks up trip queens here on the river. Wow. Canna tries to bluff there with deuce 4. It didn't work. And John's on the phone there. We're going to have to get him off the phone there.
It's instead, right? It's instead. It's instead. Touch the pot here this way. That ain't instead. That's why I bet it. Because I knew his hand would be dead.
And John leaves there.
You missed an interesting hand. There was a... Jesus actually flopped an open-ended straight draw.
Yeah.
Hit his straight on the turn and had the nuts. And then checked it on the turn and the river.
Oh, man.
Now, it turned out Russ was in the hand and Russ was bluffing. He didn't have anything anyway. But it went check the whole way down.
You know what we talk about? It even brings it down to the fundamental low limit, no limit play. A lot of people tend to check their good hands and bet the hands when they're behind.
Yeah.
You know, they're afraid to put money in, or either that or they're slow playing with their great hands.
Right.
Jason's going to raise here out of seat 5.
Yeah, mixing it up a little.
Pocket fours. Well, he's in the cutoff.
Yeah, but I mean, we haven't seen him do that yet.
And Jesus calls. He's got 1 over. King 4 clubs.
You got to realize that Jesus is not paying attention to the way Jason's playing.
Wow, Jason checks behind him, Dave. Why is that? The turn's a jack. That's almost like Amos-esque, and he checks again. And the river is a 5. How do you not bet that flop in position? And it just gets checked down. It looks like, unless Jesus is going to, just gets checked down. Pocket 4s is good.
Well, you know what? I think Jason's looking to play a big hand versus Jesus. Hopefully flop a set and let Jesus kind of go for it.
Maybe.
Summertime.
Look at that. We got Kenna singing now in the background.
And the living is easy.
Entertainment.
Fish are jumping. And the cotton's high.
Yeah, look at him. Kenna does have a good voice.
He's a character.
He is. Like I said, he's one of the real nice guys in the poker world. I wish nothing but the best for him. Tonight, obviously, he's been snake bit all night.
Well, the other thing I want to ask is how often does Kenna play in this game in no limit cash games? We haven't really addressed that.
Well, I mean, I saw him You know, he played 30 Hold'em the other night with me. Played. Seems to play a lot.
How much?
He raised 120.
120? That might be an unlucky.
Looks like it was a $120 raise
And
there.
Ken has come in with Jack 5 of clubs.
You know, the big one.
And is Mark the raiser with 4-7 offsuit? I think he was either in the blind. I think he tried to do it in the blind. Got to figure you're going to try to fire out into this board now. Ace,
Oh,
Queen,
of course. You got to fire into this board. That's funny. If you put him on like pocket nines, it's an easy way to get him off. But you know, he could easily have pocket queens, kings, or aces.
He's going to bet 275, and look at that. Kenna makes a smooth call.
You think he's setting up a play, I assume.
Well, see the turn. The turn is an 8. And now maybe Mark's going to have to shut down. Yeah, he checks. And Kenna's going to bet, and Mark's going to be done with it.
And that was setting up a play. I figured he
Well, I mean, a smooth call in position and no limit. He does have a draw, Dave. Obviously, he's got a gut shot to the 10. And then see what happens on the turn, right?
Well, yeah. If you put Mark on like pocket nines or pocket nines, pocket eights, something in that range, you know, and you call that, you're setting up like you call. If he checks it, I'm going to bet the river no matter what comes out.
Bet the turn, right?
No, bet the river because he's checking.
Oh, and then if you bet again and he calls from up front.
Right, exactly.
Oh,
You
okay.
check it, and then he checks behind you. If he doesn't show strength on the turn, and you figure Mark's not the kind of guy who's going to fire twice.
So you're protected.
And if he checks one more time, well, then he says, okay, I'll take it on the river. And sure enough, that's how it was played out.
Well, in that case, he actually fired there when he checked to him once on the turn, too. Marcus got ace-king here. And he's raised there in the blind, and he takes it down.
And I really like Mark's play today. Interesting there, though, if you're going to raise 4-7 like that, 4-7 offsuit, it kind of, you know, I'm not sure if Mark has the fortitude to really, like, you know, step it up and bluff at it twice or 3 times. He's won most of his money with real hands, like pocket kings, obviously, that held up. And although that ace-3 play and that straddle was a great play.
Mm-hmm.
So, I will. That's okay.
Like my notes here, Dave, I look like it's like I'm a 3-year-old, right?
Yeah, your writing is definitely reminiscent of kindergarten level. Thank goodness your intellect is not.
Kenneth's raised here. Looks like $70. He's got 6-7 offsuit there, looks like.
Yeah. Well, you don't necessarily need cards to play this game.
Amos is going to call with the suited connector, and Barry's in there.
He's got 2 queens.
Yeah, queen deuce suited.
Not 2 queens, but 2 queen.
Ace-8 king. If Kenneth fires here, you got to think that he's probably going to take it.
Bluff it off. Okay. You don't have an ace or a king. You're right. You may have a diamond. 7.
And he does bet here. Looks like a 125.
Take it down. That's kind of the mini raise, and then take it down when everybody take it down in position when nobody has anything.
Although mini raise is usually, you know, best done in position. He was in mid position there, so maybe he figured he could get the people out behind him. I mean, Stefan, the guy to his left there, he's played really tight. So, and you've got seat 9, Jesus. Well, he's not really tight.
I haven't noticed. I mean, if it wasn't for the occasional,
look at Amos. Wow,
he's having a night. He's up about $6,000 tonight.
Yep.
Mark also's had a great night. He's up about $4,000.
Yeah. Pocket aces for Jesus.
Kenna is in for almost over $9,000. He's in for. He's down over 6,000
on this corner because we're like losing all the money. So we're like drinking and we're kind of like.
This time Kenna has 7-8 off suit. Again, Jesus has aces in seat 9.
Wow.
Kenna limps. Jesus is going to make it 100 to go.
But you know, it's kind of like
Looking at the cards, probably not going to get a call unless Kenna might
So
want to
this
go
is the
heads
kind
up.
of hand I don't mind because if you know Jesus has aces,
Oh God, I'd almost come in with any two cards.
any two cards, because
Yeah.
you know there's
Because
no
the
way.
implied the odds are just so extreme.
$100?
Especially Jesus has 5,000 there,
I didn't even look.
and there's no way he's going to lose.
No, I'm not going to go all in. But I'm going to that's not
Look at Barry telling him to go all in.
And he's going to make the call here, and this could be a big hand if it comes Kenna's way, Dave. Let's see the flop. Oh, ace deuce queen.
Didn't really come his way.
No, Jesus flops a set of aces.
Now what do you think?
Wait, Jesus didn't even bet.
Take the money.
Jesus didn't even bet, guys. Right away.
And he's going to show Kenna the cards.
Well, you know what? Unlike most nights, Jesus hasn't really done much pre-flop raising.
No.
So this time, Kenna said, okay, this guy just raised. He's got to have a huge hand. And sure enough, boom.
Greatest of all time here, Lake Tahoe, or also known really well, just call him Tahoe. One of the greatest.
Oh, there's an,
Did he?
Couldn't get a really good view of him there.
One of the best. You don't get any better. You don't get any better than John
it's
Hart.
Tahoe. I know his nickname is Tahoe, Dave. I was going to say there's another portly professional poker player.
And, you know what I mean?
Yeah, us poker players, we're not not known for our great athletic builds. Maybe it has to do with the fact that we sit on our ass for 16 hours a day.
As you notice, it becomes less and less the more I lose the material.
Marcus limped in here with 410 suited.
Hey, I'll give Johnny Chan credit. When I was down at the Bellagio for the 5-Diamond Poker Tournament in April, and then at the World Series also, I saw him. Johnny Chan is one of those poker players. I saw him in the gym going at it full steam ahead. I mean, he was just going.
You know what? If I put it in like this,
trying to keep in shape.
Well, Jennifer Harmon told me in an interview I did with her in Vegas that she likes to stay in shape for the World Series, work out, eat well, get a lot of sleep. Helps you with your mental awareness. John Huang raised here with ace-10 offsuit. Kenna's going to call with ace-5. Looks like Kenna's calling with ace-5. And
there it is.
and Mark Mucks. So Kenna's in there with ace-5. Ace-5 against ace-10 here, Dave. To the flop. Deuce, Jack, Queen. John's got a gut shot. Kenna's sucking down either rum and coke, I don't know, scotch and soda, whiskey and coke. Oh, boy, is Kenna going to make this call? How much has he had to drink? Or is he going to check raise? Oh, he's going to check raise. He check raised to 100 more, and John made the call, Dave. And oh, boy. The turn is a jack. Let's see if Kenna can fire out here more.
Well, if he fires $400 or $500, I think John's going to be done with it.
Oh, he checks.
Yeah. He's kind of playing it like he has a queen.
And John checks right behind him. And the river's a 9. And now Kenna's going to bet.
He's kind of playing it like he had a queen.
Yeah.
Like
And I
he
don't
was
think
kind of
that
scared of
John
the
can-
jack on the turn.
John probably can't call here. Now he's
No.
going to muck. And Kenna's going to take it down.
And it takes it down. Sorry about that. I was choking. Bart didn't care, though. Bart just went on with the commentary.
Show must go on.
Yeah, exactly. No problem. We got a couple of fatalities here or there.
Believe me, I understand. This is a desperate corner.
And Kenna takes it down there.
Yeah.
He's kind of outplaying a really good
It's
player.
like when we win a pond, it's like finding water in the
If we can do that about 10 or 12 more times, he'll be even.
Kenna says to Barry, when we win a pot, it's like finding water in the sand.
By the way, I mean, if you flew over the Sahara and they dropped you down somewhere in the middle and said find water, chances are you're not going to find it. You know what I mean? Can I stretch? I can't. It's too late.
Well, it's been one of those days for Kenna.
He's hunted the gun. And he's raised. I don't know if he's looked at his cards. We can't see him because he's got chips in front of the window. He's got ace-7
Why do
offsuit.
you keep calling me seat 7? Everybody knows who I am.
I happen to agree with Jennifer Harmon in the sense of I really do think that if you're exercising regularly, you're keeping your mind clear. It
You do?
Jesus
definitely
has,
easier.
made a smooth call. He's got Queen Jack suited, a couple of Broadway cards suited.
There you go.
And John Huang's going to come in there. Russ has got King 6. He's going to come in. John Huang's got, looks like Jack 10 offsuit. Or Jack 9 offsuit. So here we go.
I check.
And Kenna checks dark.
Oh, wait. Am I first to act? I meant I thought I was straddled. So I'm not checking.
All right, so Ken is not going to check. Dave, it's about a $200 pot here. Deuce 5-3.
I check.
He checks.
I would have just checked.
That's an Omaha board if you ever saw one, huh?
Jesus is going to bet.
Now I'm probably
And it gets checked around.
I'm betting.
Well, there you go. John's picked up the best hand now.
Turn is a 9, and look at this, Ken bets. It's going to bet 95, Dave, into a $200 pot. Well, I'm sure John's going to at least call.
Because I said 85. I don't want to bet 95. I want to bet 85. I mean, if you guys want me to bet 95, I'll bet 95.
He's right. Verbal bets are binding.
85, all right. He called
And
85.
John is going to call here.
Wow, okay.
Yep. Ken is going to need to catch a 4 or an ace on the river here.
Queen or a jack?
And the river's a 3.
I check.
And Kenna checks.
9 is good. You win.
And John's going to check it down, and he's going to take it down there with Jack 9.
Great. Nice hand. You can solve a money.
I'd also understand. I would bet that Jennifer probably assumes exercise also keeps you in shape in the sense of these, sometimes these tournaments go 15, 16 hours.
Yeah.
4 or 5 days straight. You really got to be in shape. I mean, not only mental shape, but physical shape.
Yeah. Anyone who's never really played a tournament for over 8 or 9 hours, Dave, it's grueling. I mean, you and I made it to a couple final tables. The tournament that hurt me the most was I was playing in the $500 Omaha, winning of the green tournament in March, and I made it down to 16, one out of the money out of 98, and that was just a grueling tournament. And that only lasted like 8 hours, and I was spent after the end of the day.
Well, unlike a cash game where you can get up, you can take a break.
Yeah.
Go get something to eat.
Yeah.
Go get a smoke, whatever you're doing. Tournaments, you're kind of a little more focused, a little more dialed in. And for 8 hours straight, or 10 hours straight, or 12 hours straight, it can be very taxing.
John Huang raised to 80 here with king and queen offsuit. Got called by Russ with pocket 8s. Amos is in there with the suited connector. Kenna calls with jack 7 suited. And the Jesus is in there with AC deuce.
So we're looking at what, like a $300 pot already?
80 times 5 is $400.
Oh, $400 pot. Thank you, 4 people.
Queen 4-8. Russ has hit a set of 8s, and John Huang's got king queen. Here we go. $250 bet there by John. Let's see if Russ plays the trap game. Not really that coordinated of a board. Amos has got a gut shot, though. And he's just going to smooth call here again.
Yeah, I mean, that's a rainbow board. If there ever is a time to slow play something, that's not a terrible time.
Well, now the pot is $900, and Amos is looking. I can maybe call $250 if I hit a 7 here to make the nut straight. Can I win $2,500 in the pot? That's what he's trying to figure out. Pot's $900, $250 to call. And in this case, if I knew what everyone had, I would call, because if a 7 comes, you're going to get everyone's money.
Well, you'll definitely get Russ's money, that's for sure.
And he is going to make the call.
He's going to go for it.
So if we see a 7 here, Dave, we're going to see some fireworks.
There's only 3 7s left, so we'll see.
Yep. So, and Jesus is going to muck.
And how do you like queen? How do you like king queen now, if you're John?
Pot is now $11.50. Oh, the turn's a 5. Now you got to think that Russ is going to raise here. You'd have to raise.
No, now clearly. Now there's 2 hearts on the board, 4-5.
Now look at this. John only bets $500 into about a $1,200 pot.
Well, it's kind of like a half stop bet, I think. I mean,
you've
only got king queen here. You've only got 1 pair.
It's a $1,700 pot, $500 to call, and if there's ever a time probably to move all in, it would probably be now.
Look at Rico Suave trying to figure out what to do.
Look, he's looking like he's not pleased. Yeah, he's going to push it, Dave. He's going to move all in.
Yep. And that's going to price out Amos. And now let's see if John can.
Let's see how much more it is. It might not be that much more. With the call there, the pot is now $2,200 plus. Looks like $900, Dave. So it's a $3,100 pot, another $900 to call, but it's really not an odds equation here if you've got king queen, right? Unless you think you've got 2 pairs.
Am I drawing dead or not?
And he makes the call.
And he is drawing dead.
And he's drawing dead. And the river is a 3. And Russ, once again, takes down a giant pot with a set. And, John Huang, again, I lose a little respect there in the hand. I mean, he played that hand like a tournament player, right?
Yeah, but king queen is just, he should know. King queen offsuit is just not a hand to go broke on.
Yeah.
I guess he just looked at it. The pot got so big And he said, wow, 900 to win 3,100. You
yeah.
know, and he's like, man, I'm getting more than 3 to 1.
Yeah.
But sometimes you got to look at it and go, does the guy have 2 pair?
Looks like he's done. I think he got broke.
Well, you got to think about it. You know, does the guy have 2 pair, or am I drawing dead? Does the guy have 6-7? Does he have a straight? Or does he, you know?
Yeah.
Or does he have a set? And in that case, you know, 900 to tough play there. Obviously, we're privy to the information that he's not. And it's a lot easier for us. You know, Mark asked me the other day. Mark was in seat 1, was watching the archives, and he really gave us a compliment. He really liked our commentary. He thought it was very insightful. And I reminded him, I go, hey, it's a lot easier from inside the booth. We get to see the cards.
Right.
Wow.
Russ has just sat around and hit those sets.
Russ has had a great night as well now.
Yep.
Oh, him and Amos are just huge winners. And so is seat 3, 4, and 5. Jason in seat 5 has also had a good night.
I'm going to fold. Are you nuts?
Kind of funny that the four solid players at the table there have kind of just waited for the big hands and got them and gotten paid off.
Limp here. $80 pot. King 10.
I'm taking.
Looks like Barry has the best hand over there in the button with pocket
He does.
deuces.
He's real vulnerable, though.
Yeah.
How can you leave that lucky seat?
To every overcard in the deck, you mean?
Every overcard plus a 10.
Yeah. That's right, a 10 would match the board there.
Yeah, 10 would make it kings and 10s with a deuce.
Right.
And not like that, I think you moved over there. Did you move to that seat already? So I think I have.
You can't move twice?
Barry's going to bet it, though, when it got checked to him.
How much money have I given you? I mean, how much money have I given you?
Well, I can't move twice in the game.
He's bet 80. Now, this is one way to play the hand here, Dave, because if you bet 80, someone maybe who thinks they're clever might smooth call with a king. You take a card on the turn, right, when it gets checked to you, and you hope you can bust it if you hit one of your set cards on the river or on the turn.
It's a nice bet because it also, you still have a chance to win the pot.
Right, and he
in
did
position.
win the pot, yeah.
You know, if nobody has a king here, it's a tough call. And if it does get smooth called, then he can just shut down.
Yeah.
And he wins $100 pot there.
Now, be careful of how much.
And again, you sometimes putting a bet in position on the flop, people have a tendency to check to the razor, so it buys you 2 cards.
Right.
Exactly. 2 cards. And it's not limit where there's a fixed price for each card. You're getting 2 free cards by risking $80.
I mean, it's a nice play in limit. Sometimes I'll do the same thing in limit, too.
Right.
And I'll bet on the flop having some sort of not a great draw, but I'll bet on the flop where it's a small bet, even though I know it's not going to win the pot.
Yeah.
Because I think, okay, now I'll get a free turn and a free river.
Right.
Well, I'm looking for one. I think I find one.
And there's nothing like limit where people, man, they slow play to the turn to try to get that check raise in there. It's amazing.
Yeah, it's fabulous.
Oh.
Actually, there was a hand last night. I'll get to it in a second. This.
I mean, this is why, Dave, I actually had it happen to me a couple days ago. It's why I raised my trips, even if there isn't a drawer out there on the flop, because when someone calls the raise, I know they're probably going to check raise me on the turn because they've got the same trips.
Exactly.
And I had ace king, and the lady had king 10 or something like that. I think there was a raise there by Barry. 9-10 offsuit. Jesus has got king queen. We're going to see a flop. I think it was about an $80 raise. That seems standard. It's about a $250 pot. Ace 4 and 9. Ooh, Amos has got a flush draw. Couple of clubs on board.
Just the 3 of us. Check to you.
Wow. Wow, Barry's
They
not going to bet.
They love giving Amos free draws, I'll tell you.
Deuce comes on the turn. I thought Barry was the pre-flop raiser. How do you not bet the flop with a pair there? And now Amos is going to bet.
Well, he figures nobody's got an ace.
Yeah.
Maybe I can take it down.
Do you have an ace? Very likely.
Well, with his image, it's not a bad play.
Yeah.
Oh, there's a wad of cash.
Ken has moved there. Buying in for more.
Well, maybe it's good.
And Barry's going to muck, and Jesus is going to muck. So there you
Interesting
go.
hand I played last night. I was actually in late position. I had pocket queens, and I raised it in the 30-60 hold'em game. And I got one caller in the big blind. And the flop came out ace 10 blank rainbow. He checked to me, I bet. He called. Now the turn comes out another 10. And I looked at, there was no real draw on the board, and I said, well, if he had an ace, he already had me beat. And if he had a 10, well, now he's got 3 10s.
Right.
He checks to me. Sure enough, I check behind him. Okay? The river brings an ace, and I think he was scared that maybe I had an ace, so he checked to me again. I checked again also, and sure enough, he had 10. He had 10-3, actually.
Yeah.
Which was kind of funny, but that kind of play where he gave me a free shot to get my queen.
Yeah.
And I certainly wasn't going to lose any more money to him.
Right.
You see players doing that all the time. People love to slow play things. They love to trap.
And in limit, like you said, it's usually, I mean, you just want to get your money in. I mean, the only saving grace is the fact that people like to wait to the turn because the bet size goes up by double.
Right. Well, it's funny. I mean, you always see people say that, I'd rather win with a nice trap or a great bluff or call a great bluff. I don't care how I win. I just want to win.
Stefan is raised here with ace-8 offsuit, 110.
I didn't even know he was playing. He's there? Okay.
I said times really get rough. You got some value.
Now, if you're Russ here with ace-3 offsuit, the tightest player on the table is raising.
I muck anything but ace-king.
Yeah.
Or like, if I don't have a pocket pair or ace-king, I'm mucking.
And he's going to call, and of course he's dominating.
Will you guys let me use it?
Okay, we're heads up.
And we're heads up ace-3 against ace-8. About a $225 pot. And here's an ace, David. Ace-5 queen.
Well, let's see if Russ can get away from it here. He's got ace garbage.
It's a $50 bet there by Stefan on the button. And I think that Russ just called.
Let's see, maybe
The turn is at 4. Oh, it's going to get chopped now.
Come on,
Oh, excuse me, it's not going to get chopped now.
Let's see a 3 or a deuce come out.
And look at this. He shows the ace. And Russ calls anyway.
Well, he's got a draw now.
Oh, he's got a wheel draw.
Oh.
The river's a 6.
Darn.
Ace-8.
And ace-8's going to win it.
Well, Stefan, he hates his hand, too. I mean, he gets called with ace-8. He
Yeah.
can't like. He doesn't like his kicker either.
You have an ace? I had ace tray, so I had to draw. That's why I stayed in there. I show you.
But that doesn't make any sense to me at all, Dave.
It doesn't mean
You had a wheel draw. You think you're going to make any money if you hit your gut shot and you bet into the guy in the river?
I
mean, come
agree
on.
with you. I agree. I'm just trying to get inside Russ's mind.
I mean, I would think that you'd want to fold that immediately if the guy shows you an ace, right?
I guess he figured his 3, if a 3 hits, he's good. If a deuce hits, he's good. That's all I can think of.
$20?
Prevents a lawsuit.
New player coming in is seat 7.
Thank you very much, sir.
And you call me with ace three.
And Kenneth's moved over to seat 2.
Gotta go in order, please.
From that 8-9.
And once again, I do like Stefan. I was just rooting against him because I want to see an explosion.
Only while I'm here.
It's all about ratings for me.
The money is basically for you guys. It's in Vegas. You're going to do well.
Well, that's what we sort of thought because we had it.
This pot has been raised.
Didn't get this other.
And Mark is going to raise out of the blind. He's got ace-7 suited. Why not? He makes it 80. Well, Russ is in there with pocket 3s. You better believe he's going to call. Luck he's been having with sets, right, Dave?
Pocket 3s is a hand that you might call with here. He's got enough money.
Of course.
It's better than ace 3.
90 total.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Like $5.
I'm sorry, bro.
Trying to give me the re-raise?
No.
And he calls.
Not that good at math.
How about we see a 7-7-3 flop here?
Oh. Marks had done so well, though. Why would you want that?
Kurt is out, so we're heads up ace-7 against pocket 3s.
A month. They pay you about.
Jack-10 Jack.
Nobody's going to like that flop.
Well, Mark checks.
Why would you check it?
I don't know. Oh, and Jason is in the hand with ace-4, seat 5.
$9 an hour.
And Russ is going to bet here.
It's a lot of races from 5 a.m.
Oh, look at this. Mark's going to make a move. He's going to check raise. Check raising to 500, Dave.
One guy from 9 to 7. The 2 guys from 7 to
Wow.
350 more.
And Mark's picking another spot here. See if he can pick it down.
And now in this spot, how can you call with pocket 3s?
Well, it's tough. You try to think of a hand that he might have. Does he have the jack and he check raise with the jack?
King, queen.
Yeah. Check raise with a straight draw. That's tough.
I think they're getting a little bit better each time.
You almost put the guy.
I'm
You almost have to put him on minimum of 10 here.
because I don't
Yeah, he's going to lay it down.
Nice play by Mark there. Wow.
Thank you.
And Kurt there in seat 7, professional poker player out of Des Moines, Idaho.
I'm getting pitched.
Potato country.
Yeah, he actually travels the circuit. You'll see him in Tahoe. You'll see him in Vegas. There he is. And obviously you'll see him here. He comes in here for the Legends poker.
Yeah, I don't think Norman Chad should be here.
He actually travels the circuit, not really to play the tournaments as much to play the side games when the tournaments are in town.
Oh, no. It was long before 10 years ago. We got out of that about 8 years.
And I have to represent the East Coast love here, Dave, being from Boston. Go to say that Maine potatoes are better than Idaho potatoes.
Okay.
Do you know that Maine actually grows as many potatoes as Idaho? A
As
lot
many
of people
what?
don't know that.
That Maine what?
Grows almost as many potatoes as Idaho does.
Really?
There's 4
Here's the
players
trivia.
in
There you go.
Queen 3-4.
I can't refute that fact.
Yeah.
You know?
Oh, like we did last year. Or you remember like in the Super Bowl last year they had that.
Silly me. I always thought I go to Idaho, I get a potato. I go to Maine, I get a lobster.
Yeah, well, lobsters and potatoes.
Wow. Maine has got it all.
Looks like Mark put a little bet in there from the button.
Oh,
Jack 8, he's got nothing. $50 bet there.
And this is one of those Mark's feeling good about himself. Let me try to get him.
Well, Kenna makes the call there with ace 3.
Just rubbed right up against it when you're
And we're heads up.
Let's see if Mark can fire again, though.
You and about 100 other people. Check.
Turn is a 6. Mark
Yeah.
checks behind him.
See, Mark's very much the fire one guy.
Rivers
fire
a
one shot.
4. Kenna bets $25 here.
25?
I know I'm being this is a donation.
Well, you're going to see my hand, though.
You tell me what you would do with this thing.
Okay.
You'd roll that little dice.
And that's a bad show by Mark.
Yes.
I got to tell you, Mark got the squeaky tight image at the table, right?
Yeah.
Where he can check raise and he can steal some pots. And now he just showed a complete bluff on the button. Why would you show that? If I'm at the table, I'm going, wow. Wait, you bet with Jack 8 there on the button? I'd be surprised, you know?
Oh, there's Amir Vahidi.
Yeah, you see,
Let's get him into the game. Some action.
If Amir goes in the game, I'm going in the game.
Roll your dice and do whatever it says.
Look at it.
And
We do have a seat open there.
I think
seat,
Jesus got up.
Seat 9.
No, Jesus is in seat 5 now. That means Jason got up.
Come here. That's you, buddy. Sit down.
Get El Diablo over here. Corporation on the mic.
I do think a preseason. I do believe the Jets are playing Miami in a preseason football game right now.
Oh, boy. What a snooze fest.
in honor.
Oh, I'm sorry. I can't. You can talk about Maine potatoes, but I can't talk about the Jets. I see.
Just because it's the Jets, that's all. We can talk as much NFL as we want.
I got 5 players here.
5-way action here. It looks like it was limped around, so it's a $100 pot. 6, 8, 9, couple of diamonds.
Good time to have 7-8.
Play as many hands
Well,
as
nobody
I
has
do,
it.
it's hard to miss that many flops.
Kenneth says if you play as many hands, it's hard to miss that many
Now
flops.
this is interesting here. Mark's got. He's got an open-ended straight draw, but he also has the jack side of it. So if a 10 hits and somebody else had the 7, he would nail him because he had the jack part.
Right. And he's raised. He's raised to 130.
Well, that's not. I mean, it's a really nice kind of hand. You know, in that kind of open-ended type thing to have.
And the Frenchman has second pair there with 8-10.
Yes.
Now, if a 7 hits here, Stefan's going to be in trouble.
I apologize.
Come on, 7.
On you, sir.
Come on, 7.
Well, if a 7 hits there, Stefan he wouldn't necessarily be in trouble there, right?
Are you trapping me now?
6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Stefan would have a straight.
Right. Stefan would have a straight.
And so, but Mark would have a higher straight.
Not
oh, no,
yet.
no, I'm
Not
sorry. he
yet.
wouldn't. No,
Yeah.
I apologize. I'm seeing a 10.
Yeah.
For some reason, I'm seeing a 10 there.
Well, now an 8 comes on the turn, and he makes it trip 8s. And I wasn't trying to contradict you. I'm trying to figure it out myself.
No, without a doubt.
Who's next? Who's coming?
And look at this, a bet and a call.
That's what happens
It
when you
doesn't
start
look like
checking in here.
Stefan just check called there with trip 8s. Wow. And the river's an ace. Stefan checks again.
That's not a good time to bluff.
Why did he just check call the turn there, Dave?
This one started before that one, no?
He likes to slow play things. We saw earlier he slow played a flush.
Well, he's going to check behind him, and he's
Nice.
going to show the 8-10 there.
Well, that's a good shutdown there by Mark. You have to realize that board is far too coordinated. I've got to stop betting this.
But the people that were
Almost got that when you bet the
Sorry, once in a while we get drinks in here, and I look at cards and I don't see the right thing.
This bottle actually looks like we're drinking water, but it's actually vodka. There you go.
Exactly. There you
Clear
go.
and
Cheers.
odorless. Yeah, there you go.
Middle pair of the gut shot. You had middle pair of the gut shot.
Are you guys serious? Nobody from over there wants to come over here?
Jesus, big
I
blind.
put you on the 8 when you check the turn of river.
Okay, I believe you. I believe you. I believe you. You did. You
Hey,
were.
Barry.
Hey, I believe. Mo, I
It
believe you.
doesn't make you have two blinds.
Mike, you want to come on? Did you ask seat one? Who's gone now? Yeah, we need, you need to ask him. He's going to come for sure. For sure, seat one. For sure, seat one wanted it. Tell him.
We are live at the bike. I'm David Tuckman here with Bart Hansen. We're watching a no-limit hold'em game with 10-20 blinds.
Oh, I think that Stefan limped in with kings here, Dave. He did. He's got pocket kings in seat 8, and he's limped.
In kind of late position.
Yeah.
Well, like I said, you saw
Here we go.
He likes to slow play things.
Unraised pot.
Well, he's setting himself up for a bad beat. Let's see what happens.
Oh, Jesus is going to check it, so here we go. It's a $100 pot, limped in with kings. Oh, ace 7-5. Jesus has got top 2. Kurt has got a top pair there, and he's going to bet, it looks like, with ace 3.
75.
He's going to bet 75.
Let's
And
give
kings.
Stefan credit.
Yeah,
there.
Stefan immediately releases.
Yeah, he slow played it, hoping to really trap somebody. And once the ace comes out, he said, "Forget
Wow,
it."
Amos mucks the flush draw. He had Jack 6 of hearts. He just mucks it like it was nothing.
Wow.
Maybe he knew Jesus had top 2.
I know the guy came.
And Jesus check raises.
Yeah, you kind of wonder if Jesus maybe showed his cards. Maybe you wonder. Hey, sometimes people, if you're next to somebody, you can almost inadvertently see their cards. You're wondering if maybe Amos saw his cards. That's a really odd laydown in the small blinds. Jack 6 of hearts. I mean, he's even got backdoor. Wow.
Kurt mucks it there. Shows the ace.
That's a professional poker play there. Ace 3, easy muck to a check raise.
I think it's a smart amateur play, too.
Yeah. No, without a doubt. Without a doubt.
This guy's
I didn't see your kicker, but I like it
See?
better, trust me.
Jesus
Idaho.
loves Tuckman.
If you got something better than the 5, you got it.
That's why I said I didn't see it, but I
Hey,
like
sis,
it better
small
without
blind, buddy.
Jesus trying to make it out like he was bluffing, but nobody's buying it.
Thank you very much.
Jesus has not been quite as reckless tonight, has he? In the
No,
sense of just
not at all.
raising with,
Yeah.
pre-flop and stuff.
That's been raised to 120.
Now, Stefan has raised here. We haven't seen him do that a lot. This time he's got pocket jack, so he chooses not to limp with this. He's made it 120 to go. Mark is going to make a smooth call. He's got
Re-raise
king jack
to 310.
suited.
310 re-raise.
And Jesus has re-raised to 310 with pocket 8s. Oh, boy.
I gotta tell you,
Stefan's going to make the smooth call.
wow,
And now I'm probably done with king jack, right, Dave?
very easily.
Yeah.
That isn't a must.
I don't know which one.
He's trying to figure out some odds here.
You just don't know what you're rooting for, though.
Yeah.
Is a king good? Is a jack good? Obviously, you want spades, but besides short of spades or a straight, what else do you
They're
want?
asking what game it is.
I hate calling raises and then not know what I want.
Well, he's going to call.
Wow.
So here we go. It's about a
Okay,
$1,000 pot here.
He doesn't know if he's up against ace king.
950. Here we go to the flop.
How about a king?
Oh, 3-7-8. Jesus has flopped a set.
Oh, wow. Stefan's going to go crazy. This is it.
Well, do you think that Stefan, is he going to give him credit for a higher overpair?
No way.
I believe it's
He did re-raise, remember, Dave?
It's
Out of the pot.
Jesus.
And Stefan smooth calls with pocket jacks. We're looking at a $2,000 pot here, folks, to the turn.
And there's only one jack left. Let's see if Stefan can
Jesus has got a set of
heads
8s.
up.
hit it. Wow.
And actually, the other jack is dead, I can see.
Oh, there you go. He's
Turns to 7. He fills up now. Let's see if he gets tricky here and checks it. He's got a full house, top full house. It's a $2,000 pot.
He's playing it smart. He's betting it straight out. Oh, can Stefan get away from his hand?
I got to say, if he checks here, I think he has Stefan. Oh, he's going to bet it, though. We'll see.
Aces against
aces?
Yeah.
Aces?
Actually, I think he said he moved all in, Dave. He moved all in.
Wow. Oh, why do you bet? Oh, Jesus.
Yep.
I want to see that hand, too. I'd like to see that hand.
Did he get a call over there? He called. Dave, he called. Stefan called.
Wow.
He called the all-in by Jesus.
And I think he's got him covered.
Oh, my goodness. He called with pocket jacks. I thought that Jesus might, get it tricky there if he checked it. He could have had Stefan, but he moved all in, and Stefan instantly called.
I like the bet, but I would have thought maybe bet 1,000. Why bet? I mean, I think he bet $3,000 there.
Dave, the pot was $2,000.
70.
$2,770 more, Dave. That means it's a $9,500 total pot. Jesus takes down $4,200 on the hand. Wow.
You know what I had? Ace, king, six.
Where's the blow up?
What am I going to do?
Let's see what happens here. Well, you got to give him a second to count and then maybe blow up. I thought Stefan actually threw his hand away. I thought he put his hand down and said, "Okay, you got aces. I'll throw it away."
How do you call that board when Jesus moves all in? You just put him on ace king. You're going to commit all your chips like that. We haven't seen him bluff like that a lot.
Yeah. And I really thought Jesus overbet it. Oh,
yeah, me
wow.
too. Me too.
And Stefan loses about a $3,400 pot. I mean, $3,400 of his own money.
$4,200. Well, $4,200. Yeah.
So we're looking at about a $9,000 pot. There.
Biggest pot of the night there, folks.
Best of highlight reel. Yeah.
Oh, and the Frenchman gets it in the ass.
Oh, wow.
Oh, wow. Well,
no, we never heard that line before.
Well, we'll love it. I'm sure they'll love it over in England, huh?
Yeah. Nothing like the French taking it in the behind.
Oh, yeah, they'll love it there. There you go. Our representative from Mexico gives it to him.
Yeah, the Mexican consulate gives it to the French.
Wow. Now, if we can stay on Stefan for a little while, watch. I'm curious if we get a little blow up here. He looks somewhat reserved so far.
I shouldn't have called it raise. Oh.
We got Paul in seat 9, new player there.
I'm sorry.
And Ken is going to come in the booth, I hear.
Tell me, I can tell you what I have.
Huh?
I can tell them what I have.
Okay.
Wow, what a hand.
We got a floor man or what?
What happened?
And once again, we are live at the bike. I'm David Tuckman. I'm here with Bart Hansen. I'm going to take a break for a second and let Kenna James come in and critique his own play.
Okay, I got 4 players here.
You don't have any of it, just check
I'm
it.
sorry. I'm going to bet it.
No, you're not. You don't have anything.
I know, so I'm going to bet it.
I got you beat.
75.
I believe you.
How much are you in? I can't say.
Yeah, oh yeah, I'm thinking. Okay, I'm done thinking.
So, Kenna.
Hey, Bart, how you doing? It's good to see you. Good to be back.
Move a couple of.
And I got to tell you, it's good to be on this side of the TV screen because, as you guys can see, they are making me up. I'm like Mike Tyson's punching bag out there.
Yeah.
Well, worse than Mike Tyson. What do we got here? What's going on? Who's seat 2?
Well, this is an inconsequential hand. But, Kenna.
Inconsequential. Okay, what do you want to know? I'll tell you all about it.
I got a whole list of things I need to ask you here.
Oh, is this questions from people online?
Well, there's questions from people online, but there's my own scribbly notes that I jotted down about some of your play tonight that I wanted to ask
you serious? It's so many levels. Hey, how you doing? It's good to see you all. Glad you're here.
Well, thanks for coming on the show again. You know, you're one of our favorite guests.
I appreciate that.
Let's start with some of the good stuff.
Good stuff. I got to tell you. He's going off camera. See, even my agent disowns me tonight after that play.
You made a pretty good laydown, Kenna, when you had
I did.
ace king,
Right.
and the guy had a set of queens.
Right.
The flop came. He raised pre-flop, and you made a smooth
Mm-hmm.
call. The flop came ace queen 7, I believe.
Right.
You bet about 200. He check raised you to 600. You called, and
Right.
then he led hard on the turn, and you laid it down. Talk a little bit about that hand.
Well, obviously, I played about 10 hands with that guy, and that's about 10 hands too many. So,
Yeah, he was pretty Mr. Squeaky tight there. Pegging
yeah,
for the
and
nuts.
that was the first hand that I really picked up a hand against him. So that one kind of hurt, but it was so obvious he had a monster hand because he never trembled. He never batted an eye. It looks like he wanted to win the pot right there. So it was pretty obvious to me that he had a set.
Yeah. And a couple other things here, too.
Okay.
We're going to do this in conjunction to doing
In
commentary.
conjunction. Okay,
So
what do we
let's
got?
do this- let's do this.
So we
hand
have
here.
Ace Jack. It looks like he's probably not going to get any action unless it's from Doyle Brunson, who somebody knows about that hand, which is 10 deuce.
Yep. Barry's on the button here. He hasn't acted yet. It looks like Jesus is going to...
Jesus.
Jesus is going to...
Now this guy,
pipe in here.
this is my one savior here to get even tonight in this game. Obviously, I'll go back after we're off the air, but
He's raised to 140 here from the button with ace-jack suited.
right.
And he's going to get called in 2 spots.
Of course he is. He's
So we
going to
got a
get called now because nobody gives him any respect at all.
$360 pot here. 6-3-6. He has the best hand.
Yes, he does, and he's probably not going to go anywhere.
But look at this, the Frenchman, Stefan, in seat 8. He's going to lead here.
Well, Stefan,
And that's a first, the Frenchman leading.
well, because he just lost 3,000 to him. How do you think he feels right now?
I know.
He feels worse than I do, believe me. And I'm stuck 5. This guy is going to open him up
And
like
look at this.
a
And
can
Barry,
of tuna.
And Barry's going to muck it there. Now, did
Yeah.
you see that last hand on the board there?
Yeah.
Jesus actually had made a full house.
Oh, did Stefan win this? That's
Yeah.
amazing.
Yeah, Barry laid the hand down.
You know what? Jesus, now that he's won all this money, is probably going to tighten up and try and protect his investment.
Yeah, well, he made a full house, obviously. He
I
dropped
saw
the
that.
set,
Yeah.
8's full of 7s. And Dave and I were
Right.
talking about, actually, we are proponents of usually betting our hand, but in that
Right.
case, we thought that he overbet the turn a little bit. He moved all in, but he got Stefan to call
Right.
with pocket jocks, and Jesus had actually re-raised the blind, so he easily could have had an overpair.
Yes,
Right?
exactly.
But Stefan called there. with
That's a good
jacks.
point. That's a good point.
Yeah. And like it was nothing, and he ended up taking down about $4,200 of Stefan's money there in seat
Yep.
8. It was an
Absolutely.
incredible hand.
Yeah, because Stefan's only played about 4 hands all night.
Yeah.
So, but he got it in bad there. That
Yeah.
was, way out of line there. Here we go. Kurt's got ace-7, Barry with queen-10. Jesus once again with a big potential with the 9-10 of spades.
Suited connector. King 8-3 on the flop here, a couple of clubs.
Okay, now see, if that was me with the 9-10, as you can see tonight, I'd probably just lead right out. Just kidding. I'm kidding. I mean, I know I played bad, but hopefully not that bad.
Well, Paul is led right out. He's got King 6. He's a pretty solid player there in seat 9, local professional.
Oh, he's very solid.
Yeah.
I saw him join the game, and I wanted to puke.
Well, here's another question for you,
Okay.
and I don't understand this hand at all, kind of.
Okay.
Yeah, the guy had raised you, and he ended up having pocket kings, and he had ace-queen of spades.
That's correct.
The flop came 6-6-4
Right.
with a couple of diamonds.
Yes.
He bet the flop, and you called the flop.
Well, in this hand, this guy was, like I said, was a very tight player.
Yeah.
Okay. So I actually put him on a medium pair, knowing I had the worst hand.
Yeah.
Waiting for a scare card to come to take the pot away from him.
The turn was a 3 of diamonds, and he actually checked behind the turn because he had the redraw with the king of diamonds
That's
in his
correct.
hand. There was 3 diamonds on board, and
Right.
then the river's got to be the worst card that you've seen. It was a queen.
Well, I'm not going to lose any more money in the hand, if the queen doesn't come, and that queen cost me $1,000.
Yeah,
so.
and he led out, and I believe that
No, he checked. I bet 1,000. He called me. So he called with 2 kings. So, I mean, that's how tight he is. So that's why I thought even if he had, he checked. I bet 1,000. He called me. That's
Okay.
exactly what happened. But that's why exactly why I played the hand that way. Because if he had 2 9s or 2 10s there, which I put him on and overpaired, I've got queen, kings, or aces.
Yeah.
Even if a king, which doesn't make my hand, was a scare card for him, I thought I could take the pot.
Mm-hmm.
So.
There was another nice hand that you played there against Barry in seat 6. You had deuce 4 of diamonds. Flop trip force, played it a little bit passively.
I did.
He led. He had 10. He had 5-10 offsuit. I don't know what he was doing in the hand. Picked up top 2 pair on the turn and continued to lead. And you actually just kind of check-called the whole way and won a pretty big pot.
Well, actually, I called him. He was first deck. He was in the blind also. So, and I was running so bad that I thought, I could have made a little more money in that hand, but I thought I maxed it pretty much. You know, if I would have raised him earlier, he probably would have gotten away from it.
Yeah.
Here we go, another multi-way pot. Jack 4, 9-5. And 10-3 suited.
Yeah, a lot of garbage in here. Limped around here. There's actually 4 people in the pot. Someone's not showing us a card.
So we got a pair. We got a pair of 4s and a pair of 3s.
Flop is 5-4-3 rainbow.
And as you can see, I had a hard time making a pair tonight. So
yeah,
pairs are sometimes tough to come by. What do we got? Any questions from the people online?
We're going to get to some of these questions. We actually got a good question here by a host on 2+2 who starts the thread. Looks like seat number 4 there, bet. Or seat 3 there, bet. Russ with the pair. And Steven called with 7-jack. Oh, look at this. The turn's a 7, and Stefan picks up a pair.
Believe me, Stefan's going to be playing 10 times as many pots as he has been.
He was peeling for a gut shot there on the flop, and it gets checked to him. He's going to bet. And
who's this guy in seat 3 that looks like he belongs on Bold and the Beautiful?
That's Russ.
Russ
has actually won a lot of money tonight playing sets.
Holy cow!
He
Look
hit
at this
a couple
guy.
of sets. Yeah, he hit a couple of sets.
He belongs on that show Tilt.
So a couple of questions here, and this
more questions.
This was by Kev Math.
Kev Math.
Hey,
I know
2+2.
Kev.
Yeah.
Kev Math. He's asked some questions before. What does he have to say?
Well, the first question that he asked was, what did you think about this year's World Series of Poker in regards to how they treated the players? You know, $10 buffet coupon. Did you think that it was a little bit? Did you think it was a little bit unorganized? How do you think Harris treated
Kev
it?
sounds like he was there waiting in line for the bathroom.
Yeah. How do you think Harris pretty much organized the event this year?
Well, that's 2 different questions. The organization was tremendous because when you're dealing with 6,000 people, 10,000 people, it's a logistical nightmare. So they did a tremendous job in organizing that. But as far as the value for the players, it's getting less and less. You know, I mean, if we don't start a players' union in the next couple of years, it's going to get worse.
Well, that is so funny. And that leads me to another
question.
We got
open end straight here. Mark with the 9-10's got an open end straight.
Right.
Amos
and seat 9.
He's
Paul
got the gut shot with the overcard.
Bet with Queen Jack there, and he's going to get called by Mark with the open ended straight.
Right.
And Amos is called with Queen 10 over there in seat 4.
Yeah.
And I believe that we're 3 ways: 9-10, Queen Jack, and Queen 10.
See, now this is an example of where I could get in trouble with Queen 10 here because
the turn is a 10.
Yeah, because you've got the overcard with the gut shot straight draw. So sometimes I'll, as you've seen tonight, I'll semi-bluff in this spot.
Now Paul has the best hand still, but both players now pick up second pair, and they both continue to have draws here. Now Mark's got second pair and an open ender.
Yeah.
It's a $150 bet here on the turn.
Yeah, it's cheap enough for him to call here. Because he can make trips, 2 pair, or the straight.
And he does make the call, Kenna.
Mm-hmm.
And Amos actually leaves here with Queen 10. He's mucked. He's a very tight player. And let's see
Which one
the
is
river.
Amos?
Seat 4.
Seat 4, yeah.
And the river's a 4, and Paul survives. His hand is good here with Queen Jack.
He's going to win this pot.
And it looks like it just got checked down. And Paul is going to take it down. It was so funny that you mentioned the unions because it actually leads us into another question that he put on here. He said, would a professional players union work? Talk about a little bit about that and how you think it's a need for the industry.
It's absolutely a must. It's going to happen with sponsorship and corporate sponsorship and the things coming on in the next 2 years. There's just too much money involved in poker now. And with the licensing, like in baseball, if a company like Coors or, some type of, or Coke wants to sponsor players, they go to one licensing company that licenses all the players. Within poker right now, they have to go to each individual player. So that's another reason why it's not quite working out.
Well, obviously, like I said, I make it akin to something like the Professional Golf Association, where the players go around and the prize pool kind of isn't. It's mostly from a sponsorship. It's not from the players. And
That's
poker
right.
is still pretty much player-based
That's
prize
correct.
pools, right?
We're putting up all our own money. So,
Yeah.
but I predict that will change in the next 2 to 3 years.
Now, obviously, the PPT has started to do that, but the PPT is kind of as Dave and I said, it's kind of an invitational. It's not necessarily the best and most deserving players. Plus, they don't really even have a television deal yet.
Yeah, they don't. But
You know?
and there's talk.
Trip aces.
Mark's flop trip aces here. There's talk that is going to get bought up. Hopefully by a group with Doyle Brunson that is looking to take that over.
Look at this. Barry bet with the flush draw. Mark checked from up front with ace-3, and Barry's bet with the flush draw. He's got king-6 of spades.
You know, I like that play, believe it or not. Maybe not with a paired board, but I like leading with a flush draw because if the flush comes, it's less likely that they're going to put you on a flush rather than a check call.
And Mark check calls here with ace-3. He does not check raise.
Yes.
So let's see what the action is here now. Oh, Barry, it gets checked to him. He's not going to take a free card here.
Yeah,
Interesting.
This is a mistake. Barry stuck. I asked him. He stuck like $7,500 in this game.
Yeah.
So when you're doing that, sometimes your judgment is clouded, and obviously it is here. Actually, Mark's a little concerned of his kicker here. You know, I would think, but obviously he's not going to throw his hand away.
Oh, wow, and he's going to make the
He's
check
just
call.
flat
Yeah.
calling.
Obviously, he is concerned about his kicker.
Yeah, that's a mistake calling here, I think.
And the river is a 4.
He's probably going to check here. He's probably got in his mind that he's going to check and call up to a certain amount, probably $1,000, and so Barry's going to lose his pot unless he bets a huge amount.
Well, he's betting, it looks like 300, and the pot is laying about 1,100.
Yeah, he
and
called.
Mark quickly calls.
Yeah.
And ace-3 is going to be good. Yeah, $300 bet there on the end. That's kind of weak, right? I mean,
Yeah.
into an $1,100
well,
pot.
unless he thinks that it's possible that the other guy is on a flush draw also, even though that's unlikely.
Now,
But then he's probably going to win it with the king high anyway. so.
Another question I wanted to ask you with regard to tournament poker. A lot of people who are not familiar with poker, the poker industry, and specifically tournament poker, do not understand that a lot of the best players have pieces of each other. What do you think about tournament corruption, players backing each other, and are you worried that might possibly bring down poker if they get a big sponsorship deal and have major television coverage?
That's a good question, but I don't think so. I think that, I think we just need to have a rule. There's so many rules in tournament poker right now as it is. The only rule we need to have is that it has to be declared. And then if it's not declared, like if you have 5% of somebody or 10%, you declare it at your registration. If you do not declare and you are caught trading percentage, then you incur a very stiff penalty.
Well, is that one of those things that how do you enforce that, though?
How do you enforce it?
Yeah.
Well, it becomes, obviously there's people that know that trade percentages. So once you enforce it, is if you are caught, you forfeit any money that you win in that tournament. That's a huge penalty if you're playing for $100,000. I think that would solve the problem. I think people would declare. I don't think there's much harm in trading 5 or 10% with somebody or backing somebody in a tournament. I'm sure they do it on the golf tour, and you just don't hear about it. I'm sure that some of these players from 50 to 100 are out there trading percentages.
Wow, Jesus raised pre-flop with ace-jack, and Russ, his flop trips. 7, 10, 10, and looks like he's going to lead right into him. He doesn't slow play this time.
I like that play with two cards to a flush on board.
Yep.
Okay? And also a possible straight draw. People are less likely to give you credit for trips. But in this case, it might not be a good play for Russ because he plays so tight anyway.
Yeah.
He's not. He's limiting his action.
Yeah.
Now, if he's somebody like me, I'd be out there betting that, and I'd probably get a couple of calls because I play a lot of pots.
Yeah.
And as much money as I'm stuck in this game, I figure to get even by the end of the night.
Well, I mean, do you think that the game hasn't really gone well for you tonight, where you haven't hit a lot of flops, or do you think that you're playing bad too, or do you think you've made some mistakes?
It's a combination. I made a ton of mistakes, but No Limit Hold'em. People look at your starting cards. It really is a flop game and a turn game, and reading the other players, which I've misstepped a lot tonight.
Yeah.
But I'm also going to get paid off when I do start making some hands. So,
Well, to follow up on that tournament question I asked you, because I think it's an important topic as poker gets bigger, do you think right now, the way that it's set up, do you think that people that have pieces of each other tend to soft play or push each other chips and stuff?
I don't think so.
No.
Not the majority of the time. Certainly about 10% of the time they do.
Yeah.
So.
Oh, a couple of Doyle Brunson hands in here, and
Okay.
Jesus has got ace-7 off suit.
Jesus, how can you beat somebody named Jesus?
Yeah.
I tell you, I can't wait to get back in the game and play with him.
And he's bet. Oh, he's I mean, Ken, I don't know if you've played with him before, but he's just.
No, I haven't.
I mean, you could actually he bought in for $5,000 this time, but usually he buys in $1,000 increments, and he's just wild. And Dave and I actually complimented him on the fact that not only will he bet his bad hands hard, but he'll bet his good hands hard too. Which is
what
a lot
happened?
Of times
What
when
happened
he gets
that
paid
hand
off.
where it came 4 to a flush? Did he have? I saw that in his hand he had 4 diamonds. I think he bluffed me out of that pot, but he probably did have some type of a spade.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. He did. He did indeed. So we're going to see here. Look at this. The small blind is going to raise. Stefan. He's got pocket eights. He makes it 235 to go. And
Look at
wow,
that.
Mark's going to call with King Queen. Now we saw that you played King Queen off a lot.
Yeah.
But Dave and I think that that's really, we commented that we think it's a big time trap hand,
It
especially
is.
to call raises with.
You're right. You're
Yeah.
right. It absolutely is. But if I'm calling raises with 4 deuce, I'm certainly going to call him with King Queen. You know what I mean?
Well,
so, but actually 4 deuce, you're right. Is
It's probably
actually
more valuable,
it's
right?
More valuable,
Yeah.
right? But you know, I always play a lot of hands. Tonight, I overdid it.
Mm-hmm.
But I was having a lot of fun, and until I got stuck about 5,000, then then it started to get a little bit serious. But it's all right.
Now Stefan bet here 500 on the flop. Pretty good flop for pocket eights. 9-5-7, couple of diamonds. I don't know what Mark can
Not
do.
only a good flop for him, but a very good flop for you if you're stuck, because you're going to put a lot of heat. You got you might have the best hand, and if not, you got to redraw to.
Well, you bring
the
up
best hand.
you bring up a great point. Stefan had been playing the tightest by far of anyone on the table. He lost that gigantic pot to Jesus, and geez, he seems to be involved a lot more now.
Yeah, that's how it goes, and sometimes in poker you're so in control that when you lose control, it's like a dam breaks.
Yeah,
So with me, the dam is wide open the whole time. So
yeah. And Kenna, this is actually going to be the last hand of the night, and I hope that I wish you luck. You're going to go back in the game, and I think that obviously this game can be profitable for you with some of the characters.
I
that
hope
are in
so.
the
I'll
game.
let you. I'm stuck about 5,000 right now, maybe 5,200, something like that.
Uh-huh.
Tomorrow, I won't be here Saturday, Sunday. Wednesday, Monday or Tuesday?
Wednesday through Saturday.
Next
right now.
Wednesday, if you remember to ask me, I'll tell you how I finished up. I'm
Okay.
predicting I'll be within $1,000 by the time I leave. Maybe not.
We're going to see a family pot for the last pot of the night here. 10-20
Again,
blinds
bunch of
times
rags.
5
This
ways.
is why I'm playing a lot of
Yeah.
hands. Look at this.
$100
3-7,
pot.
King, Queen, 7-10, 8, Queen. This time, King, Queen, a very good hand.
10 Jack here. Rainbow board.
Russ should take this spot without much trouble because he's tight. He's going to bet out. Everybody's going to fold. Except for maybe 10-7.
And Russ is going to bet 100 here. Oh, he's got top pair in the open ender. Kurt there in seat 7. He's got a queen.
You guys got to get some air back here. Do you get air
It's a
and
little
food back
warm
here?
And Russ
Holy
is going
cow.
to take it down. Well, that's going to do it for us tonight. Kenna James, I really want to thank you for joining us.
Thanks for letting me sit in. Thanks, Bart.
Yeah,
it's
and I really
always great to be here, guys.
Hop on the bike.
All
right?
I'll see you guys next week. Tune in and keep those emails and
questions on 2+2 coming.
Hey, did you ask them real quick? Did you ask them about the survey?
The poll, whether you want to commentate or play. We will.
I wish that would have come in tonight and said commentate, because then I wouldn't have spent 5,000.
Well, we'll put that out for everyone.
Okay.
Well, for Kenna James, for David Tuckman, for everyone in the booth, please join us tomorrow night at 6 o'clock Pacific time. I'm Bart Hansen. Good night, everybody, from Live at the Bike.
Good night.
not a tournament. It's what you don't see on TV. The cash is real. The stakes are high. They bet big. They win big. They lose big. High stakes live action poker. Live at the bike. Watch it live on the web or play it if you dare at the Bicycle Casino right here in Los Angeles.